up towards the FA Cup final, which is live on TalkSport from 3 o'clock. Manchester United taking on Manchester City. Hotspot today is a designated Manchester City pub, and it is full to the brim of people getting into that pre-match spirit. Just on the balcony where I'm currently sat, you're watching this on the TalkSport YouTube channel. Wembley Way, as fans from red and blue are streaming up towards the big arch at Wembley today, and it's filling up nicely. Alongside me, the goal himself, Mr. Sean Gorter, joining me for a bit of pre-match build-up. Before we speak to Sean and look out for the ones to watch in today's FA Cup final, let's get back on Wembley Way, shall we? Because Anil is out and about with his microphone, and I've no doubt he's going to be speaking to some expectant fans. Who are you with, buddy?
Oh, Catman, I'll tell you what, I don't normally get nervous, but right now I'm feeling the nerves because I am joined by an absolute TalkSport legend. I can confirm I am with the one, the only, Jackie Knuckles. Jackie, a pleasure to speak to you. How are we feeling on such an amazing day?
I'm feeling absolutely fine. I'm very, very confident that the boys can get the double-double. There's no way that we should lose to these. They are not good enough to beat Manchester City. So I'm just hoping for a win today. I really, really am hoping for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've been a lifelong Manchester City fan. It's safe to say Pep Guardiola's given you some absolutely amazing memories. Even when he did come into the club, did you ever expect it to be this special?
No, I didn't, because obviously his first season we didn't win anything, but after that we've gone and won 18 trophies under Pep, and hopefully today it's going to be the 19th. I'm just so proud of the boys. We did the treble last year. The trophies have just come and come, and obviously back in the day I was there in '99 when we beat Gillingham, when Paul Dickoff did the Wembley slide and the penalty. I've never experienced anything like it, and I never ever thought that this had happened. I was also there when we got relegated at Stoke, when we both got relegated. Ken Nolan got 2 goals and we lost 5-2. We're sorry we won 5-2, I do apologise. What a day that was. I never ever thought by wildest dreams that my football club would win where we are today.
Absolutely. How amazing is that to hear? And you know it's against Manchester United. You're arch rivals. I'm going to have to ask you, is there anything about that United side that worries you, concerns you even in the slightest?
Not really, no. I know they've got some good young players coming through like Nacho and Cotton Mainu, and Bruno's not too bad, but it's their defence and Onana who keeps making mistakes. So there's no reason why we can't go and beat them. There's no reason at all. If we're on our game, and we've got Phil, Bernardo, Haaland, obviously Rodri, he's gone, is it 76 games or something, unbeaten. So there's no way I think we're going to beat them.
Well, there we go. Now we've got the game out of the way, you know I'm going to have to ask you 1 or 2 questions about TalkSport. You are an absolute legend in that TalkSport office. Every time you call up, we get you straight on. So go on, we do. We look after you just as much as you look after us. So take us through, go on. We've spoken about the game. Who do you want to give a special mention to from the TalkSport family?
I'd like to give a special mention to Rufus. Obviously, he did the sports bar and he's moved now to Horsfield Jacobs. I'd also like to give a special mention to Jamie O'Hara. Jamie's been absolutely amazing with me. So is Gundy, to be fair. Gundy winds me up a lot, but Jamie, I love you to bits, and you know, we've got each other on Insta and we talk to each other on Insta. He's been a really, really good guy to me. And all the TalkSport crew have been absolutely brilliant. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for letting me on. Every time I ring up, I know you get me on. And we've got Billy Boy! Billy does the trip, and obviously Catman on a Friday, absolutely amazing. I rung up last night. And then Jack, who does the quiz on a Friday night. You're all superb. TalkSport, I absolutely love it. Fantastic. Thank you.
And there we have it. And just very, very finally, give us a quick score prediction. How many are Man City going to win by today?
3-0.
3-0. And I'm absolutely over the moon that I got to speak to Jackie Knuckles, but I'm a little bit upset because Jamie O'Hara doesn't even follow me on Instagram. Back to you, Catman.
Thank you.
Anil, sensational. I'm just glad that I got a mention. Super stuff. Jackie in the crowd there on Wembley Way as we're building up towards the FA Cup final. We're going to be having a plethora of guests coming in over the next hour or so as we build up towards today's kick-off. Like I said, just a reminder, it's a 3 o'clock kick-off between Manchester United and Manchester City. I'm on Catro. Sean Gorter is alongside me, and it's time to look out for the ones to watch in today's game, all in association with Carling.
The Emirates FA Cup live on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18+, please drink responsibly.
Sean, let's start with the Blue Half, man. This season has been the season of Phil Foden, hasn't it? What a 12 months this young man has had.
Yes, he's been absolutely phenomenal, and I think it's what, 26 goals. It's been absolutely phenomenal. He does a job for the team, and I'm not asking him to play wide. He also knows that he prefers to play central. I love him when he plays central because for me, I don't think there's anyone better at receiving the balls in that pocket behind the opposition midfield, receiving it half turn and then driving and sliding balls through for forwards or even getting himself a shot. He's just been it's just been wonderful, and you know, the City fans we really love it because he's one of our own. He's a local boy from Stockport, and absolutely brilliant. And he has his feet on the ground. He really does. And a couple of years ago, I was saying that within 5 years I could see him, you know, winning Ballon d'Or because he is that sort of player that he gets bums off seat. He's exciting. He scores quality goals. He brings energy from a defensive point of view. If you need a press, he's there pressing to win the ball back. Yeah, and hoping he has another exceptional game today, and look forward to him also being in the Euros. But he's a phenomenal player, he really is.
As a kid coming through, there's always talk of this is the guy that might replace David Silva. I know it's big praise, big pressure, but this could be the guy. This season, we've really seen it, especially when Kevin De Bruyne got injured. There was obviously questions of where's the creativity coming from? Who's going to be the guy in the middle of the park to really take City forward? And he's absolutely jumped at the opportunity of playing number 10.
He has, and this is what's been so great. I think he was looking for that responsibility, that opportunity to almost have that opportunity when De Bruyne wasn't in the team to say, I'm stepping up. I've heard him personally say, you know, I wanted to step up, looking for those occasions, and boy, has he stepped up. I mean, again, his ability to receive balls, and again, when he just needs to take possession, I love his desire. He wants the ball. He doesn't shy away at any time in the game. You always see him is pointing his hands down to say, yes, I'm here, I'm available. But he's all, you know, for a young kid watching a 10 play, watch Phil Foden. The amount of times he's having a look over his shoulders and scanning, knowing what's around him, knowing that he can turn, knowing that he can turn, so keep possession. An absolute brilliant player. He really is.
Let's talk strikers. Does the big fella get a little bit of harsh criticism? Erling Haaland this is, I mean, he's still bagging the goals in there, but I see online every now and again that people criticise him maybe for the link-up play and him getting involved in play. Is he actually there for that?
Well, as a centre forward, you do still need to link up, but he's there to finish. He's there to score goals and finish goals. And what's 37 goals? I mean, phenomenal season. And we're, you know, I think when somebody plays so well and performs so well of a standard, be a little critical because the standard he set last season.
The expectation level was up.
The expectation level was good. So if he has a game or two where balls go into him and he loses it and they're easy balls, and people say, yeah, well, he's not, you know, he's not a top striker. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll have him before anyone because this boy, when he gets those opportunities, you know, he finishes them. He steps up. If there's penalties, he wants to take them. He steps up and takes them. He doesn't need 3 or 4 chances, you know. For him, it's 1 or 2 chances and he dispatches them, and he does it with confidence. So I love him in the team because I can recall doing interviews a few seasons back when City used to play with a false 9, and I remember thinking, I think my player is now gone because City played so well without a centre forward. And Erling Haaland's come back and it's just reminds him, no. There's always needs to be a centre forward. Let me just remind you and remind the world. I'm like, thank you. You just reminded me that how important our jobs are.
Still employed.
Still employed, exactly. So he's phenomenal, and he gets chances, he puts them away.
I know there's not been too many shining lights in the Manchester United side this year. There's been the odd pocket every now and again when something pops up. Rasmus Højlund as a centre forward. I personally think there's something there.
Yeah.
Young lad, a lot of pressure on him. He's got to lead the line. There's no backup striker, whereas maybe he could have been that number 2 striker learning his trade. If you actually look at his conversion rate, it's really high. When he does get a chance, he does put it in the back of the net with this kid. Do you see something there in Rasmus Højlund that he can build on in years to come?
He does have something. I think the problem he has is he doesn't quite know. I don't think he's quite worked out who's the player or players that can get him the goals. And once you recognise that, as in, let's say Anthony as a player, Anthony will chop and, you know, think, he'll cut, but you can't read it, you can't read it.
Okay.
So if I'm playing with Anthony, I'll make a run, but I won't be upset that it don't come in. But if I'm playing with another player, I'm making a run knowing that this player delivers the ball, figuring out that they deliver the ball every time this way. And so with that, you can now be consistent in thinking, I just need to make my run because they deliver the ball.
Yeah.
And if you've got that inconsistency of a player on both flanks that do that, then for a centre forward it becomes really difficult. And then you're also needing a player that's a 10 that will also be able to slide you in. And so if he's not getting in abundance, it becomes very difficult for him to have a high ratio of scoring goals. So for me, I think he is somebody that they could have some patience with, but he needs to now figure out who are the players that deliver those passes that he scores upon, that he reads easily, and know that when they're on the ball, I need to make my run then, because then you'll start to get more opportunities from that individuals, rather than Anthony. I'll say him because we know how he likes to go and cut and cut and cut and deliver after maybe 5 or 6 cuts. And he's made 2 or 3 runs, and then you reach a point where you don't run. And then he delivers a good ball, and you go, commentator and say, well, he hasn't run, it was a great ball.
Alexa,
and you go, well,
stop, please. Oh, you prison lord. Put go for that. It's finally finished.
Volume 1. Volume 10.
Restart live radio.
Volume 11. Volume 13. Volume 15.
The much anticipated Manchester derby, uninterrupted.
1. BBC One only. Football Focus.
Begins now on Cup Final Day with Football Focus.
Manchester United, they have a way back. United are back in the cup final. Rolled home by Bruno Fernandes. One. He's got another one. And Manchester City have their lead back. And the city of Manchester is again bathed in blue.
Welcome to a very special FA Cup final, Football Focus live here from Wembley. And for the first time since 1885, we have a repeat as Manchester City are taking on Manchester United. And after winning the Premier League last weekend, can City become the first English men's side to claim back-to-back doubles? Or can Manchester United end a difficult season on a high? I'm getting nervous holding this, so let me put this down. Let's take a look at what we have coming up on today's show.
My dad's a bed. Yeah, he's a little bit quiet at the moment.
It felt like a special time, and the football just epitomised that.
Oh, goosebumps, man. It's that good.
He's not just sitting week in, week out, and you've got goosebumps on this.
Obviously great to be compared to a legend like Seedorf, but at the end of the day, I'm just happy.
People could be talking about going to Champions League games, and I'd be talking about Colchester United, York City, and all these other teams at home.
Last weekend, Phil Foden was named the Premier League Player of the Season, and he celebrated by scoring 2 of the goals that sealed a 4th consecutive league title for Manchester City. This week, he's been speaking to our Dion.
How are you?
How are you, man?
You alright, pal? Good to see you. Good to see you, pal. I want to take you back to the start of the season when we had a chat, and you said to me, I want to be one of the best players in the Premier League. I want to show people what I can do. That's what I am.
Not a bad prediction, is it?
The boy blue wonder. There's nobody like it. Phil Foden. The Premier League's player of the season. A diamond in the pack. This is Phil Foden's time.
Forget what you've won. Forget the individual plaudits. What about you as a player? How do you assess your own progression?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with this season and how I've developed as a player. Maybe my position changed a little bit. I've moved more centrally, and yeah, the manager's always big on speaking to me about slowing the game down, different rhythms, and then speeding it up. And I feel like now this season I've really done that, and I think that's why he's trusted me more in midfield as well.
You're 23 years old, with Jordan, Steve Parker, and other trophies. My challenge to you is, do you know what you've won so far?
Probably not missed it now.
6 titles?
There's a lot, yeah.
Yeah? FA Cup?
See, I mean, to be honest, like what you just mentioned there, all the things I've won, maybe some of them I were a big part in them. I didn't play a lot, so I'm really delighted with this season that I've been one of the main men in the team, scoring a lot of goals. So I think this Premier League now means a little bit more to me because I scored in big games, and it just means more to me.
Oh, he's flying, and City are soaring.
Right, you're doing everything you need to do on the pitch and you're smashing it, but Ronnie's still taking the limelight.
He is, mate. He's still getting on the plaudits. It's not fair, is it? No matter what I do or how good I do, it's always Ronnie.
You're incredibly grounded, nothing seems to faze you. Is that through your upbringing?
I'd say it's, yeah, my family and just the way I am as a person, so a bit of both of them mixed together. You don't let me get ahead of myself, even now, if I've won the Prem, they just try and get me focused on the final, so yeah, I've got the right family and they just keep my feet on the ground.
They've done a great job, mate, let me tell you, in your family, incredibly. Hello? Pep, I'm retired. So FA Cup at the weekend, another big game for you guys. Is there a red in the family? Have you got a red in the family?
There's a couple. My dad's a red. Yeah, he's a little bit quiet at the moment though. He doesn't speak too much, so I'm hoping that I change him, do you know what I mean?
Is there a chance of that?
I don't know, I'll have to speak to him. Maybe after this season I can speak to him and say, have you changed him or not?
Well, obviously he's not a glory hunter because he's
sticking to his word, to be fair, so...
Absolutely extraordinary!
You're up against a fellow Stockport lad at the weekend, Cobby. He's done well, eh?
He's done very well. Yeah, I liked him a lot when I played with him at England. He's so mature for his age, and yeah, he's going to be one for the future for sure.
You boys want to make it a League and Cup double-double. Is there any nerves?
Yeah, there's a little bit of nerves, especially it being a derby for me. I always want to try and impress in a derby, and it's the game that I look forward to. You know, last year it wasn't easy, they caused us some problems. They defended really well, so I mean, it's going to be a tough final. We can't really over-celebrate the league because the main focus now is to the final, so yeah, we're just looking forward to the occasion.
I'm delighted to be joined now by Dion Dublin and Nader Manua. FA Cup final football focus would not be the same without you both. Dion, you spoke to Phil Foden earlier in the season. You spoke to him ahead of this one. It was a great piece, by the way. Great conversation. Did you notice a change in him? Because he is the man of the moment.
Yeah, he is. On the pitch and off the pitch, he's talking differently. It's not... He's kind of saying, I'd like to be... He is now what he wanted to be. He's running games at the moment. Not saying a lot. Just does things that people go, and he's doing it time and time again consistently. The players on the pitch now are looking for him. He knows he's the man. He doesn't say it. You can't see it. But when the ball's at his feet, he's just showing everybody how good he is. He's incredible, Scotty.
Nader, were you even surprised that he had a big say in which way the title went last weekend?
No. I think given how good a season he'd had, I think that week being named the player of the season as well. I think the fact that it was him 2 minutes into the game, the crowd were right behind it as well. I think that goal would have meant something to everyone on that field for City, but because he was him, you could see the extra passion, and it was a nice one.
You know what it is, Scotty? He's that good that the seniors are now looking to get the ball to him. That, you know, it's just incredible to watch him. He's so young, and he's 23, nearly 20. I think he might be 24 very, very soon.
23-year-old veteran now.
Yeah, exactly. But he's playing the game like he's played for 25 years.
Do you think he is at that stage now, Nader, where he can lead a Manchester City side and actually potentially England in the summer?
I think he could do. I really do. I think when it comes down to the England side of things, there are other stars in there, whether you're talking about Bellingham, talking about Kane, Saka and the like. So for him to elevate himself even above those guys, no, it would be tricky as such. But I think from the Man City standpoint, he's been an ever-present this season. And I think the goals that he scored, the contributions with assists and just general play, and he's been saying for years now, I want to play centrally. And unfortunately, there was Ilkay Gundogan and there was Kevin De Bruyne, but this season, he's had his chance and you can see how good he is.
I think if you look at the way the managers 2 or 3 years ago said, listen, just, you know, you can play when I want you to play, just keep watching David Silva, keep watching Gundogan. He's obviously learned from the best, and now he's become them.
Well, actually, talking about the best, one of those managers, obviously, the way he's led Manchester City, there's always like a pet innovation, isn't there, every season. Let's talk about Guardiola, because he was signed as a centre-half, he's now playing left-back and attacking left-back.
Yes, he is playing as attacking left-back. I think, in fairness, some people had seen Guardiola play left-back as well. I think he had played it for Croatia, and maybe at times for Leipzig. But when he started the season, people said, no, you need to keep him central. But as the season's progressed, the way they sort of play the role has as well. Yeah. I think his ability to bomb forward down that side is different to Kyle Walker on the other side, who maybe stays back a bit more. Yeah. But this is a goal scorer. You know, I think he scored 4 goals, which is the highest of a fullback this season alongside of Ben White.
I love goal scoring fullback.
Yeah, I bet you do. So I think that, you know, that is the innovation of Guardiola. I think as every year passes by, you can see that this year is always different to the year before, and that's credit to the innovation that's required to be successful.
And then, you know, the players that he's got, they don't just play one position, do they? He's got like 8, 10 players that play 2, 3, 4 positions, and they don't look out of place.
I think the best thing about that, in my perspective, is that some of those players didn't know they could play those positions until they're coached and asked to do that, and then when they do it really well.
Okay, well, last season, Manchester City were only the second ever English side to win the FA Cup, the Premier League and Champions League. The first English side to ever do it, yeah, you guessed it, Manchester United, some 25 years ago.
Manchester in the 90s was a brilliant time.
I think it's the golden period. Felt as if Manchester was the centre of the universe.
The bands were fumbling below the surface.
When you tune in Hacienda was incredible. It just felt like every time there was something on TV, it was about us.
The city itself was changing, everything was moving forward. It felt like a special time, and the football just epitomised that. Going into that season, Arsenal had done double.
Yeah, you did think we had to up our game a bit here.
A lot of people looking at it going, oh well, this is Arsenal's time now. There was a real sense that this could be the end of an era. Players were leaving like Cantona, and then we signed Dwight York. Like, what's he going to do? I think Fergie had a bit to prove that season. We had a little bit of a wobble start. A few games at the beginning we struggled.
The FA Cup against Liverpool.
That game against Liverpool. The Liverpool game felt like a moment.
You began to feel something was happening.
And from then on, we just began to sort of keep going and getting these big wins, last minute wins.
My favourite memory of '99 has to be the semi-final.
What a night that was.
It was like an opera on the pitch.
And then penalty. And I admit, I was gutted. I went down to the back of the stand. I was ready to leave. I was waiting for the Arsenal fans to cheer. And I heard a different type of cheer.
Gibbs was charging down. I don't think it was a long pass.
Ryan gets his pass, Pass Dixon!
Ryan comes up with the goal of the season, doesn't he?
Oh my God, what have I just witnessed?
I ran back up the stairs and pretended to watch it.
I literally just dived through over the hoardings.
One of the stewards grabbed hold of me and said, "You're not allowed down there." I said, "Oh, go on, let this granny go on." He went, "Go on then."
Nobody spoke about a treble until 3 games to go.
10 days in there.
Those 10 days, it's mad.
The 3 games from greatness.
That's all we thought about for 10 days. Wherever you went, do you think they'll do it? Do you think they'll do it?
I just remember being nervous, constantly nervous. I remember being at the Spurs game where Spurs took the lead.
How did he stand that game? And everyone was just thinking, for every single one of us was Alex Ferguson, every single one of us was Alex Ferguson. Then when we got the equaliser, you're then thinking, right.
The difference between United and Arsenal that season was absolutely minuscule. And they pushed the United side so close, all the way to the wire. They were a well-worthy opponent.
Once the Spurs game was won and the league was won, that felt like a massive relief.
So right, you've won the Prem, it's Wembley next. I hope these aren't going to be as Newcastle, which we just obliterated.
Solskjaer and Sheringham and set up the ball, scores!
Really, Newcastle were a bit disappointing in that game.
Now they're thinking about Wednesday and Barcelona.
Sue phoned me and said, "Do you fancy going to Barcelona?" And I went, "Yeah." Said, "I don't care how much it is. Book it."
Final against Bayern Munich, I've never seen anything like that. I was here in Manchester and we was all in the local pub.
We just weren't playing well. Bayern Munich were all over us. They scored first.
Go to Barcelona and everything that has worked all season no longer works.
You know, the longer the game went on, it's like, it's not going to happen.
And then said he scored.
When we got the first goal, I was jumping about, I lost my glasses.
And then I can remember a mate saying, as soon as you got the second corner, we're getting another one here.
When you see him hit it, the crowd just absolutely erupted.
It was just an explosion.
I was just screaming. I was like, we won the treble. Everybody was just hugging, crying.
And I was still celebrating Teddy Sheringham's goal, and I remember looking up, I think we were all rolling on the floor still going, hang on a minute, did Ollie score?
Honestly, I can't tell you how good it was. what an achievement to be the first. It does seem like the mountain too high, but with Sir Alex Ferguson, they'll believe do anything.
It probably was the best stage the city's ever had. I've never hugged so many people in all my life.
You could hear all the celebrations going off and you do.
Me and my pal were up the roadside and we were level with the players. It was just phenomenal, it really was. It was just the pride I've never seen so any.
I'm still on a high now for thinking about it.
It's a dream come true.
They're the best team in the whole wide world.
Always going to do it. Brilliant. Fantastic.
I'd accepted we were going to lose the game, and I just needed a miracle. And of course we got one.
What's the difference of being a Manchester United fan in 1999 compared to being a Manchester United fan now?
If I hadn't seen such riches, I could live with being poor.
I wouldn't swap that United team for any team because what I care about is the memories and how it made me feel. That's the most important thing.
We've got City that we know are really successful at the minute, but there was something about that team that was different.
It would have been laughable to suggest City would be in this position.
Are you looking forward to the FA Cup final?
No.
Nope.
I know.
No, not really, no, because I expect City to win.
You've got to have a little bit of faith, haven't you? And as we saw in '99, you just never know. Every time you think Manchester United have done, we surprise everyone, so why can't we surprise everyone in the FA Cup final?
Some really special memories right there. And we've got a new location and we've got a new guest. Yes, it is football expert and editor of United We Stand, Andy Mitten, and I suppose Manchester United expert, Andy. Looking at those memories, they are really special, but I think we have to start with, obviously, the story that's circulating at the moment about Erik ten Hag possibly getting the sack no matter what the result will be here today. What have you been hearing?
It's not ideal, is it? It's a cup final. I think we should be respectful of a manager who's in his job, who's done well to get the team to a cup final, knocking out big sides like Liverpool along the way, and that's what the fans will be thinking about when that game starts. And it's unfortunate. I don't even like the fact we're talking about it, but I understand, and I'm a journalist myself, that we have to talk about it. And Erik ten Hag splits Manchester United's fan base.
He does?
Yeah. I've argued with myself about it. I feel conflicted. Should he stay? Should he go? I think he's a good person, he's a good coach, but this season's been awful.
Well, I think it's been over 10 years now since Alex Ferguson retired, and Manchester United, we keep talking about this transition period. Do you see an end sight?
Not really. You always think that the new manager's going to come in and everything's going to be great, or now it's the new part owners, and I think the optimist in any football fan feels that, from the start of next season, Manchester United are going to start winning, whoever is in charge. And there won't be any injuries, but football and life doesn't work like that. It's gone on for far too long. It's over a decade now. There's been fleeting success, but the team has punched well below its weight. It's a huge football club with a global support, and I don't know any Manchester United fan who thinks they've got a divine right to win anything. And when I was growing up, I dreamed of seeing my team win one league title. So we've been spoiled rotten, but it's not been good enough. It has to improve, and I think it will improve.
I could hear the pain in his voice there, to be honest.
I didn't want to say anything.
Listen, this is very emotional.
At the same time, as he was hitting the
No, off camera, I would never do that. But in regards of ten Hag, you say he splits opinion. If he is to leave, then what would the fan base actually want, and what do you reckon the right decision would be for the football club?
Well, they'd like a manager who stays for more than 2 years. I think fans are sick of this cycle of big-name managers coming in and having a little bit of success, a good season, a bad season, some sort of continuity. And that's the case for ten Hag right now, because he has had a horrendous injury.
You say the only case, or?
No, I think he's a good coach. He's a decent person. I think he's an honest person. I think he wanted to stay, or wants to stay in the job. And I mix him a tenses here because I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I really hope he gets a win today. The fans will totally be behind him. It was really awful in 2016 when Louis van Gaal won the cup and found out later that night that he'd lost his job. But Ineos have made changes, will continue to make more changes. They want Manchester United to be successful again. That's what every fan wants as well. But Ten Hag's stock is not on the floor. There's a lot of people backing him, and I backed him, and I'm glad that I did.
So what do the club need to do then? You know the club very well, you know the fans very well. What do they need to do then to get back to where they need to be? Where City are, where Liverpool are, where Arsenal are?
Well, United have not been particularly well run. They've spent a lot of money. I've not been a fan of the ownership model. Never think that ownership and the takeover should have been allowed to have happened. And 15, 20 years ago, I was writing about the state of Old Trafford. It's only the last few years that that's become a mainstream subject, because the nerd in me could see that it wasn't moving with the times. Recruitment has been a problem. Huge amounts of money have been spent on players who've not justified their billing. And yes, Manchester United will always be held to ransom, but they've lost position as top dogs now. There's not that clamour from players, I really want to play for this club. So they've got to work a bit harder to attract players. But it's still very attractive. You've seen some of the players coming in. It's just been a bit of a mishmash. It's a failure to get into the Champions League, then they spend big and bring in a Casemiro and a Varane, and they get to a point and then they slip back down. And you wonder if people are thinking beyond. You know, people have tried, they've really tried hard. The people who've left as well, and a lot of good people have done their best for the club, but it just hasn't worked out. And rivals, such as City, with a very concentrated power base, have been ruthless and successful.
Very noisy. Andy, how does it feel for fans, especially coming into this, seeing all the great memories of Manchester United, to come into games like this now and be the underdog?
Well, they come. They go every single game. Demand for tickets has never been higher, which is bizarre, given this isn't a vintage team. It was a hard ticket today. You saw at Palace a few weeks ago when the team got battered. The away fans stayed behind. As a night game, it's difficult to get back to Manchester from South London. The fans will be there through thick and thin. They're proud to support their team. They won't mind it getting a bit better, but I think fans of every football club in the world would say similar things, unless you know Manchester City at the moment. It's been trying. A negative goal difference, losing 5 games in December, winning 1 Champions League game out of 6. That's just not good enough for Manchester United. And these aren't fans who are spoiled. These are fans who've got reasonable expectations. And for a lot of this season, United have fallen below those expectations. But they'll be there at the start of next season. They'll be there today. They'll be getting right behind the team. And they know they're not favourites, but that doesn't matter.
I saw a little smile come across your face right there. Andy, thank you for joining me. Right, let's get over to Kelly right now, who's in a very special location, and she's got a special guest with her.
Yes, hello Alex. I am up here, someone I'm not very familiar with, I've got to be honest. I am up here in the Royal Box, and I am joined by the top scorer in the FA Cup this season. It is JJ Lacey of Biggleswade Town. JJ, firstly, what a season for you, what a day ahead as well. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but 10 goals in this competition this season. It hasn't been bad, has it?
No, it's been an amazing season. Obviously the cup run felt a long time ago. It was back in August and September really. But to be here today and enjoy the day with the family and getting to sit next to these is pretty good.
Yeah, 10 goals in quite a short space of time. When you look back, what are your highlights of those goals? We're seeing some of them now.
Yeah, probably the hat-trick away at Bishop Stortford. That was probably the one where I sort of became aware of the award. And yeah, they were 2 leagues higher, so to go and do that at their place was pretty special.
You're top of the list at the moment. You had some strong competition from a lot of players that you actually know and play against as well. Who are you most worried about?
So Joe Taylor, I think at Ramsgate, had an unbelievable season. I think he scored 50 odd goals, and yeah, I think he had 2 or 3 rounds past me getting knocked out where he could have scored. Fortunately, he didn't. And then yeah, I think I played against a couple of the others as well.
There's obviously at the bottom of that list a rather familiar name. Erling Haaland's got 5 goals in the cup this season. Have you been watching him closely, worried he was going to overtake you?
Yeah, so I mean, when it got to the 3rd round, you're sort of worried he's probably the one that can catch you. And then I think he missed the 3rd round and then scored 5 against as a Luton fan.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah, 5 against my team. So it made me a little bit nervous for sure. But then he's blanked for a couple since, so hopefully okay today.
You did set the pace very early. Have you been watching closely to see if you're going to keep this record and, of course, win the Golden Ball Award, which you're going to get later?
Yeah, no, I've definitely followed it closely. It sort of made me concentrate on all the different games and watch it a lot closer than I probably would have. But yeah, it's glad it's all got to here now.
As I said before, what a day for you. It's all set to be a brilliant final, but for you, you get to take the ball out for the teams, and of course you're going to receive this award of a legend. Yeah, no, it's all things that, once in a lifetime stuff, so to be able to walk the match ball out just before kick-off and get presented with this trophy to keep will be amazing for me and my family. Yeah. Well, keep your hands off it for now. You are going to get your hands on it later. JJ, thank you so much for joining us. Alex, further proof once again that the FA Cup isn't just about the teams at the very top of English football.
You're sure, right, Kelly. The sun is coming out here at Wembley. It's feeling more and more like cup final day. Well, Daniel Khan has been up and down the country this season, sampling the best matchday food for a BBC Sport Digital series. And it's only right, being here at Wembley, he did the same. But this time he's got some help with a couple of his mates.
This is a master at work. That's heritage. This is Game Day Gourmet, the FA Cup Final Special.
It's an all-Manchester affair again at Wembley, so I brought along two mates to show them how to eat around here ahead of the big game. Meet United fan Flex and City fan Steve.
Now first up, I know I said I wasn't going to bring you guys to any burger vans, but seriously, these guys are smashing it. Well boys, thanks for joining me. You know, we're doing game day a little bit more differently, you know. But I wanted to ask, like, what is your regular food football routine? When you're on your way to a game, what do you get up to?
No, that's why I'm really excited to do this, man. Being a United fan, it's not easy. So if we can have food to help us through it, let's do it.
Yeah. Well, being a City fan, like, this would be like a cherry on top of the cherry on top of the cherry, you know?
It makes me sick.
We had our time. What should be this? It's literally like watching an artist paint something.
Look at this smash.
Yeah.
That's like sort of smash.
And he cooks stuff at the...
Look how black it's got there. This is a master at work. Look at him. Burgers for breakfast.
Cheers. Right.
Right, honestly.
Like, in life, everyone talks about... Everyone talks about all this fancy food. There's a reason burgers are some of the most popular food in the world. You would have done this well. There's nothing better than this in food, really. Like, what more could you ask for?
If this was a player, past or present, who would it be and why?
It's a smooth taste, smooth pepper. It's got a little bit of zinc.
Oh.
Eric Cantona.
No, he's just described. Yaya Toure. Yaya Toure. It's powerful, it's elegant, it's perfect, it's so perfectly crafted.
Now from smash burgers to India's answer to the chip butty, we're getting transported to the streets of Mumbai in minutes.
One of the best things that we get in the streets of Mumbai is the vada pav.
So basically, vada pav is kind of a sandwich. We call bun as a pav, in which we keep like mashed potatoes filling with chutneys in it, which is like sweet chutney, spicy chutney.
Do you know what chip butty is?
No.
Well lads, listen, you know, big game at Wembley. But listen, we've got to get down to business first. We ready to build our own vada pav?
Mine's not looking like the Rupert Old Trafford. Mine's going to be sealed, proper, all ready to eat.
The first chutney is the green chutney. Coriander and chili, yeah. Now we've got imli, tamarind chutney. I could have done it for you, but I just want us all to, you know?
Make them work for it.
Oh, yeah.
Hold everything down. Make them actually have to work for it.
Do you know what I love as well? Even if we're coming together for something, the Manchester rivalry precedes above everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can't do it on the pitch. So every single time I get the chance to do it off the pitch, it must be done.
Well, boys, here's to the FA Cup final.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Alright, see this. The flavours.
I feel like that is a perfect example.
Oh, goosebumps, man. It's that good.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's not just sitting week in, week out, he's got goosebumps from this. We've done a lot of savoury, it's time for a sweet finish at Breadheads. And obviously in the shadows of Wembley, we've got to look ahead to the big game. And no matter how many times United are now the underdogs, it just does seem that big fight energy about it.
I think it's very much because, you know, you got the Ferguson quote about not in my lifetime, and we were the noisy neighbours, and there has been a very obvious shift there because they were unequivocally the biggest team in Manchester. Now City have that magic.
Absolutely, and Man United need to get to a point where we're looking to supersede that once again, because there is in the universe of a Man United fan, there should be no stage of our lives where Manchester.
Mute.
coke bombs and he's sat in the studio.
Finally, he knows what we go to.
He's giving you some love because he knows he needs to sit beside you up there. Does it come down to that? It's about the relationships and working together?
Yeah, you'll have moments where you talk over one another, and I don't mind that because that generally shows that we're both invested in the game and you're absolutely absorbed in what you're watching. But you find a rhythm, and you know the pauses that each other have after a while. You know when you can come in and when you don't. And it is a tough job because there's no, as Anne said, there's no time to think. Yeah. You've just got to get it, and you've got to get it right. And hopefully, we've done a few together, though. We've done a few. We're absolutely fine. Yeah.
What is the routine like, Guy?
It's the old Boy Scouts motto: be prepared. And you know what? You've got to do the revision. I always liken the job to revising for an exam, but doing that basically 7 days a week. And this is the biggest exam as all. This is degree time. It's the FA Cup final and live to millions of people. So yeah, it's a buzz.
And it is still so special, isn't it? There's been some great moments this season in the FA Cup. What's been yours, Alan?
There have been some great moments. It certainly wasn't Newcastle getting knocked out, that's for sure. But I think the quarter-final, Man United Liverpool, and the semi-final, Man United Coventry, I thought those were two incredible games, had everything about them.
I think every round has had a wonderful story somewhere, and the fourth round for me, Maidstone winning at Ipswich, was just, I mean, we were there. What an occasion. It just had a little bit of everything. And you know, Ipswich have had the last laugh in the end because they'll be in the Premier League next season. So what a day that was. It summed up what this competition is all about. And don't forget, it starts at the beginning of August every year. Yeah. There are 700 odd teams that enter this competition, and it's great when the smaller ones get as far as they can.
Okay, well, I know you two are busy before we even get on air later, so I'll let you go. Thank you for joining me quickly, and everyone at home. Well, it's been a difficult season for Manchester United, but 19-year-old Kobbie Mainoo has definitely been the breakout star. Ahead of the game today, he's been talking to Kelly.
What was it like when you made your first team debut?
Oh, it was definitely different, adjusting to like the speed of play, but it was an amazing experience. I mean, playing my first game for United, like I say, stuff a dream.
How did you feel as a boyhood Manchester United fan scoring against Liverpool?
No, not when it was a bit of an out-of-body experience. Felt like a movie, innit? Going into the crowd, I see my mum and my cousin jumping up and down in the crowd as well. I was like, yeah, that was amazing.
I love the fact that he's an authentic version of himself. There's no ego, but he plays at Old Trafford the same way as he did as a 9, 10, 11-year-old.
You just knew this kid is special.
I think he's from a top player. He's showing the potential to do that now. His game understanding, his technique, his willingness to get better.
Phil Foden's often called the Stockport Iniesta. A few people have called you the Stockport Seedorf. What do you make of those comparisons?
I mean, it's obviously great to be compared to a legend like Seedorf, but at the end of the day, I'm just Kobbie. I'm the young and I want to create my own career, and I'm just Kobbie.
Yeah, you can see more of that brilliant piece in our matchday coverage a bit later on. Dion and Nedum are back. That piece with Kobbie right there, he's so mature. You can see that he has that stardust, doesn't he? What do you think of his season overall?
I think it's been incredible, to be honest. Like, given the fact that at times it almost felt like he was thrust in at the start due to injury. Before you know it, you can see how good he is. I think it's not just his general play; it's his personality to get on the ball, to go and try and be the difference maker for them in this game here. You know, he's stepping up in big moments for the team when they need him, because going away, everyone's like, oh, maybe this will be an upset, maybe he'll struggle. And then not least of all here, this game, many people thought was going to be going in Wolves' way. But then here comes this youngster with a bit of skill and the finish to boot, which is just, that's top level. For somebody so young who could still be playing academy football, I think it says a lot about his ability. It means a lot to him as well.
Yeah, I think he's possibly where Phil Foden was 2 or 3 years ago. You know, that sort of finding his feet in a side that could be very, very good. He's very comfortable in front of the goal. He seems to pick the right finish all the time, and nothing seems to faze him. He seems to be able to take charge of games. And I think United have got a few players coming through like that. Nice touch, doesn't panic. And I think Man United need more players like that coming through, to be honest.
Can he do it for England?
Yeah, I think he can. Not right now, because I think they're better than him right now, at this present time. But I think he has all the attributes to be one of those players that could play a lot of games for England in that central midfield play, because he's confident, his ability's there for to see. It's just you have to manage young players well, not too quickly.
Yeah, Nedum, I want to speak to you about Manchester United's defence this season, what they've conceded, 84 goals. It's actually astonishing that I read that they've had 15 different centre-back pairings throughout the season. And it all comes down to those relationships and working with those around you. Do you think that has been the problem, the amount of change they've had?
To be honest, I think it's been one of the problems. I don't think it's been the sole one. I think you don't want to be making that many changes throughout the season in such an important area. I mean, when you look at, say, the team with the best defensive this season in Arsenal, you've got Saliba and Gabriel, who are basically an ever-present throughout the season. But for United as well, it's the way they defend higher up the field. It's the way that the midfield support the attacking defending. It's the way the defence support the midfielder defending. I think at times, the way that teams have been able to cut through United overall has been disappointing, and as a consequence, they've given up a ton of chances. And that's why we say 86 goals. These are things you just don't associate with Man United at all.
I think it's the most important position to have a combination together for a long time, hence what you said about Arsenal. I mean, Varane's been in there, Johnny Evans has been in there, Casemiro has been in there. It's just, if you're going to have stability in a side that's going to do well, your two centre-halves or your three centre-halves have to play together as long as possible, and you have to have somebody in front of them. That is it. If you're making so many changes, it's really hard to form those relationships. Nedum will tell you that if you've got a partner that you're going to play with all season, you get to know each other so well.
Yeah, Dion, I want to ask you about Marcus Rashford, left out of Gareth Southgate's squad for the summer. Do you think that's the right decision?
On his form, yes. He would. I think he's an honest player, Marcus. He would probably say to himself, you know what, I've not really done enough. I've not really done enough. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's one of those ways he's held his hand up and gone, I really need to play more. I need to earn that spot. He's good enough. He's got the talent to be in the squad, but he hasn't been in the eye line of Gareth Southgate. So I would think he's accepted it pretty well.
But he does come big in the big moments. Do you think he's going to have a say here today? I love how I'm asking you that one.
Listen, I'm very much hoping that he doesn't, but then in the last Manchester derby, he let one go, what was it, from 40 yards out with an absolutely incredible strike. And in this game itself, there were long periods we thought, well, maybe this will be the decisive goal in the tie. I think that the problem with Marcus isn't the fact that maybe he's not, he's out of form. It's more so the fact of what he can do. But sometimes if he's not doing some of the other things, then people perceive him to be a luxury, which I don't believe that he is. But I think for Gareth Southgate, the fact that he's able to leave him out suggests that there's a lot of talent behind him as well. Yeah. And it's going to be a real big test for him to see how he responds. But he's still young enough to be able to get himself back in there.
Yeah, it really is. Well, there's not just a cup final happening here at Wembley today. There's one up in Scotland as Rangers are taking on Celtic, also chasing that domestic double. Let's go over to Hampden Park right now, where Jonathan Sutherland is there.
It's the 150th anniversary of the Scottish Cup, and we're live here at Hampden Park. Obviously, the first final took place between Clydesdale and Queen's Park, the two familiar foes here at Hampden today, Celtic and Rangers. I know what you're thinking, they probably contest the Scottish Cup final every single year. Well, actually, it's been 22 years since they contested this final. 2002 Rangers got the honours that day. Stephen Davis and Charlie Mulgrew were probably barely out of school back then. Stephen, that was a big occasion. Today's a big occasion. Rangers very much underdogs today, you'd have to say. Just how confident are you your old side can get the victory today in their hands on this trophy?
Yeah, a lot of pressure on both teams. Both will want to finish on a high. Rangers obviously a little bit disappointed in terms of the league in recent weeks, so really important game for them. They'll be wanting to get off to a good start, and obviously going to be interesting to see the lineup and what players are available today. So really looking forward to the game. I think they're very capable of getting the result, but they're going to need a big performance today. Charlie, Brendan Rodgers has a phenomenal record when it comes to these Old Firm derbies. In fact, he's the most successful Old Firm manager in history in terms of percentage wins, and obviously they're league champions. I'm sure you are fully expecting a Celtic victory today. Am I right?
Obviously very confident. That's the feeling amongst the Celtic fans. And it was funny this morning, I was walking the dog and I bumped into a Rangers fan. His dog was called Gerard, he had a blue lead and he was wearing a blue hat. And he said he's got a new couch to watch the game so he can hide behind it, he said. So that's the kind of general feeling in Glasgow. But as you know, and as we know, we've played in them, you never know what can happen. Anything can happen in the game. Celtic are favourites. The Rangers want to finish the season with a trophy and finish in a high. So I imagine it'll be a tight game. So I don't like when it gets too confident and when there's an underdog scenario, because it can always come back and bite you. But it should be an entertaining game.
And Steve, just finally, I mean, a few defensive headache selections in terms of Philippe Clement's side. It'll be interesting to see what the team news is. The Rangers do have a lot of injury concerns.
It's not an ideal scenario. I think that's been the case throughout the course of the season. The managers had to adjust in terms of his line-up more often than they would have liked. But it's a cup final where they'll try and be available as best as they can and be desperate to play in the game. And as you say, whenever Charlie speaks about the confidence there, I think in Old Firm you just never know quite what's going to happen. So I'm sure both teams will be focused and desperate to get the result.
It should be an absolute belter. Stephen, Charlie, thank you very much indeed. Yes, the Scottish Cup final is going to be a huge day here in Glasgow. Join us for live coverage at 1:15 on BBC One Scotland.
Jonathan, thank you very much. Oh, what's this? Everyone getting ready for the final. Well, we saw earlier how Manchester United made history, winning the treble 25 years ago. Well, in the blue half of the city, they were having an entirely different type of season.
Did you have a look across the city and think, oh, how lucky are they? Not really.
Waiting for them a crowd of some 500,000 people. Now they could see their heroes in person.
Brother would be talking about going to Champions League games, and I'd be talking about Colchester United, York City. The two worlds were miles apart.
Oh, it is a pity. What's happening at Manchester City?
Would you have ever thought you would be where you are now?
Never. Never.
Celebrated for the third time in 13 seasons.
Yeah, I've not seen many good times with them when I was younger. They just seemed to start badly and got worse and worse over the years.
There was a season in the Championship where we had 5 managers in one season.
To have fallen that far was quite remarkable, really, and it happened so quickly.
Past glories have faded, the present is harsh and unforgiving.
Can we do this anymore? Can we traipse around all these grounds in the old third division?
You know what? This will probably do us good.
We've just got to stop whinging and whining and get on with it.
It was like mid-table in Division 2, and I thought we're never going to go back up.
The pinnacle was York away.
We was awful, but being part of that group of away fans was amazing, brilliant times.
It's almost become a cult thing now. You know, we know we're bad, but we're turning up to watch it.
For some Manchester City fans, Wembley will be a whole new experience.
It was one of the most pivotal games in Manchester City's history.
It's like it being punched in the stomach.
Shooting at 2, City 0.
Typical City again, this is what they do to you.
People were leaving.
I know it's one of them that walks out. We just got on Wembley Way with a big rule go up.
It was like, too little, too late, this.
Why have we scored now? What's the point?
We all ran back in and ended up right behind the goal.
It was the last time I ever prayed about football. I said I'd never do it again. I used all my lives up in that one.
That goal to me second only to the Aguero goal.
Everyone was going bonkers.
City are promoted to the first division.
It didn't matter to City fans that United won the treble. We beat Gillingham at Wembley, and that was worth more than a treble for City. The players lined up, and they bowed to the fans.
That day in '99 just paved the way for what we've got now.
You don't expect it, but someone's seen the potential there, what it could be like.
The new owners of Manchester City are setting their sights on winning the Premier League.
It turns to Aguero!
We did that the hard way as well, didn't we? I don't know. It's just gone on the leaps and bounds now. Who'd have thought?
The funny thing is we've won the treble. United are doing what we were doing back in '99, buying every player, sacking the manager. You have to pinch yourself sometimes. One way continue.
I hate derby days. Anything can happen on derby day. It's like a cup final. Well, now we've got a derby day and a cup final all in one.
I think it could be a closer game than many people think.
Being a City fan, I never take anything for granted.
They were lucky against Coventry. They were very lucky against Liverpool. They shouldn't be here, but maybe the name is on the cup. However, we are the best team in the world.
I was worried that City fantasy comes back all the time. But when we get success, it still amazes me. I find it quite emotional. Well,
what a journey it has been since 1999. We're joined right now by journalist Henrik Winter. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. After watching that journey, especially from Manchester City, let's talk about the modern team. 4 consecutive titles in a row for them. So how do they rank in terms of all-time greatest teams for you?
How far do you want to go back? You go back to Huddersfield in the 20s, you can go back to Arsenal in the 1930s. Clearly that Liverpool great team from 77 to 84, which dominated pretty much English football and European football. Obviously Manchester United more recently in the 90s, and later on from that great Sir Alex Ferguson team. You would place them absolutely up with those 4 great teams.
And this great side does exist with the shadow hanging over them with the 115 charges. Can you separate the two? And if not, how does that affect Pep Guardiola and the players?
Outstanding manager in Guardiola, outstanding players. We've seen how good Phil Foden is this season, but there are still these 115 outstanding charges, and it's frustrating when you write about Manchester City because you want to celebrate them, but there's always that slight caveat, that asterisk. But eventually that will be addressed, and then we can have a fuller picture. But obviously City deny all these charges, and they do play all this beautiful football, so you have to reflect that at the moment.
Henry, do you think you can separate the two as such? Because from my perspective, I think the charges are in relation to the football club, but I think from what we've seen from the football team and those people involved in football operations, what they've done has been historic. I think when you look at the fact that they have won 4 in a row, which does upset some people, which is perfectly fair, that footballing achievement to always have to be referenced to something else, which again, which we acknowledge is related to the football club. I feel like you should be able to talk about the things separately, because someone like Phil Foden, for example, what does he know about the football club in 2009, say, when I was there? You know, I left in 2012. This feels like a long time ago as such, and the charges do matter. But as I say, to take away from his football achievement seemed wrong to me.
Well, first, City deny all the charges, but if you're looking at the foundations of the modern Manchester City, you can't ignore the fact those charges and when they were supposedly enacted. I agree with you completely about Phil Foden and Rodri and all these players, and all these fantastic players who are coming out of the academy, Rico Lewis, players like that. But that money, you know, absolutely has to be looked at. Again, City deny it, and we should celebrate that. We should have. I mean, I voted for Foden as Footballer of the Year. Could have voted for Rodri. Guardiola in the last few weeks of the season has been sensational with his scoring from left back. And Pep Guardiola, you were put in the top 3 managers this country has ever seen. So you celebrate that, but obviously there is that issue in the background of how the foundation.
Of course, I personally believe that 2 conversations can happen at the same time. But unfortunately, I think, again, this will sound ridiculous because I am a former City player, but it seems as if one will not be spoken about because of the other, and I think that ultimately is a shame when I think both could exist.
Yeah, well, I think you're a very balanced voice on this, and I understand where you're coming from, but I do think you can celebrate and also have that out.
100%, yeah.
Henry, what about the situation with managers that get kind of, not free reign, but they get control? Pep's got control of the footballing side of Man City, and he's made a difference. So Alex had it, Mr. Wenger had it at Arsenal. That's got to be something to be said about that, because when you've got a manager that comes in and he's not quite in charge, he's not quite getting results. So I think what City have done, gone, there you go, it's your football club, do what you have to do. What a difference.
It's fascinating when you look what's happening with Pep Guardiola in terms of, as you say, he is the manager, he runs everything. Obviously he's got brilliant people in the background on recruitment, sports science and all of that. But you actually look at what's happening at other clubs, and there is more of a development of, we're going for a head coach. Liverpool didn't appoint a manager the other day in Arne Slot, they appointed a head coach. We're seeing that Manchester United, you know, with Ten Hag goes, which we assume he will after this game. Are they going to go for a Kieran McKenna, a head coach? Whereas in fact, the most successful team in the country have almost an old school manager. But the key thing about Pep Guardiola, we can talk about all the elements that he's got, but it's that hunger on the touchline that we will see here.
Doesn't stop, does he? He's
unbelievable. I know you're smiling there, Naden, because obviously you said you've come through the club system. So how far do you think this club can go? How hard is it to maintain this level?
Well, it's not been done before. So as we can see before this point, some people might have said it was impossible. I think the fact that they've just managed to get over the line for the last few seasons, and the fact they've contested through all these seasons as well, is credit in itself. What the next stage is, I'm not sure. I think when you listen to Guardiola speak, it sounds as if he's not really looking beyond, say, the end of his contract in a year's time. So who knows what this next season is going to be like. But I think, as Dion was saying there, from when he came to Man City, one thing that I think he's done very well is he's created a real successful culture there. And I think that culture itself will go beyond, say, the club when he leaves.
he's also changed some tactically every season. We think, you know, he's climbing his way up through football's Himalayas, and he's reaching and reaching, he's climbing again and again and again. But he changes every season. He's got almost four centre-backs playing. He's got Guardiola, who's the best centre-back at the World Cup, playing at left-back. He's had full-backs stepping into midfield, centre-backs like John Stones. He changes everything. It must be a nightmare to manage against, because you don't know what sort of tactics he's going to come up with season to season.
And you're constantly guessing as well then, Henry, coming into the games.
Absolutely.
It's what we all want, being kept on our toes. Thank you for joining us, we really appreciate it. Well, there's actually a final going on here tomorrow as well, because it is the Championship playoff as Leeds United are taking on Southampton. It's going to be a great game, isn't it, for a place in the Premier League next season. Ahead of that one, Clem has been speaking to Leeds United Ethan Ampadu.
Clem, nice to meet you.
Scores his first goal for Leeds United. Anthony comes up and scores another goal.
Do we need to talk about the contrast between the end of this season for you and the end of the last 3 seasons?
Obviously, on me getting relegated, it hurts. Still hurts now thinking about it, but trying to take the hurt that I felt in the last 3 years and try and put that into my game, and if I can do that by helping the team, then obviously I'm going to try and do that. Think about the big picture of what I want to achieve in my career, to take that hurt and what I learned through those tough times to hopefully try and bring it into this year, to think about the things going forward and what I want to achieve in life.
As you sort of strove for a home and went through all those loan moves from Chelsea, it must make finding home much more sweet.
I'm very grateful for the welcome I had here. It does make it nice, that stability. Obviously I've got a family now, so it's nice to be thinking of the little one in just one place and sort of finding a home here. Yeah, it has been nice, and hopefully that can translate to my performance on the pitch.
I wonder, you would know what a massive club Leeds is. It's only when you're inside it that you get to fully understand the fervour that surrounds it.
Definitely. You also understand that a lot of people hate Leeds. We have our goals. I said that in a jokey way, but you do understand how big the club is when you're here.
The only league ever present, every single game you've played, you've really clicked this campaign.
It's nice to hear you say that. I think that.
What, you didn't know that?
Well,
you surely knew that.
I've still got a job to do, so it's only to the end of the season where you can think about that. To have played in every league game, yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's something you ask for and something you want. So just because I've done it, I'm not going to sit and say I'm tired. It's actually been really enjoyable.
I need to ask you about 2 changes in form. One was triggered on New Year's Day.
As Leeds United look to the heavens, that's the way they're headed at the moment.
You then finished the season with 1 win in 6, which actually coincided with the end of the international break. I wondered if that had any effect.
No, definitely not. I think as players we had a responsibility to concentrate on the league season, and we knew that. We wanted to change it after every performance. We were in a little bit of a rut.
But that second leg against Norwich, I don't think I've ever seen a stadium where not a single person was out of the team. Phenomenal atmosphere.
Yeah, it was amazing. I don't want to say we expected the crowd to be amazing, but we knew they'd be behind us. And only when we were walking out, we really got that sense. And yeah, that walkout was one of the best experiences that I've had.
I mean, I know that obviously we've got this one big game to go. Do you picture yourself walking up those Wembley steps?
Whatever gets me in the mood to bring out my best performance, whether, like you said, that's visualisation. We know that there's going to be a big crowd, big occasion, but if we try and just strip all that back in and just play a game itself, then yeah, I think we can have a lot of confidence.
Dean, what a game that is going to be tomorrow, especially so much at stake. Yes, getting into the Premier League, the financial rewards that come with that also.
Huge game, great day out for the fans. They'll be here today getting ready for that one tomorrow. This is going to be packed out again tomorrow, so this is the place to hold those games.
It really is. How do you see it going, Nathan?
That is a great question. I think Southampton have beaten Leeds twice already. So
where's he going?
Sort of wonder. Surely can't do it 3 times. So I'm gonna go for Leeds, but clearly I don't have a clue.
Okay.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the one today then. Obviously, Manchester United, Manchester City. Can you part that? Can you give us your predictions? Which way do you honestly see it going, Nate?
Well, this might sound wild from a former Man City
Here we
player
go.
and Man City pundit, but I think Man City are going to win the game today.
How are they going to win it? Is it going to be 3-4?
No, I don't think it's going to be a lot. I don't think it's going to be a lot because of the definitive nature of this game. It's the last game of the season for both teams. It's a Manchester derby, and that just draws things in a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I think City got enough on the day with the bench that they have as well to be able to get the job done. So I'm going to go for 2-1 to City.
Yeah, I think that there might be a few surprises in the Manchester United ranks in regards performance-wise. I think a lot of the players
good or bad, yeah.
Good performances from the boys, which is, a strange one this season because they haven't had a good season. But I believe today, at Wembley, FA Cup final, that United will win this.
Really?
After extra time.
After extra time. We love the drama. Well, we do. I know you do. I'm very sorry. Well, can you believe that is all from us? But do stay here on BBC One for all of your FA Cup final action straight after the news. Just want to say, our last football focus of the domestic season, a huge thank you to all of our pundits, all of our production team that worked so hard throughout the season to make Football Focus what it is. We've had some great guests along the way, from Phil Foden to music legend Sir Elton John. And just another thing, this is Football Focus and we are still standing. Goodbye, have a great bank holiday weekend.
Welcome to the show. I can't believe I walked up this phone.
Hawaii, man.
Cheers to Focus on the road, our first one. There you go. It's a nice little winter warm there.
Chippy chips.
Yeah.
Definitely good chips on the old go.
Chicken feet, have a little taste.
What should we cheers to?
Villa win.
Alright. What do you call it? The sauce? The
gravy.
The gravy, obviously.
Do people recognise you at Glastonbury and Isle of Wight Festival?
No.
You just sneak about?
Yeah, I will leave you alone.
Quadruple price. I would have looked at you and be like, hey, there's that.
Keeping well?
All good, mate. 3 guests, dead or alive, who you invited? So Jose Mourinho.
What? From one rocket man to another right now.
I made him an offer he couldn't refuse, and I became a director and then a chairman.
A lot of hair, less hair, no hair.
One? Yeah. Football? Fish.
A Marvel style hero. You won't play in a team if you don't want to give away possession.
Oh, I wanna go to the
Do you play it to help you sort of relax?
I hate losing, and
I can tell.
yeah. I think I would have struggled with Vincent Company to play, I realise now.
Really?
Yeah.
You need Arnold Chan. Oh, you get him. I lost him off the end.
Del Boy.
Del Boy.
Blanca, Blanca, Blanca.
I want to be that manager that took it to a place, left it in a healthy place, and can come back with fans.
I had a father who, the only thing that he kept inside of him from the old country was his love of football.
When I tell people I watch anime, they always think, oh, it's just childish, but from a motivational point of view, it's so good.
Genuinely, I don't think I've ever been that nervous in my life. Even the Euros final did not touch how I just felt in that room.
You've just left us with a great closing speech right there. I can't imagine what you're going to tell to your players.
It's not just the English FA Cup final taking place today. At Hampden Park, old firm rivals meet in the final there for the first time in over 20 years. Celtic or Rangers who'll be lifting that trophy, the Scottish Cup final, live from 1:15 on BBC iPlayer.
Do you know what the 3 P's of policing are?
I feel like I do, yes.
Yeah, what are they?
Police station?
No.
Police dogs?
No.
Police car?
No. Persistence, persistence, persistence.
That is genius.
The Outforce starts Thursday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer. This is BBC One, now the Saturday lunchtime news with Lewis Vaughan-Jones.
Good afternoon. A teenager has been arrested on suspicion of murder after a knife attack left one woman dead and another critically injured on a Bournemouth beach in Dorset. The women, aged 34 and 38, were discovered on Durley Chine Beach shortly before midnight. Around a mile of the beach has been cordoned off from Allen Chine all the way to the pier. Our correspondent, Chichi Kazumbi, has been following the story. Hi Chichi, what's the latest?
So as you confirmed in the last few minutes, police have confirmed that a 17-year-old from Lancashire has been arrested on suspicion of murder. They attended the scene last night just before 1:45 where they sadly found a 34-year-old woman who was pronounced dead at the scene. Her next of kin have been informed, and a 38-year-old woman with stab wounds. She's now in hospital and her condition is described as serious. Now, like you said, quite a wide cordon has been cordoned off at the beach, and police say that people should expect that to be there for quite a while. It's nice weather today, it's the bank holiday. They're having to turn families away from that portion of the beach, and they are still asking people to come forward with any information that they may have.
Okay, Chichi, thank you for that. Next, the first weekend of the general election is underway, with the parties focusing on the economy. The Chancellor has told the Daily Telegraph that the Conservatives will reduce what he called taxes on work, while the Labour leader says his #1 mission will be to focus on the economy. Our political correspondent, Helen Catt, reports.
The Labour leader arriving at a football club in the West Midlands, here to put the boot into the Tories' economic record and to explain what a Labour government would do.
The stability now is change. It's strange to say that in 2024, but a stable economy has to be the first step of an incoming Labour government, and that is what we'll make an absolute priority if we're privileged enough to come in to serve.
It comes as a leading think tank, the IFS, urged both Labour and the Tories to be open about the tough choices they will face over the country's finances if elected. For Rishi Sunak, it was a low-key visit, a cuppa with veterans in the north of England. He answered some gentle concern about his drenching in Downing Street.
It was wet. I said, the amount of people that gave me an umbrella over the last couple of days.
But no journalists' questions. Instead, a Treasury Minister defended the government.
Inflation, when they came in, was sort of 11%, 11.1%. Now it's down to almost target, 2.3%. That doesn't happen by accident. It's not all the government working in partnership with the Bank of England. But what that means is that now we are now back onto a situation where things can start to improve and get better.
The Liberal Democrat leader Ed Davey was in Chichester Harbour in West Sussex. He was there to announce plans for a new water regulator and to highlight his campaign issue of sewage dumping. Today's campaign visits have had a more laid-back vibe, in an election, though, which is going to be very far from plain sailing. Helen Catt, BBC News.
Political rallies are taking place across South Africa today as parties make their final attempts to win support ahead of Wednesday's election. It's 30 years since the Africa National Congress won the first democratic elections in the country following the release of Nelson Mandela. But political analysts say the party is facing its toughest challenge yet. Our Deputy Africa editor Anne Soy is in Johannesburg. Anne.
That's right. The ruling ANC is facing its toughest challenge yet, as you said. Speeches are just getting underway here at the FNB Stadium in Johannesburg. This is one of the largest venues in the country, 90,000-seater venue, and they are hoping to fill every seat as really a show of political might. That is what the final rallies are about, showing which political party can pull large crowds. They are hoping to show up their bases to motivate people going into the Wednesday vote so that they can come out in large numbers and vote for them. The ANC is still the party to beat, but gone are the days when it enjoyed more than 70% popularity. This time round, it is predicted that they are going to struggle to get the crucial 50% of the vote, which they need to lead or to rule on their own. If they fail to get that, they will be forced to enter into coalitions with other parties. So the other parties, the Economic Freedom Fighters, the Julius Malema, is holding another rally here in the country, about 3 hours drive from here. The Democratic Alliance, the main opposition party, will be holding its rally tomorrow.
Okay, Anne, thank you for that. Increasing numbers of England and Wales' most vulnerable children are being detained in sometimes unregulated conditions by local authorities under measures known as deprivation of liberty orders. The use of them has increased 12-fold since 2017, with over 1,200 applications in the last year. For the first time, one young woman who has lived under these orders has spoken publicly to our reporter Ashley John-Baptiste.
Hanging with friends, making music, posting on socials, everyday things for many young people. But Zara's childhood was far from normal. She was in care before she'd even started school.
I just remember being hungry, a lot of fighting, seeing my mum get beat up and stuff like that, having no food, having to eat dog food, sexual abuse, stuff like that.
A decade of failed foster placements followed. She repeatedly ran away. When she was 13, her local authority applied for what's called a deprivation of liberty order.
I feel like I needed help in it. I feel like I wasn't given help. I was put in a place, locked away. That's not how you deal with someone that's been through trauma.
These orders allow local authorities to take away vulnerable children's most basic freedoms when they're deemed at serious risk. The order was meant to keep Zara safe, but she says it did anything but.
It was literally horrible. I felt trapped. I couldn't do nothing. Everything I was doing, they was there. Whether I'm going to the toilet, cooking something, just simply going down to the kitchen, they was watching.
Zara was detained in a care home 60 miles away. She wasn't allowed a phone or internet access. Two workers, often male, would observe her 24 hours a day.
They can restrain you for the simple fact of you going into crisis. So you could cry, and then they'll think that you're going to harm yourself, so they can put you on the floor. I don't believe that a teenager that's being sexually exploited should be restrained by two guys.
When the High Court first began to issue these orders, it was meant to be a last resort, but their use has rocketed in the last 7 years. The government recently set up a task force, and the Children's Commissioner for England sits on it.
This is an absolute national scandal. These are the most vulnerable of our children.
Some might say, in some instances, a deprivation of liberty order is a necessary resort. What would you say to that?
We might need to protect them, but I can't help but think there are better ways to achieve this.
Children's services say they only use dole orders when a child is extremely vulnerable, and the increase is due to more young people with serious needs entering the care system. Ashley John-Baptiste, BBC News.
A plant that disappeared from the UK mainland 60 years ago has been reintroduced in Wales by the National Trust and the conservation charity Plant Life. Rosie saxifrage was driven to extinction by people collecting it, but one specimen was saved in a private garden, and a cutting has been used to replant it in Iron or Snowdon. There's a bumper afternoon of football ahead, with league champions Manchester City taking on neighbouring Manchester United in the FA Cup final. The rerun of last year's clash comes amid rumours that United's manager Erik ten Hag faces the sack, whatever the result. And in the Scottish Cup final, current holders Celtic will battle it out against rivals Rangers. Jane Dougal is at Hampden Park, and Natalie Perks joins us from Wembley. Natalie.
Yeah, as you say, 2 hours to go, and all the talk here amongst all of the journalists, pitch side, and all the fans that are starting to filter in is of Erik ten Hag's future as Manchester United manager, and whether, like you say, he'll still be here tonight, regardless of that result. This situation has really uneasy echoes of what happened to his fellow Dutchman Louis van Gaal back in 2016, when he learned he was about to get sacked just minutes after United had beaten Crystal Palace right here in the FA Cup final. Now, Ten Hag's given an interview in his native Netherlands saying that the ambitions of those outside of the club are entirely unrealistic, and that other teams have better squads. He also said that the club, the owners, have told him directly they want him at the helm to rebuild. This season, though, well, United have just been a side that looks like it's really going backwards. They've been decimated by injuries. Ten Hag was forced to use 33 different lineups defensively during the season, and they've shipped goals for fun, possibly as a consequence of all those injuries, and they've finished 31 points behind City. If they don't win here today, a defeat would guarantee them no European football of any kind for only the second time since the 80s. Frankly, it's not a gap to City, it's a chasm. And of course, the polar opposite for City, they're riding high after that record successive fourth league title. And a win here today, well, that would be yet more history. The first side to do back-to-back doubles. It would also give them, wouldn't it, yet another trophy to parade around the streets of Manchester tomorrow in what is becoming a very, very familiar sight. So yeah, as I say, just under 2 hours to go. The atmosphere really, really building here. The fans outside are very, very excited, but very few of them will be coming here today thinking that City will be leaving with anything but yet another FA Cup trophy.
Good stuff, Ashley. Thank you for that. And Jane, another big rivalry there.
Yes, and the last-minute preparations are getting underway here inside Hampden Park. They've been testing the tannoy system, and flares have been going off behind me ahead of this, the 150th Scottish Cup final, the oldest competition in association football. And you might not realise this because Rangers and Celtic have played each other so many times before, and it's always fiery, isn't it? But this will be the first time in 22 years since the Old Firm have faced each other in the Scottish Cup final. And whoever wins today will have a season double, because Rangers won the League Cup earlier this season and Celtic won the league title last week. And as the holders of the Scottish Cup, you might like to say that Celtic are the favourites going into today's match. However, when it comes to a derby, form does go out of the window, doesn't it? And significantly, this stadium will have 50-50 split of supporters, and that is the first time for more than a year that will have happened for an Old Firm match, because it hasn't been allowed recently because of a ticketing dispute over fan safety. But it means that today the atmosphere here in Hampden Park will be electric in just a few hours' time.
Jane, thank you so much for that. Big day of football ahead. That's all from me. Next news on BBC One is at 6:30. Bye for now.
Hello there. It's going to be warm for both cup finals today, and there'll be some sunshine around as well. It's not dry everywhere today. Look at the satellite picture. There is this cloud coming into the far southwest to bring with it some rain, and this cloud moving in from the North Sea is spoiling things a bit across some eastern parts of England, where we're seeing a bit of patchy rain here as well. But in between those two areas, we're getting some warm sunshine, just the risk of 1 or 2 showers. But in light winds, temperatures 20 degrees around the Murray Firth, around Merseyside, and also into the southeast of England around the London area. So we've got some warm sunshine around to end the day, but we're seeing more cloud developing as well. And things are going to get wetter overnight. We've got all this rain in the southwest pushing northwards and eastwards. The rain gets heavier from the North Sea, pushing across northern England and to southern parts of Scotland. So a lot of cloud overnight, some wet weather arriving, temperatures 10 or 11 degrees. Heading into tomorrow, we've got these 2 areas of rain to begin with. This one, moving up towards Scotland, should move away. We'll get some sunshine across northern Scotland, and then following on from this rain in northern England, there'll be some sunshine, but there'll also be some showers breaking out. Those could be heavy and thundery and slow moving. The greatest risk of those is going to be across northern England, the Midlands towards East Anglia as well. And because we've got more showers around tomorrow, temperatures aren't going to be quite as high, but still make 19 towards the southeast perhaps. Heading into the evening, we've still got those showers continuing. They will fade away from England and Wales, but it stays wetter for longer across Scotland. And next week, we're going to find more weather fronts moving in from the Atlantic. For Bank Holiday Monday, we've still got low pressure close by, and that means some more showers. It's not quite as widespread on Bank Holiday Monday, but the focus of the heavy thundery ones is going to be across Scotland and the northeast of England. There'll be some sunshine elsewhere and a few showers too, but looks like it should be a drier day for northern England, the Midlands, and across East Anglia. Temperatures probably reaching 16 or 17 degrees and not changing too much next week.
The sun's out. We're all set for the excitement of the FA Cup final today with a Manchester derby at Wembley. Can United deny their great rivals the double-double, or will City make history again? The Sky Blues face the Red Devils live here from 1:50 and on BBC iPlayer.
1. BBC One only. Weather 13:10 to 13:15. DTV terrestrial.
Like a discount. It honestly looks like he's been through hair and makeup. That's from Fast Lion. Yes!
The Misadventures of Ramesh and Nathan starts Wednesday at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
So the build-up to the FA Cup final continues now on BBC One, holding on to hopes and dreams at Wembley, while others have had their day.
Everyone who looks at the FA Cup sees something different. Maybe it's euphoria. Losing it the moment you're winning. Or maybe it's a sickening second, decision being checked, a day being wrecked. It's hopes, it's glory. Local derbies, grueling journeys. It's tantalising maybes and dreams, however crazy, of Wembley. This road starts as 732 different tracks. By round one, there are 80 left. Along the coastal path, a picture-perfect postcard afternoon for Ramsgate of the 8th tier.
What's the score going to be? 3-0. Mark my words.
A famous victory over Woking, 62 places above them in the football pyramid to reach round two, their high water mark.
My name got me involved in football, and in these big moments, I think of you're looking for a little bit of luck, and we got here today.
Such moments are richest when shared with those closest. Maybe those who've shown the way.
Looking back, it's a privilege to have watching my dad play at such a high level.
For Kyrell Lisby, it was dad Kevin, once a Charlton striker. And when Kyrell and Cray Valley Paper Mills came up against Charlton in the first round, it was Kevin's turn to be a spectator.
I'm a Charlton fan from 16 to 28 years old. I'm going to be looking forward to just watching my son play rather than supporting the team.
This time, the father trumps the fan.
Here's Lisby. That's a good ball. It's in! Kyrell Lisby with a big hand in a leveller for the Millers at the Valley. Cray Valley Paper Mills changing the script somewhat.
Plot twist for non-league Aldershot, they put 7 past Swindon in the first round, who in turn grabbed 4 of them back. Remarkable.
Any side in the second round draw you quite fancy?
Hopefully we can turn another team over, that'd be nice.
And in a mid-December replay at League 2 Stockport, they did exactly that. Shots fired again.
There's a right old scrap ball, and it's in! All the shot town are off to the 3rd round of the FA Cup. The National League side have beaten Football League opposition for the 2nd time in the competition.
For Reading, the drama had been more existential than just football. Some fans used their round 2 match to make a protest against their owner. Non-league Eastleigh made a statement too, nicking a sensational cup upset.
Oh my word! Eastleigh have done it! In the 4th minute of added time! A great shot for the little Hampshire out of it.
Round 3. The junction where the juggernauts join, including the 2 halves of Manchester. It's yin and yang. One seeking control, one surfing chaos. They'd meet in time, but first, 2 rivals from even further north collided. Sunderland hadn't played Newcastle in 8 years. It's a match that makes 2 cities stop.
It's a massive goal for Newcastle.
Always fast, always fierce. And this time, it was black and white.
They have been bang on it, and they've blown their rivals away.
Not all rivalries derive from where you come from. Some are about where you're trying to go. In North London, a meeting of giants.
So many chances, they couldn't take any. It's in this time. Liverpool throwing away. That is how to finish.
But at this stage, the cup is about the power of surprise, a breathtaking moment, or a chest-thumping story.
Patrick Bamford at his absolute best. Oh, what a stunning goal. Over Reed hits it into the roof of the net. Oh, what a goal! Estepinian sits up beautifully.
Next on stage, the Stones. 32 years ago, Maidstone United went over the cliff. Out of the league and out of business, they started again 10 tiers down and built their way back to the National League South. 3,000 miles away from Kent in Cameroon, a young man would decide to come to England to climb his own ladder.
Kobe's there. It's 1-1.
George Elokobi reached the Premier League before finishing his playing career at Maidstone. The perfect place to start a new journey.
I said if I wanted to go into coaching, into management, I wanted to start at the grassroots level, the non-league scene, because this is where you acquire all the skills.
Good support, mate. Composure, good.
Where we are quite hands-on, making sure we drive the standards, and then we can help develop the players. We don't want them to settle here in the National League South. We want them to move on and play higher.
From September through qualifying into the first 2 rounds proper, there was momentum. Stones gathering pace.
What a goal! And we've got an upset on our hands.
It was emotional. The emotion there was to see the boy that left. Sorry, I get emotional. Keep me sick. The boy that lost his dad when he was 10 years of age. They're doing something great again. Good boys, well done. You work hard, you make sacrifices. It could happen.
It could happen. Maidstone's mantra. Into round 3, no stopping now.
It's a penalty to Maidstone United. What a moment here for the National League South side. It's Corn. It's 1-0 Maidstone United.
These are moments which last lifetimes.
The side from National League South have beaten League One Stevenage.
Now, round 4, where they've never been before. A time to believe.
We try and do this community justice by making sure we leave everything out here on the pitch, making sure there's no regrets. If we do that, then the impossible can happen.
They start as equals. The team 4th in National League South against a side that is 2nd in the Championship and pushing from the Premier League. But now here they go on a level footing, at least from the start. Lucas, beaten by it, comes back to Hutchinson. Ipswich so close to opening the scoring. Hutchinson. Maidstone now twice saved by the post. Ruby trying to stay calm amidst all the hullabaloo. He's a busy goalkeeper. Running onto it is Lamar Reynolds. Can he keep his cool? Oh, how about that? And maybe something is just beginning in Suffolk. Now here's Taylor. Sarmiento. That one has beaten Lucas Commoner. Ipswich Town level. Rocked out of possession. Reynolds has it, and he's got Corn breaking down the middle. Sam Corn is in on goal here. Incredible! Just incredible! Maidstone have done it again. Sam Corn has done side from the 6th tier of the English game have come to a ground that might be in the Premier League next season. And they've won.
Just look at that. That is amazing. This binds us for life. What our boys are achieving now is history again. And the magic of the FA Cup is very much alive.
That afternoon at Portman Road will be forever bathed in sunshine for Maidstone United. For a born-again club, this was deliverance. Up next for the Stones, another championship side, Coventry. They could hardly wait. Perhaps we were warned. Black and amber means danger in nature. Those are also Newport County's colours. And mighty Manchester United should beware their sting.
He gets a wonderful cross in. It's a goal for Newport.
In the 11 years since returning to the league, they've become serial giant killers. United arrived with distractions.
Rashford isn't in the squad today. What can you tell us about his absence?
Internal matter, point.
And Newport knew it.
Savor this atmosphere. Can the South Wales side unsettle the Red Devils? Can they maybe even create one of the great modern FA Cup upsets? And Manchester United are in front. And Maynard 2-0. And the Newport inquest begins. Back in this game, and this place is rocking. Adam Lewis with the cross. It's 2-2. It's Will Evans from Newport County. Can you believe it? Manchester United are undone. Wow. Shaw gave himself a moment to address it and curls it. It's so unlucky, and it's in. Order restored for now. And Holland into the net. It's been a long and winding road for Eric Ten Hag's side, but the destination is clear now.
There is a beauty in pride and dignity. But sometimes lines are crossed. Sometimes football turns ugly.
And there is big trouble in the crowd here. Serious disorder here with fans on the field. Tensions boiling over after that second goal.
A dark day in the Black Country derby, suspended for more than half an hour before Wolves saw off West Brom. And only halfway along the road to Wembley, unknowingly, we'd reached the end of something.
It's absolutely magnificent.
When Chelsea beat Aston Villa, they were playing one of the last FA Cup replays. We later heard they wouldn't feature from now on. Round 5, and an El Clasico.
This trophy, I think, is the one the Newcastle fans won. 51, 52 and 55 was the last time they won it.
The Shearer derby came down to penalties.
And now Blackburn must score. Here comes Hyam. And it's kept out by Martin de Brouwer. Newcastle have done enough. Pushed every inch, every step of the way by Blackburn Rovers.
Relief, belief, this matters. There's a different kind of history between Chelsea and Leeds. They once played a ferocious cup final, and this too would be competitive.
It's Anthony. That's a lovely cross and a super equaliser from Matteo Joseph. 2-2, game on. To Fernandez with the run. That's a lovely turn and a brilliant goal, and Chelsea won it so very late on. Conor Gallagher. 3 seconds in the 90 minutes to go.
City swaggered on. Erling couldn't stop scoring.
It's 1-0, it's Erling Haaland. On to Haaland. It's 2. De Bruyne sets Haaland away. Bagger stayed down. It's Haaland! Hat-trick. Haaland! Once again. Into Haaland. 5.
While United procrastinated until just before the deadline.
Already any late drama. In from Fernandez, yes there will! It's Casemiro! They've left it late.
Job done either way. Coventry's wait had been far longer. It had been 37 years since that famous sky blue day at Wembley. But since Keith Houchen's iconic diving header, things have taken a bit of a plunge. The dark clouds of relegations and stadium rows have now cleared at last. Local businessman Doug King's in charge, and Coventry were on the up. But their path was blocked by stones. Non-league Maidstone were, incredibly, in the 5th round.
4,800 fans cheering them on. Here's a good chance. And the first goal of the match. Scored by Ellis Sims. Palmer. Good play again. And it's 2-0.
Coventry were clearly in the mood, but in their own way, so were Maidstone.
Sims is there for the first goal entry. Here's a good chance for Tavares for number 4.
Despite the scoreline, the Stones were never rocked.
And it's a tap-in for Tavares for number 5. And Maidstone's FA Cup dream comes to an end.
Coventry comfortably through, but there were no losers here.
The fairy tale had to come to an end, and I'm immensely proud of our players. They didn't stop running for us, they didn't stop running for our community. They gave it all the line.
Fair play, getting to the 5th round is absolutely massive for a step 2 non-league side. And look, they're still singing. Fair play for them.
At least we tried. Yeah, we tried. I can't believe we lost by that much. Make it as far as we can, and it matters about participating in it. Yeah.
Now Sky Blues fans could look forward to a first quarter-final in 15 years. Their opponents, Premier League Wolverhampton Wanderers. With the final minutes fast approaching, it was all square.
Ryan Aït-Nouri leading the charge. Aït-Nouri slips it in. Oh, they've turned it around. Hugo Bueno. Incredible. Heartbreak for Coventry City, who can easily have been out of sight already. No free kick. Here's Wright. Stood it up well, the flick across. Oh, it's Sims! A leveller for Mark Robbins then. And we go on.
And Sims is on fire. 2 goals. Sensational.
Coventry couldn't snatch it, could they? Sims. Right! They've done it!
2 goals in added time away at Wolves.
What a moment for the Sky Blues! They are through to the Final 4.
And Coventry weren't the only ones leaving things fashionably late in the last 8. The quarter-finals were a challenge to the blood pressure. The match between Chelsea and Leicester had a frantic pulse. There was frustration.
It's a shocker.
Admiration.
Takes it in. Coutinho this time. He finds Cole Palmer.
And unfortunately for Disasi and Chelsea, humiliation.
Oh my goodness me! And Leicester are back in the tie, an absolute gift.
Mavididi then levelled it for Leicester.
Mavididi goes inside. What a goal! What a goal! What a time they were heading out. It's 2-2. Long one up for Raheem Sterling. Well over. And the boos you can hear from Chelsea fans for their own player.
Mutiny at the bridge.
All eyes now on Richard Pochettino, who's made the decision.
Before finally, Chelsea found redemption.
Jackson. Chukwuemeka. Palmer back to it's brilliant! Chelsea have won it. Severing the door to Manchester City Hearts.
The draw had thrown together two of English football's biggest rivals. Manchester United versus Liverpool, a local grudge gone global. United clinging to their only chance of silverware and hoping to spoil Liverpool's quadruple. But it was Jurgen Klopp's side who looked to be heading through. They led through much of the second half until...
Oh, he squeezed it in! The Brazilian with the equaliser! And let's go past Onana off the post! Eriksen. Rashford on the run. Rashford to win it!
This one was moving into fast forward. Extra time, buckle up.
Here we go then. Bradley. Elliott deflected it! Liverpool back in front! That's broken to McTominay. Rashford! He's found the back of the net that time. He's got McTominay bursting into the penalty area! It's impossible to predict what this tie has in store next. And this possesses Harvey Elliott. It's 2-on-1, it's Garnacho with Ahmad. Ahmad! With 10 seconds of extra time remaining. It's one of the all-time great FA Cup ties. It's a dream ending for Manchester United. It's a nightmare one for Liverpool.
Those seeking calm instead could head to the city. No need for theatrics against Newcastle.
Bernardo Silva. All those in blue waiting patiently for any sort of bit of daylight to appear between those Newcastle defenders. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. And it's deflected and it's in. Manchester City played it the patient way and needed a helping touch when finally somebody decided there was enough room to try a shot on goal.
Another Man City win, another semi-final. So now the road reaches Wembley, a place with a timeless buzz. That first sight of the arch out of the window, the name from a tube announcement, the stalls selling merch, that sea of shirts. Two semis over 2 days featuring the two halves of Manchester, and completely different characters.
It's FA Cup semi-final day and I'm off to Wembley. Chelsea playing Manchester City. Treble's officially off, so they're going to want to fight for every trophy they can get. But I'm feeling okay. We'll see how it goes.
Off we go.
For City, it's all about control.
Lovely ball. Ferdinand Petrovic, who just got a touch on it.
but Chelsea came determined to challenge their authority.
Chalobah in a really good position here. Palmer wants it pulled back, gets it, shovels it onto his right and pushed away by Ortega.
It's kind of fizzled out a bit now. I just don't feel like City have got going yet.
And through to Jackson, goal side of Walker, pushed away by Ortega. Not done yet here, Chelsea. Jackson! Two massive chances for Jackson, he hasn't taken either. Grealish and good save. Semi-final is simmering up now. Deflection. Say handball. And here's Nicholas Jackson. Kyle Walker. Alvarez teeing up De Bruyne.
This was a lot closer than Pep hoped.
Doku. De Bruyne pushed away to Bernardo Silva scores for Manchester City.
It's 1-1 to Man City and game over. Yeah, there goes the other domestic cup dream.
I invite you in the final if you want to come. Well, we were going to come anyway.
But that was calm blue water compared to the storm about to be whipped up on the Sunday.
Will it be an all-sky blue FA Cup final or a Manchester derby as last year?
Manchester United against Coventry City was supposed to be simple.
Garnacho. By the cross and turned to the net by Scott McTominay. That's Maguire, that's Suno. On the stroke of half-time. Bruno Fernandes keeps it alive. And it's deflected in for three. That'll do it. Manchester United will be coming back to Wembley in May. Almost certainly. Tavares. Sims! That's just given those Sky Blue supporters that little bit of renewed hope.
20 minutes to go in this game.
Right, was always in the way of it. Van Ewijk now. Setting Sims away. He'll need support and he'll need it quickly. Big ball behind him. Sims finds O'Hare. Big deflection over. O'Hare is helpless. 3-2. The comeback of all FA Cup comebacks could be on now. Don't go anywhere. And he'll believe in his players now. O'Hare has another go. And that's fired. And what a good save by Onana. And from being quick to save, he's slow to start the game again and has got a yellow card. 5 minutes to go. Good stop. Taught. Right. What a good ball. And it's a penalty. Handball. Wan-Bissaka is Rob Jones' decision. And astonishingly, incredibly, amazingly, from Championship Coventry back from 3-0 down against Manchester United at Wembley. Here we go. This is it for Coventry. The FA Cup has worked its unique magic once again. Coventry City 3, Manchester United 3.
I don't know what. I'm going to go up in the next hour or so.
But that was unbelievable. I honestly don't know how to put that into words. That was a poor header. Manchester United could have been given a gift here. It's Roylands with Ahmad brought in. And there's Bruno Fernandes off. The ball's still shaking. It's Milan Banewatch. Now it's Callum O'Hare. And here's Haji Wright. Will anybody come closer than that? De Silva finds O'Hare. O'Hare somewhere in the direction of Wright. There's two in the middle. Wright to Tor! It is the most extraordinary finish to an FA Cup semi-final.
possible offside.
Now if this goes through, we're in an FA Cup final. If it don't, we've got penalties to be in an FA Cup final. It's offside, and we will be going to penalties after all. It's the Manchester United cheers you can hear. Cheers, wholly of relief. 120 minutes of football would held Man United so well. Casemiro, a player who's won the lot. Shane! Vintage Coventry City. This is to keep them in front in the shootout. Every additional kick, the nerves and the pressure build even more. Save by Onana! Vinci! Oh, he's blazed it! They've had the tie won once today. This to win it all over again. I could not be prouder of this team.
Coventry, despite everything, left with nothing. They'd taken very different paths, but United and City were back in the final, a repeat of last season's. United will hope that that's where the similarity ends. Two Mancunian neighbours who seemed a long way apart in many ways, thrown together in a final of fascinating contrasts. So some were lucky enough to go the distance, some left at the first turning. And after all the smiles and scars, trips near and far, even the VAR, the road will restart. Hopes will reset. Next year is our year.
I just like making trouble for myself. There's only one person whose opinion matters. Sorry, are you for real?
The Responder. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
We walked into this circle of charms and little toy things up on the cliff tops.
What is this?
Did you break it?
Doctor? Where's the doctor? What have you done to him?
This land is a powerful place.
Brand new Doctor Who continues tonight at 6:50 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Shockingly, we're given a free holiday in Colombia. That's your scrapper talk now. You're sentenced to prison. Linda's all I got now. I'm gonna ask her to get back to me.
You've been in prison. She's not going to want to have anything to do with you now.
Everyone deserves a second chance.
Why not?
We address teachers in the school as sir and miss.
Sorry, miss.
The Young Offenders. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Here we go then with a nail-biting Saturday afternoon. Welcome to BBC One. Dean Liviots watching live with you with all eyes on Wembley on Cup Final Day. Feels like we've been here before.
Every chance got everyone wants them. Closing down the beat for Georgia There's a red star in there.
It's the first all-Manchester FA Cup final since, well, last year. City and United do battle once again at Wembley. 12 months ago, it was City who came out on top, winning 2-1 on their way to the treble. This year, they're chasing a double-double. United doubly determined to stop them after their worst ever Premier League finish. It's Derby Day, the Mancunian way, part 2. Time for the remix.
Okay, going in 5 seconds. Can you look at me, Alex, so we get this right? We're to go.
Talk to me of association football for a start, another final, all Mancunian, you just can't keep these teams apart. Talk to me of Ardwick and Aguero once again, Alex, Busby, Balotelli, Bell and billboards of lost names. Bobby Charlton, Nobby Troutman, Company and Cantona, David De Gea, Nick Doyle, back healing Dennis Raw. Talk to me of all these things and I hope you can agree. This is the greatest derby final clash that we will ever see. It's everything to every fan since 1871. A derby in Franny, with Summerby, with goals by Gundogan. Georgie Best and Fernandez, Garnacho pitching invasions, Erasmus Hoyle and Erling Haaland football teams and railway stations. Noisy neighbours and Newton Heath, the greatest football city in the world. Sean Goater, Pep Guardiola and games of the absurd. Talk to me of all these things and I hope you understand the importance of this derby final within this northern land. Peter Schmeichel's celebrations, Carlos Tevez goals, Eric Ten Hag, Sean Wright Phillips, Middleton's post goals, doubles, trebles, gifts from heaven, everybody knows. It's Tony Wilson's inspiration and players who played for both. A balding Pablo Zabaleta, a football city never bettered. Every trophy, no delusions, won by two clubs, both Mancunian. Half in tears and half in stitches, belly laughs by Micah Richards, Edgley's finest Philip Foden, Menu's balls that glisten golden, smartest poets and the finest winners, the coolest bands and the greatest singers, the finest musical collections, men and women of affection. For this the greatest sporting final, don't need Killian. All I know, talk to me of all these things and I hope you understand what this FA Cup still means throughout this northern land. Just what this FA Cup still means throughout this northern land.
Brilliant stuff. A big thanks to Mike Gary for the words. He's a Manchester United fan. I'm surprised it wasn't an elegy. United's women's team have already lifted the FA Cup, but even a win today might not be enough to save Eric Ten Hag after a season that saw them finish 8th in the league, 31 points behind their rivals, who clinched a record 4th consecutive title on Sunday. And Pep Guardiola's team are chasing another piece of history today. No men's side has ever won back-to-back doubles. It's only the second time in 143 FA Cup finals that the same two teams have faced each other in consecutive seasons. After Blackburn Rovers versus Queen's Park in 1884 and 1885. Alan Shearer wasn't playing for Blackburn back then, and I think that's obvious as they won both finals. Michael Richards also joins us alongside Wayne Rooney, who captained Manchester United to FA Cup success, of course, in 2016. I didn't expect my first question to be about Plymouth Argyle for this FA Cup final, but Wayne, it's just been announced that you're going to be the new manager of Plymouth. Breaking news, and you're right beside us now. Excited about the change?
Yeah, really excited. I think obviously to go in as Argyle's new head coach, it was a fuller process with a lot of managers who were interviewed for the job, and thankfully the club found that I was the best place for the job, and excited to get started and meet the players, meet the staff, and hopefully
possibly sign a footballer, which you've never done yet, have you?
Yeah, no, so no, obviously a lot of work. Yeah. Over the next month before we start pre-season training.
Any rules for me?
No, you want
not
to
doing it, no.
Cheerleader. Cheerleader.
I'll take that.
Cheerleader, okay. I think you first competed in the FA Cup in 2003. It took you 13 years to win it. It's not easy as it has. What did it mean to you when you eventually did?
Oh, it was everything. I think, obviously, I lost the FA Cup final in 2005 against Arsenal. Then we lost the first game at Wembley in 2007 to Chelsea, and to win it, it had that special feeling. Obviously, being captain of the football club and to win the FA Cup for the first time was such a huge honour, and actually took the cup back to the hotel and put it in between two of my children, so we kept the cup overnight, so it was a special moment.
You get special insurance?
You didn't know what
we do. We do. I mean, there are certain similarities about a bit of deja vu about this game, isn't it? Louis van Gaal was sacked on that day when you won the FA Cup in 2016, and it does appear that might be the same fate for Erik ten Hag.
Yeah, it was obviously there was noises about Louis before the FA Cup final back in 2016, and to be honest, it doesn't really. Of course, you see it, but as a player, you focused on the game, and I'm sure if them players in the dressing room, their main focus is on the game, and whatever happens with Erik ten Hag after the game, I think the club needs to be quick on whatever happens, whether he's staying or going, because I don't think it's right to let it linger on. But for the players, just to focus on the game today, it's a tough enough job as it is trying to beat this Man City team.
Alan, you've been saying for quite some time that you thought that would be the most likely scenario, that the incumbents into the club would want change.
Yeah, it's no surprise if it does happen. I think new owners, new ideas, bringing all new people into the football club to run things the way they want it. So it would be no surprise. But I think, from a human point of view, Gary, I think it's so disrespectful to Erik ten Hag. I mean, the silence is deafening from all the new guys from behind the scenes. If they wanted to back him, they could have backed him. They could have come out a month ago, 2 months ago, to say, no, here's our man, we're sticking with him, and we're going to plan for next season. But there's been absolutely nothing which tells a story.
By contrast, there's a very steady ship on the blue side of Manchester, Mike, which is making you steaming smile that you've got on your face there. 6 major domestic finals in this country with Manchester City. Peppers has won. He won them all. He's won them all. Can't see that changing today, can you?
No, I can't see that. I think City are remarkable. So many question marks this season, whether they had the hunger to go again, to win 4 Premier Leagues in a row, be in a final, again in the FA Cup. It's been an up and down season in terms of watching Man City with your eyes. Obviously, we know the quality. I don't think it was at the same level as last season in terms of the way they played, but the difference is this season for me, finding a way in key moments, key players like Foden, Kevin De Bruyne when he's come back, and then Haaland scoring after his injury as well.
Okay, well, let's have the team news, which is just reaching us now as a piece of paper is handed to me. And goalkeeper Ortega has started every FA Cup game since joining City, while Stones begins his first match for 5 weeks. There's also a recall in midfield for Kovacic, who was sent off in Chelsea's cup final defeat to Arsenal 4 years ago. Doku drops to the bench, while Foden has 6 goals in his past 5 Manchester derbies. The lone striker Haaland also has a good record against United, but is yet to score at Wembley. As for Manchester United, they make 2 changes from the win at Brighton. Keeper Onana made more Premier League saves than anyone else this season. Defender Varane, who is leaving this summer, starts his final game with Casemiro dropping to the bench. United's second change sees Rashford come in for Diallo. Once again, there's no striker, though captain Fernandes may at times play as a false 9. And we can hear now from the United side, Bruno Fernandes is with Jason Mohammed.
Bruno, very good to see you again. Same time, exactly the same place as last year. Is the result going to be different today?
I hope so. We're going to do everything to make it different.
In terms of the quality on the pitch today, what's going to define this game, do you think?
Obviously, we know a final is defined by many factors, but obviously I think the one that wants the most, it's the one that's going to get this. Obviously, you need to put the quality in the game, you need to use everything you can to get the result, but obviously the desire and the passion will be a massive thing.
What's the atmosphere like in the dressing room?
It's good, it's positive. Obviously, we know it's a big challenge for us, but big challenge is being here in Wembley. We did a long way to stay here again, and this year we want to make a difference.
You wrote a lovely piece on social media, Bruno, talking about your love for Manchester United, the football club, the fans as well. Why did you feel that was necessary before the cup final?
No, I just wanted the fans to understand how much the players care about this, how much disappointed we are with the season, and how much we want to end the season in a positive way and give something back for all the support they have given to us through the season.
There's been a lot of noise about the manager, Erik ten Hag, whether he will be in post after this game even. Has that affected the planning for this cup final, Bruno?
We're playing a cup final. No one is affected by external things, because everything that we have to be worried today is about winning the FA Cup, getting the best of ourselves for the club, and everyone in that dressing room is full focus on that.
Well, he certainly always talks very well. Here are those 2 starting lineups once again, and I suppose perhaps the headlines in there. First one, I would say Marcus Rashford, selected, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he scored a great goal, didn't he?
1 point and he left out the England squad.
And I think that's probably one of the reasons why he's in there, because he needs a reaction, he needs to get angry and needs to try and prove a point.
Do you agree with that selection of Rashford, Wayne? Because I mean, he's been out a little bit lately.
Yeah, I think Marcus, as Alan said, he's got a point to prove. It's a big game. He always seems to do well against Manchester City as well. His record is very good against City, so I'm delighted to see him come back into the team. I would like to see Højlund in there, I think, just to occupy the Man City 2 centre-backs.
Okay. He's gone off the bench in the last couple of weeks. John Stones is interesting. We've not played for a few weeks, 5 weeks I think now. He's been out of the Manchester City starting lineup. And before that, he was one of the players of the season, no question about that. I think Gareth Southgate would be very pleased to see him in the
Yeah, it'd be nice for him to get some minutes. We all know what John Stones can do. He's so good on the ball, starts, attacks and going to midfield. But I think it's down to the form of Akanji. He's been exceptional this season. Diaz has done well as well. Ake when he's playing at the back, but it's nice to see him getting some minutes.
Yeah, I suppose City have the kind of problem that Gareth Southgate will have in the summer, in terms of he has to leave players out, really, really good players. It must be difficult.
He's used to that, and I think the players are certainly used to it in terms of having the success that they know that when Pep does it, that they believe in him and trust in him.
He's got an FA Cup goalkeeper in Ortega, although he's come in anyway towards the end of the season, but he's been brilliant, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I think he's come into the team, and you look at Ederson, how good Ederson is, but to have a backup like Ortega, and he's had big moments for Manchester City, and you see this moment against Spurs where almost wins in the league, probably does win in the league. So it's so good to have a backup goalkeeper who can come in and not upset the back four, especially for Manchester City.
Yeah, and let's hope nothing happens to him today. But if he does go off, 38-year-old Scott Carson.
He can still do a job. He just signed a new contract. It's been brilliant. The thing about Ortega though, it's just how, like, when he gets in them moments, how calm he is. You see, keepers there might have run out, but he was just so calm in that. He's been brilliant for Ederson when he's coming.
Okay, let's get a word from the Manchester City camp. We just talked about him. Here he is, John Stones. He's with Kelly Summers.
John, it's been a season for you ravaged by injury, been really stop-start, but how good does it feel to be here starting the FA Cup final today?
Yeah, no, great. Difficult one.
yeah, with injuries and towards the end of the season. We know, I said it when we won the league last weekend, everyone plays such a big part and everyone's called upon when the manager wants us, and we couldn't do it without the squad that we've got, and yeah, I'm glad to be here again today in such a big game and hopefully get the job done.
What's the week been like, balancing, celebrating another Premier League title and also focusing on today?
I think it's been great so far, you know. I think we have to celebrate when we achieve such big things, break records. But as you said, getting that balance right of preparing well for this big game against our rivals. We've been here in the past and we know what's expected of us. So it's, yeah, finding that right balance. I feel like we have done this week and hopefully we can put that all into play today.
Historic double-double is on the line. How much of a motivation, how much has that been spoken about amongst the players this week?
Not much. I think we're so good at knowing what's expected of us as players, as a team, what we represent and what we're kind of trying to achieve. I think that's the biggest motivator that we've got, and yeah, today's how we can do that and come out the other end with another trophy, another bit of silverware against our rivals, and create some more history.
These two clubs have won the FA Cup 19 times between them, but last year was the first time they'd met in the final. Bragging rights at stake once more today.
Sorry, there's no United Cup. Steve took it to work.
Okay, pull up your steady bandana.
Growing up for me, the FA Cup was always like the highlight of the year.
It's such a massive game, especially the derby. I feel like it's a lot different to other games.
We used to be in their shadow, we used to be the noisy neighbours.
It's been a tough decade or so, but you always have that glimmer of hope.
I hate derbies. I absolutely hate derbies. You went, didn't you, the day after your son's wedding? Yeah, so my son got married on Friday and we went to cup final on the Saturday morning. My husband's a United fan, unfortunately. We went down together, all the way down, he went, as long as you don't get an early goal, we should be in with a chance.
We are underway for the 142nd FA Cup final, the blue against the red of Manchester.
I got to turns down and I heard a big cheer.
Now we're just like screaming.
About 8 seconds in, 12 seconds.
13 seconds it's been clocked at.
I mean, it was the fastest goal in FA Cup history, right?
The worst start ever to a football match.
I remember thinking, well, we're in trouble now.
A chance of handball from United players.
No, it was not a penalty.
You see one thing and someone else sees another.
I don't think Jack Grealish knew where the ball was going.
His arms up, you know, it's like being back at school again, putting your arm up.
Was it a penalty? Yeah, I think so, and it was.
United are back in the cup final, rolled home by Bruno Fernandes.
When they equalised, it was back to start again.
At half time, I didn't go on my phone, I just sat in pure silence.
Went and got a pint in Wembley's ridiculous prices.
I'm not going to lie, I think I actually probably bought a tray of Jaeger bombs.
As soon as the second half started, bought flares in the stomach again.
Luan, he's got another one.
So I jumped up, and the dog started barking.
Yes,
Don't talk to me about that goal. It trickled in, hasn't it?
Condell rescues us once again.
Once that went in, I knew United would not come back. I just thought, well, that confidence comes from because we'd already come back once.
United put more pressure on, that time was running out.
Football's not over, so it's over.
It's been the top of the bar.
That's the wrong way you rough off your seat. You're like,
Come on, it's in.
It's really cool.
The city of Manchester is again bathed in blue.
I turned it off then. Didn't see anything else. You were all screaming up Wembley way. What are you going to do? Look at new memories.
Went to the Etihad, and there was loads of city fans over there, and we just celebrated together.
I loved it all. Like, you're just taking it all in, aren't you? Because you never know, something like this may not ever happen again.
Manchester City, FA Cup winners. Manchester City, double winners.
That was 12 months ago, and what's in store today. But I think you played 25 Manchester derbies, Wayne, and you've obviously seen the shift in the balance of power. What are your memories of playing in a derby? What's it like? The difference between all of them again?
Yeah, it went from being obviously a derby game, but a game which we more or less knew we were going to win, so it didn't feel like it does now, obviously. And then it gradually started becoming where Man City were challenging us for league titles, and there was more on the game, so yeah, it's a big game, obviously, and City have overtook Man United in that sense, and I can know very good in the City.
You scored 11 goals against Manchester City. I'm not so sure there's one that particularly stands out. But yeah, this wasn't bad.
There was a couple, but obviously this was one of my favourite goals, obviously. Nice finish.
Yeah, where's Micah Richards? So he had a real good close-up view of that, Micah, didn't you?
Company was
There you are.
Yeah, look at what? You always get taught.
Explain.
Eyes on the ball.
Oh my God! I don't think you've been grateful enough though. Because without my cowardice, one of the greatest ever goals in your career.
What's going on with that face, by the way?
You know what it was? If Company, he's a leader, legend at the back. He's lost his man. I've tried to, rectify his mistake. I thought I had it. No. And he was talking to me. He was like, go on. And I'm like, surely not. It's gone in the top corner.
I think we know that.
And I'm going to get into trouble for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wonder if that was the best goal you scored. Or was it this one, Alan, against you? And please keep eyes on Alan Shearer here and when I see the replay. That's not a bad strike, Wayne.
I was right behind that.
No, but can we just stop it here?
Yes.
We talk about high press and all these fancy words we use. Alan, what are you doing here?
You couldn't have gone to Old Trafford and pressed high. We had to sit off and we had to soak up the pressure.
You were arguing with the ref at the time, weren't you?
Alan was refereeing the game as usual. When you think to try and get a yellow card, he didn't. I took my hand out on the ball and...
You were lucky you'd done that, by the way, because you were coming off, weren't you?
Yeah.
He was horrible.
Belly on as well, so that's why I was angry as well.
Was he one of those players that constantly in the referee's ear?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
In a polite way, though.
They were scared of you, weren't they?
Were they?
Yeah, they were.
The same way we are. Your big moment, even though you were on the bench, is obviously it has to be the Aguero moment. Sorry, I didn't.
Wow!
It's just factual.
Well, it's one of those moments. I mean, what was even better than this moment? Obviously, jubilation, fantastic day, but it was the reaction from the Fergie, Bill Jones, and then when you thought he'd won it was in the grasp of your hands. And then last minute that Aguero moment, and that's what made it even sweeter.
He won 5 titles though, but does that grate a little bit? Was that awful?
Yeah, it was tough. That was a really low moment, obviously, after the game, and I think I've said it before, it doesn't get talked about, was QPR knew they were safe and just give up.
You saying they threw it?
I'm not saying it. Allegedly. Watch the game back, you just give up.
Well, QPR had to win on the day.
I think that destroyed them, the 2-2, didn't it, I suppose?
Exactly.
What was the dressing room like after
That was
that?
horrible. It was, well, it was silent, it was tough. It was a tough dressing room to be in at that moment, and you give everything. And before the game, you expected Man City to beat QPR as well, but the way it ended, we won our game, and then it was 2-1. When we finished the game, it was 2-1 to QPR, and for City to get 2 late goals. Incredible. It was a cool
I'm told that you actually went home and watched Match of the Day that night, which surprises me. Did you?
Well, I watched Match of the Day, and I actually chuckled at Phil Jones' face because his facials he pulls me but yeah, no, that was a really tough moment. To lose the league on goal difference was hard on.
Yeah. Did you two ever bump into each other in Manchester in those derby days and stuff?
Well, we did, didn't we? A couple of times. You wasn't giving it the big one in Manchester back in those days. But
what was it? Pubs, clubs? What was it?
Everything.
I seen Mika in Wings Chinese restaurant, and I was in there with my family, quiet meal. Mika comes in with about 20 of his guys, walks in, and they're celebrating. So I was thinking, what are they celebrating? It was Mika had made his 50th Premier League. I was like, what's he doing?
It's a Premier League, it's a big thing. It's a big thing in a big way. Why did you have to say that?
Fantastic stuff. Can I say other Chinese restaurants are available? It's been a turbulent season on and off the pitch at Old Trafford. Sir Jim Ratcliffe bought a 25% stake in the club in January. Jadon Sancho left, of course, after falling out with the manager, whilst injuries and form issues have affected key players. And now it looks like this could be Erik ten Hag's final game as their manager. But this is Manchester United.
You never can compare seasons with each other, but we are much further as last season. We are ready, we want to fight, and we go for it. It was a game head-to-head, and we have to really fight for our points.
Declan Rice has won the game for Arsenal.
From the Wolves game into this game, you see absolutely big progress.
Jadon Sancho will train away from the first seat. The wouldn't have said he's been made a scapegoat for a long time with the club.
It's Manchester United's first home defeat in over a year.
You are in the dressing room, you think, how is it possible?
Another derby goes the blue way.
We're making the wrong decisions. We have to get that organized.
Then stoppage time. Manchester United, they're very surely the winner. A suspicion of a smile. Goodness me! Manchester United's biggest away win in over 2 years.
We have to give the energy into the stands and then it comes back.
Utter disbelief wherever they look for those Manchester United players. A day to quickly erase for Erik ten Hag. 11 defeats in 13 away games.
In this one we are underperforming. We have many injuries.
Sir Jim Ratcliffe has agreed to buy a 25% stake in Manchester United.
Furious! Erik ten Hag's team roaring back. Manchester United slump to their 9th league defeat of the season. This was like the Manchester United of old.
The future for Manchester United is very good. If we keep this process going, we will achieve high levels.
I want to see Manchester United restored to where it should be.
The distance between the Manchester clubs remains huge. Manchester United on the floor.
Manchester United won it, but we make high individual errors that cost us the game.
A draw is not enough for Manchester United in their quest for Champions League qualification.
We are one of the most dynamics and entertaining teams in the league in this moment.
Manchester United are willing to listen to offers for virtually all their first team squad this summer.
United are being ripped apart. Well, they're going backwards in the European chase. Manchester United will have to win the FA Cup to get back in Europe.
Eric, good to see you again. Same time, same place. Here we are. Are we going to see a different result today, I wonder?
It's good that 2 years after each other you are in the final. It's good, but this year we want to win.
How are the boys feeling?
The mood is very good spirit. There's a strong belief. Tough opponent, we know. We have to give everything. A very good in possession team. So it's going to be tough. We have to suffer, sacrifice, but also we have to be brave and to suffer them and let them suffer as well.
The very fact it's a Manchester derby and you lost last year, added spice today, Eric?
The what?
Added spice today?
Yeah. We have to be front foot. We have to be aggressive, but it's about mentality. We have the strong belief. We are brave, and we will be aggressive. When we get that, we have a chance to win this game. And last season, we had the opportunity. Today, we have to take it.
No Casemiro, no Rasmus Højlund on the bench. Talk to me about those selections.
Kats is not 100%, and also we want in that space around Phil Foden. We need strong defenders.
Can I just ask you how you're feeling, given the noise surrounding your position as Manchester United manager? How has it affected you personally?
Not. It's focus on the game, focus on the team, and that's all that matters.
Have you been told anything about your future at all, Eric?
I say, I don't talk about my future. No one has to talk about my future. It's not about me, it's about the team and about winning the cup.
Yeah, pretty tough for him to deal with that sort of thing going on at the moment, of course. But if they did lose today, it would be 20 defeats in the season, which would be
the most for 50 years. What's gone wrong this season?
Well, I said earlier, didn't I, Gary, about the lack of talking from the owners in terms of from a human side of things. It's so disrespectful and wrong towards him that he's not had any backing. Having said all that, when you're manager of Manchester United, you cannot finish 8th in the table. You cannot finish 31 points behind your neighbours. You cannot defend like they've defended this season. I know they've had injuries, but most teams have had injuries this season. You can't use that as an excuse. And this today is a big chance for them to give something back to their fans in what has been a disaster of a season, really.
It won't be easy, particularly when you look at this staggering graphic we've got here that shows that Manchester United ranked 95th in Europe out of 96 teams with the most shots faced. That's a problem, Wayne, isn't it? That's surely a tactical thing, isn't it?
That's incredible. You think about the top 5 leagues in Europe, and to be 95th, Manchester United's been 95th. Only above Sheffield United is. It's incredible. I never thought I'd see that in my lifetime.
Yeah. What do you think that's happened?
I've said it before. I think the players they play a lot as individuals, and today they have to play as a team to narrow the space, be compact, be hard to beat, and they haven't been that all season. So they're going to have to do something today, which they haven't done all season, if they want to get anything out of the game.
I think I've seen you do analysis, both of you, many times on how Manchester United are so open in midfield.
Yeah, they are, but a little bit of an excuse for Ten Hag. If you've got 15 times in all comps, you're changing your centre-backs, partnership, it's always going to be tough. Your centre-back is the basis to go off, and when you're constantly changing it, and then you've got no protection in midfield, it's always going to be difficult. I agree with you in terms of, at times, they look like a team full of individuals. There's no real structure. Man City can make changes to their team, but they all know what they're going to do, even with different attributes. The difference with Man United, team players come in, and you don't know what you're going to get from them. I think that is the difference.
Signings haven't worked either, have they?
No.
I mean, when you're spending the type of money that they have on several players, then a lot of those players haven't turned up this season for it.
No, it's very true. Man management has been a little bit of an issue. I mean, he's had difficult things to deal with over his tenure.
Yeah, he has, and you go back to Cristiano Ronaldo, with how that was dealt with, rightly or wrongly. And then there's been other issues with different players, Sancho. So he's had to deal with that, but you have Manchester United, these are things you have to deal with, and if you're not playing in the team, players are upset, you have to deal with it. So it's
you name me a manager that doesn't have to deal with big problems inside a football club. Some get out into the public domain, some don't. As a manager, you have to handle that.
I'll give you one now. Wayne Rooney at Plymouth. Wait till tomorrow.
I think that was the Sancho one. I think that being so public obviously didn't help as well.
Yeah, and it just backfired in that respect, hasn't it?
You must know the players in that dressing room, though, Wayne. Who are the leaders in this dressing room for Man United? We've talked so much about they've got no leaders, but
I only know 2 or 3 of them who left in the dressing room, and obviously Johnny Evans, who's come back in. Johnny's a leader, but realistically, Johnny shouldn't be playing for Manchester United now at this stage of his career. So, and Luke Shaw, who I play with. So, I think the players in that, for me, I struggle to see a leader. I think Bruno is a leader. I think he.
What does actually leading mean? How would you describe yourself as a leader by your brilliance probably on the pitch? But what does it entail?
Understanding, being able to take criticism and handle that and accept that as part of the game. Being brave when things aren't going against you. Football's an easy game when it's going well for you. You see all the players turn up and give me the ball, but you find out who your real characters are when it's going poorly for you, when the crowd are moaning at you, when the media's moaning at you. Then you see your good players and your good characters who say, okay, give me the ball. It doesn't matter to me whether I make a mistake. Don't see too many of that on with Man United.
Yeah, I think when you see some players struggling where they have, when you've got leads in the team, they'll take care of them players, they'll protect them players, and I think a lot of players at Manchester United at the minute are getting exposed.
As much off the pitch as on the pitch.
On the pitch, off the pitch.
It's interesting, isn't it, that in recent weeks they've had so many injuries, but if you look at your squad today, they're pretty much all available. I think you made a point in recent weeks that you're not sure some of the players actually want to be out there.
Yeah,
that's an issue.
I said a few weeks ago, I said all these players who are injured will be back to the cup final, and no surprise, obviously, the back end available. It's a stronger bench I've seen Manchester United have for a long time, so I'm not surprised that I felt that was the case, and thankfully they've all stuck their injuries off.
There is one small change, and that's that Casemiro, who was on the bench, is now apparently injured and out injured, so maybe he wasn't happy with not being left out. Okay, this season has been a struggle, obviously, as we've just said, for Erik ten Hag. There's been no such worries, of course, for Pep Guardiola. 8 seasons now at Manchester City, 6 league titles, 2 FA Cups, 4 League Cups, and the Champions League. The will to win, as strong as ever.
Who is Pep?
The genius. Maybe sometimes crazy genius. He's cracked the code for football. The best manager in the world.
He changed everything. We know what he expects and we know what he demands.
It is about the beauty of the football. He's looking always for the perfection.
Es un sentiment.
They see that they can win, but also because it's beautiful.
Hi ha un futbol abans de Guardiola i un futbol després de Guardiola.
Jo vaig conèixer el Pep de l'Or quan el Pep va arribar al primer equip del Futbol Club Barcelona. És un nen esquifit, un nen petit, però que té un cervell privilegiat per interpretar el que el Johan demana.
Aquest és Josep Guardiola. Encara no s'acaba de creure que Cruyff l'hagi cridat per entrenar-se amb els professionals.
Pep no juga físicament, no té cos, però el Pep juga amb el cap.
The relationship between Cruyff and Guardiola is probably one of the most important relationships in the history of the game.
Johan, que és el pare del Pep, futbolísticament, el Johan va exigir molt al Pep.
You know, he had a different mindset, but you're considered crazy until you're a genius. And when you win titles, you create belief. The crazy guy suddenly becomes a genius. My father has also this kind of intuition that he can feel when somebody's going to be a good coach. From the first second, he was absolutely saying he's ready for it.
Principles, he could be the same. Principles, they are not the same. Me personally, I was so convinced because what the players say. The players, they were absolutely excited.
It was so intense, so this intensity after so many years, I understand why the players are playing like that and with this intensity, and because he transmits that every single training session.
I don't know where he gets energy from. He also, I think, showed he's very intelligent, because when you're in a club like Barcelona, you need to know when it's the time to go.
Every manager has his own escape. And my escape, when it happened, the first thing immediately home. Home. Wife, kids. I close the door and always I'm safe. But if you wake up every morning and you're going to do something you love, that is enough.
In 2 years with Pep, I learned more than before in many years. Everything what he talk makes sense. You listen to him because you know that he's right.
Andernfalls, wenn du das nicht hingekriegt hast, dann war er auch wütend und teilweise sauer und auch mal beleidigt gewesen. Und er meint es natürlich nicht persönlich, aber er ist dich schon wissen lassen, dass er dann teilweise auch enttäuscht ist. Und
he tell me, I cannot help you when you are in the box, when you got the ball, because you know better than me. But I can help you how bring the ball to the box. And that was for me, that time I realized that the build-up, everything what he tried to do with the team till the box, he was like the genius. And after when he told me, but you are better than me and you know better, that I know that, okay, I have the freedom, so I have to be ready.
Teilweise hat er dann auch Übungseinheiten abgebrochen, hat uns reingeschickt und hat gesagt, es bringt jetzt nichts, weil er gemerkt hat, die Jungs sind jetzt vom Kopf her nicht da. Da hat er auch keinen Bock drauf gehabt, dann ist er beleidigt gewesen und hat gesagt, wir probieren es halt nochmal. Ne? Und wenn ihr es nicht lernen wollt, dann lernen wir es halt nicht.
Positiv verrückt, also wirklich positiv verrückt. Manche sagen dann besessen, aber ich würde eher sagen positiv verrückt. Pep war eigentlich ein Workaholic.
Despite coming across as fixated on football, away from the training ground, he's actually what we call a Genussmensch, somebody who enjoys life and enjoys the finer things, a bit of a hedonist.
In Oktoberfest, Pep liked drink the beer, but there in Oktoberfest we have very big beers.
He was often seen in the nice places in Munich having a good time.
He's a genius. You go into the game and you listen to what he says and it works straight away. Definitely a special coach and one of the best in the world.
If you know Pep and you know how he is, he just thinks a lot about the game, about how he can improve his team. He showed me that solutions can be sometimes so easy that we sometimes overcomplicate things. Yeah, football can be such a simple game, you know, and the difficulty sometimes is to play simple football. A genius, kind of obsessed, very smart.
He's done not just with this team, with Barcelona. It's about maintaining the standards day in, day out.
Challenging, never comfortable, always very demanding, drives you crazy.
Pep just has it in his blood. He's also been able to modernize that football philosophy.
Està deixant equips per camí i això només correspon als més grans.
He's a manager that works a lot and works with his passion, and he transmits that to the players.
I'm a good manager, honestly. Thank you so much, Pep. I'm good.
He's changed how the game is perceived, how the game is understood, how the game should be played. And I think he's made the game more beautiful.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And a reminder, there's a Pep Guardiola documentary available to watch on iPlayer, but let's hear from the man himself. He's with Kelly.
Well, Pep, almost a week on from winning the Premier League, you have the opportunity to win the FA Cup again, a position you've been in numerous times. Talk to me about the focus in your group that you've seen this week.
We have to. So sometimes it's easy to back to the business just to win the Premier League, but we have to try to. So a part of the quality of the opponent, they recover important players and the pace they have, and we know that. Hopefully we can be ready to complete the final.
You could complete a historic double-double. How much of a motivation is that for you and your team? Because we know you love breaking records.
Always, when you think about that before the finals, always you will be distracted. So you have to do what you have to do during the game. So I know it's in the environment, everybody knows it, but it's not the reason why you're going to win the game. You have to perform well to win the games, especially finals.
Looking at your team, Kovacic starts, and there's also a new look centre-back pairing. Talk me through those changes and the thinking behind them.
Well, Kovacic helped us a lot these days, the last month, and I have a lot of doubt. I was thinking a lot to let Julian play as well, so because it's like everyone was involved to arrive until the last stages in all competitions, and we would, we thought about that, but at the end I decided for have Kovac, have a lot of control, a lot of passes.
There's been a lot of noise around Manchester United and Erik ten Hag this week. What sort of opponent are you expecting to face today?
Always have been tough. We control mainly normally when we play last year's the game, but they don't need the special things, to score, because the connection Rashford with the people up front, with the pace for Rashford, Garnacho, of course long balls with McTominay, the quality they have with a young guy Maino. So always we have they back experienced players with Martinez and Varane, with the pace with Isaac a lot. So always they have Man United, so we cannot expect differently about the quality of players they have. And I think it's in competition. The Premier League was not the perfect season for them, but the one competition for one game they can do everything. So we know that.
I'm not sure what more we can say about Pep. He's been a game changer in so many ways, hasn't he, Micah? And I think, you know, remember that first season he came and it didn't quite happen for him, finished third, I think. And everyone says, you can't play Guardiola's way in Premier League.
Well, that's what's so remarkable, and it's the way he's managed to always evolve. He comes up with different tactics, whether it's fullbacks coming inside, whether it's centre-halves going into midfield, whether it's playing with a false nine. He just managed to get the best out of the players that is available to him. Of course, he spends money and he's got a good quality players to pick from, but it's getting the best out of them, which is so good for me.
And you've looked. I mean, it's not like he doesn't turn over the team. He's created different sides. It's evolved. Here's your team that you've selected from those that have recently left.
Yeah, just in the last 3 years. I mean, look at the players. I'll just go through it quickly. But you know, the keeper Muric obviously done well. Cancelo, at the time when he left, in my opinion, was the best fullback in the league. We've got Fernandinho at centre-half, he obviously could play midfield. Laporte, at the time, balanced the team with his left foot. Zinchenko goes to Arsenal, obviously a key member, winning things at City. Gundogan, the important goals he scored for Man City in the league and the FA Cup. Mahrez, Palmer was the one. Palmer, for me, I wish he would have stayed.
Well, I'm looking at that 11 players that's got there, and he's probably the only one that you go as trained on. She says, now I know some of them are at their end of the careers, but
correct.
Do you feel that?
But that just, I think, because he was homegrown, it means a little bit more to me. Sterling, Jesus, and Aguero. Just look at the money that they've got for these players. Over 200 million. I think that is the difference. Like making sure if a player's not wanted, getting good value for them, but replacing them with someone who can make a difference in a team, and that's why I think it's so remarkable.
Yeah, it was interesting, I thought, from that piece on Pep there, talking to Lewandowski and what he was saying, particularly about the art of being a centre forward, and he was saying that, you know, he left the box to me. He said, "You're better at understanding that world than me, but I'm really good at getting you to the box and the ball into the box." How would you like to play perhaps for Pep?
Yeah, and I think that's so important for forward players. Obviously, as you know yourself, it's important to have that freedom and that freedom to make your own decisions in the penalty area, because if it is too structured, obviously the way Pep plays, you can see it's structured and how they play, how they get to the box, but for the centre forwards, having that freedom to make this run or to pull off someone and just to almost go and have a license to do whatever you want really and be creative, and I think that's...
I think you might have notched a few in this City team.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think any decent centre forward player...
You could basically lie down on the 6-yard box and get about 8 assists.
Yeah, we'll score a few, but no, he's remarkable.
Yeah, we've talked many times about Phil Foden. I just want to get your view, firstly, on Phil Foden. I mean, his season's been immense, hasn't it?
I think he's incredible, I think. And again, I think Pep deserves a lot of credit, because myself included a few years back was wondering why they weren't sending him out on loan.
Yeah.
And he's kept him with the squad, he's kept him training with them, and now we're seeing him involved as this, you know, world-class player. And for me, England's have to build a team around it. I know Jude Bellingham is what he's doing, but for me, Phil Foden is the one that has to build a team around.
Look at that, though, his goals and assists this season. 27 goals, 11 assists.
Yeah.
38 combined. And just look how many English players are like going into the Euros. Yeah. It's just looking great. But Phil Foden, his personality for me, because we've talked so much about Kevin De Bruyne in that role, in the number 10 role, but he's found a way to get him in the side where they both can play in that position and be effective. And I think he's a bit more selfish now when he's in there. He's not passing no more, he's getting in there, he's shooting, scoring some important goals, and rightly so, Player of the Year. Yeah. It's been unbelievable.
Absolutely magnificent. I want to talk to you about Erling Haaland. You know, it's amazing. What's he got? 90 goals in the last 2 seasons, which is truly remarkable. But he still gets criticism to say, well, he doesn't do anything else. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I tell me eldest boy to watch him and Harry Kane, because obviously they're different players, but they're always in the right areas in the penalty box when the ball comes in. And for the centre forward, especially, you've got Foden, you've got De Bruyne. You don't want Haaland coming outside the penalty area, getting on the ball, and you leave that to the more creative players. And let's be in the penalty area, be in between the sticks, and you will get the goals. I think he's incredible.
He's probably giving the same information that he gave Lewandowski about. Well, you get in the box, we'll get it to you, and you do your stuff. Carl Walker, he's been the leader this season and been their captain. He's very important to them in a different way perhaps to all the other players, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there was talks of him leaving to go to Bayern Munich. It never materialised. They found a way to get him into the team which suits his attributes, his pace and his power, his recoveries. And I just think his attitude towards being a captain has been brilliant. Being a leader on the pitch. And yeah, he's just epitomises everything that City are at this moment on the field.
As a forward as well, he's not one you'd want to go against, is he? Particularly.
Yeah, I actually had a lot of joy against Kyle. That was when he was at Tottenham.
Yeah.
But how his game has evolved and over the last 5, 6, 7 years is incredible, and he's changed his game a bit, and I think he's so important to not just Man City but for England, because if he's injured, I think England suffer a lot as well.
Yeah, agreed. The likes of Carl Walker and Phil Foden were always going to feature in the England squad for the Euros, but Kobbie Mainoo wouldn't have been in anyone's thoughts a few months ago. United have named a homegrown player in every matchday squad since 1937, and the 19-year-old midfielder is following in some illustrious footsteps. Kelly Summers went to meet.
You've got that real competitive will and desire to win and be the best.
What a player this guy. I think they're onto something special here.
The sky's the limit.
The world is watching. Seeing some legendary players at the football club.
I grew up in Stockport. I've always supported United. Yeah, I've always loved it. There's pictures of me and nappies playing football. I remember going to like a local high school and doing just like with my mum and dad, like there used to be like a group of kids who'd go and play just for fun, and like go with your parents and just trying to learn to play, and then play for my local team, Keelan Gatley.
Tell me about the moment you first knew that there was interest from Manchester United and you had the possibility of coming to this academy.
I just remember the day of my signing when I turned 8, and that whole day of like playing at the Cliff, doing like a little mini tournament, and they called you up to go and sign. So I remember being buzzing.
It's fair to say that Kobbie in our minds was one that we had high hopes for. His character probably is the most impressive thing. Very calm off the pitch, but really self-assured on it. Nothing phases him, and that's always been the case.
He was always one of the better players. His attitude and the way he approaches the game and training are really sound. He's hit a few little bumps, but he's always had the mentality to come out the other side of it, and obviously he's in a really good place right now.
It's good to have a close family around me and supporting me all the time. They all come watch the games whenever they can. Even after work, they'll come watch my games, so I try and spot them in the crowd and whatnot. But yeah, it's amazing having them there.
Lovely family, very positive to not only just his football but also his education, making sure first and foremost we're getting this done, and then football just kind of took over.
We actually went back to your primary school and we spoke to your PE teacher. What do you think he said about you?
I had a lot of energy.
You almost had to condition some of the games just to suit him. Probably you're only allowed 3 touches. Probably you have to make 2 or 3 passes before you can get a goal off.
A lot of time growing up I was a striker. It was only when I turned 14, something like that, that I started playing centre mid really.
How did that transition happen?
I don't know, you know. I think I just went more to the ball, so I kind of
Less goals?
Yeah, striker is good to get around the goal. Sometimes it's lonely, you know. I like to have the ball.
Here we are, the corridors of the academy, somewhere that I imagine you've walked down so many times.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here walking down it and spotting all the players that we knew and stuff.
And I guess the dream for you now as well is to be another one of the poster boys for the academy. You need to get your face up here.
I know. I don't think they could take anyone down.
Young players have been at the heart of this football club for 90 years. This football club recovered from Munich because of young players. And it's won Champions Leagues and Premier Leagues with young players.
80 odd years, nearly 4,500 games with a youth player in the squad. It's unprecedented, it's unrivaled.
It's a non-negotiable at this football club. Youth development is just what we do.
Club with such a history of academy players, to be a part of that, especially.
What was it like when you made your first team debut?
Oh, it was definitely different, adjusting to like the speed of play, but it was an amazing experience. I mean, playing my first game for United, like I say, it's still a dream.
How did you feel as a boyhood Manchester United fan scoring against Liverpool?
No, not when it was a bit of an out-of-body experience. Felt like a movie, innit? Going into the crowd, I see my mum and my cousin jumping up and down in the crowd as well. I was like, yeah, that was really
I love the fact that he's an authentic version of himself. There's no ego, but he plays at Old Trafford the same way as he did as a 9, 10, 11-year-old.
You just knew this kid is special.
I think he's become a top player. He's showing the potential to do that now. His game understanding, his technique, his willingness to get better.
Phil Foden is often called the Stockport Iniesta. A few people have called you the Stockport Seedorf. What do you make of those comparisons?
I mean, it's obviously great to be compared to a legend like Seedorf, but at the end of the day, I'm just Kobe. I'm only young and I want to create my own career, and I'm just Kobe.
Very, very impressive young man. Now, some of you may have noticed that Alan Shearer is no longer with us, and I forgot to mention it completely. Alan? He's actually gone to do co-commentaries bit because we insisted at this stage of proceedings we'd only have FA Cup winners in the studio.
Perfect.
I hope he's listening to that. Kobe Mainoo, you got to go through the academies, of course, at your various clubs. How important, firstly, is it for clubs like Manchester City and Manchester United to produce their own way?
It's really important. I think, especially for Manchester United, you heard in the BT there that you've had a homegrown every matchday squad for years and years and years, and I think he's come in. He's done really well. I think I would have liked to see him get a little bit more protection, because at times he's looked like he's needed that, but to come into this team and do what he's done and break his way into the England squad, be part of Gareth's plans for the summer. Can you imagine saying to him last year that he's going to be playing ahead of Casemiro in the FA Cup final for Manchester United next year? I don't think he would be playing on, so I'm really pleased for him. I think he's doing incredibly well.
Yeah. Do you recognise him, Wayne?
Yeah, the gaffer. It would be nice to have one that's much nicer.
Sense of the word, no question about that. Maybe I want to get the word on you. He's so calm and measured, even when he talks. He exudes that confidence, almost very best in that sense.
Yeah, measured, elegant, the way he plays, really brilliant. I agree with Wayne in terms of, like, sometimes he's isolated there in midfield and gets caught out of position.
But that's probably the tactical shape of the team, isn't it?
That will only grow,
yeah,
you know, with the experience, but it's been such a delight, and yeah, for England, another key player we've got now.
If you were playing for United today and you were up against this Manchester City team, where do you think, if possible, you could hurt them in any way?
Yeah, I think United, they have to play compact. They're going to suffer at times throughout this 90 minutes. And they have to be together, play the team, and on the counter-attack. That's why I would have liked to have seen Højlund starting the game today. I think Rashford, Garnacho, Bruno, if Bruno can get on the ball with time, they have to run him behind, and we've seen that in the league game as well. That's the one way, the only way I think they'll hurt them.
We saw from that graphic there how direct Manchester United are, but they have got that hole in midfield.
Yeah, it was interesting how you set up today. Obviously, Man City have gone with Kovacic and Rodri in there for that control. Man United playing out of the recognised striker, so it's going to be tight in that midfield, but on that attack, on that transition, that's where Man United want to hurt City. The pace of Rashford.
Well, you mentioned Marcus Rashford there. Obviously, it's been a very tough season for him in all sorts of ways. He's been left out of Gareth Southgate's England squad. He might have a point to prove, as we mentioned at the very start.
Yeah, I mean, you can go either way. You know, you can feel sorry for yourself, or you can do something about it. He's been outstanding at times for Man United. It's been difficult for him this season, but being left out of squad, you know, you've got to have that fire in your belly and show everyone what the player you are, and what a day to do it today.
Yeah, and there is Marcus Rashford.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for him to be left out the England squad. I think he knows himself he hasn't had the best season. I think it's a chance for him to reset, take some time in the summer and come back to the best.
Okay, it's time for one of the great FA Cup final traditions we've seen at Abide With Me. Not long now, it's a day made in Manchester.
Morning, Mancunians. Another beautiful day here at Say. But on today's forecast, a Manchester Derby FA Cup final.
Well, the two teams are in the tunnel, led, of course, as is normal at FA Cup finals, by the two managers. It's a big one, Manchester Derby. What do you think, Wayne? Is it heart overhead or head?
Yeah, I'm desperate for Manchester United to win this. I think if they stick together, they'll have a chance, and I'm going for a 2-1 Manchester United win.
Mike, I think it's. What do you think?
No, I think City will have too much quality for him. I think if United could get an early goal, maybe change things, but no, Man City for me.
We're about to find out. It's Manchester United against Manchester City in the Emirates FA Cup final. Your commentators, Alan Shearer and Guy Mowbray.
Thank you, Gary. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 90th FA Cup final to be staged at Wembley. And what a show we're getting already. It's the first here that's a repeat performance of the year before. Manchester's second coming, being watched all around the world. And it's the first time that the same pair of managers have faced each other for more than one cup final. Will it be Pep's double-double, or Eric to upset the odds and give hope of a red revival. As is tradition, the presentation of the teams. The presentation party led by the President of the FA, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, accompanied by Debbie Hewitt MBE, who's the Chair of the FA, and Sir Tim Clark KPE, the President of Emirates Airlines, the sponsors, and Peter McCormick, who's the Chair of the FA Challenge Cup Committee. Just caught our first glimpse. The team of officials for the day, it's always just as much a special day for them as it is for the players, and the honour this season of refereeing the cup final has gone to Andy Manley. Wales and Marcus Rashford know each other pretty well. We will stand for the national anthem, played by the combined bands of His Majesty's Armed Forces, and to be sung by Zara McFarlane. Ten Hag leads his Manchester United players down the line. No real introductions needed. Let us take one last look at the starting lineups before the game begins. For Manchester City, Henderson's out injured, but Stefan Ortega is their only ever present in the cup this season anyway. A double change at centre-back, John Stones and Nathan Ake come in. Pep Guardiola has gone with Mateo Kovacic from the start, perhaps a sign of healthy respect for the opposition. And then it's what is becoming the usual fearsome front four. Phil Foden and Erling Haaland could be the first City players to score in 3 Manchester derbies in the same season. Dennis Haaland and Paul Scholes have done it for the Red Sox. Today's United team, well, in front of Andre Onana, there's a return for Rafael Varane for what will be his final game for the club, alongside Lisandro Martinez, with only his second start since early February. Sophie Amrabat keeps his place, Casemiro drops out, in fact not on the bench either, despite initially being named as a sub. And there's a start for Marcus Rashford, his first since the semi-final against Coventry, his 21st derby. A point approved? Well, perhaps. Speculation is mounting that this might be his final game as the man in charge of Manchester United, and he will play a part in that decision. Sir Jim Ratcliffe. Who knows, the decision might already have been made. Alan's alongside me to enjoy this. If you can hear me, this is the largest cup final I've ever experienced. And Phil Foden will be ready to light it up.
Yes, good afternoon everyone. What an atmosphere, absolutely right. But Phil Foden, what a season he's having. Ferguson, as you rightly saw, 27 goals in all competitions, given the freedom to go in when he wants to go on the left, the point playing that number 10 in there with De Bruyne. What a player, what a season.
Whilst the reverse is true, Foden's England star is on the rise, his is on the way.
Yeah, when you compare to where this man was 18 months ago to where he is now, rightly so, he can be angry, he can be disappointed, he can be all of those things. But he's got a point to prove, and maybe that's the reason why Ten Hag is joining the team today, as well as having a really good record against Manchester City.
Andy Bentley, the man in the middle, as he was the last time these sides met at the Etihad Stadium on the 3rd of March. A 3-1 win for Manchester City. After a rocket shot from Rashford had United in front early and at half-time. Being a general consensus ahead of this 143rd FA Cup final is that United, to have real hope, have got to score first again. We're ready to go. Watch it from the very start. Remember a year ago, City in front after 12 seconds. And it's the same routine. Back to Stefan Ortega, who's taken a fair few seconds to punch it forward towards Haaland this time. Because that is a really forceful run.
That was unlucky. That was unlucky. That was unlucky.
There was not many people would be him in a race, Kyle Walker. I seem to remember he did that in the game at the Etihad where Marcus Rashford went through as well.
De Bruyne. Haaland. Trying to keep clear of McTominay and Amrabat. Guardiola's chip in. Haaland has gone down. Strong appeals. Rodri's got in the face of Andy Bentley, but he's not interested. It's the first piece of work to do for the afternoon for the VAR, Michael Oliver.
Well, he certainly comes into the back of him, you know that. There's definitely contact, and it's a wonderful ball in. Go back to that clear and obvious thing again, though, don't you? You can see why he's screaming, and rightly so, I think.
Not enough there to overturn the on-field decision. Too strange to see Pep Guardiola in a suit. We've got used to that lucky jumper.
You're in a suit as well, by the way, looking very smart.
It's a big day.
You don't look as good as Pep does, though.
That's not a surprise.
Looks really interesting as you look at team selection, look at McTominay and Amrabat and Mainu, and one of the reasons why they probably playing those players is because of the legs in there to try and stop the likes of Foden and Kevin De Bruyne trying to get on that ball.
Still away from Mainu. Kovacic is flattened by Amrabat. He's had a little bit of a mini resurgence to his season-long stay at Manchester United. Hasn't been a glittering run from Fiorentina. Guardiola thinks a little bit differently too. Not just other coaches, but pretty much anybody else on the planet who watches football. Not many coaches would have just casually swapped both centre-backs for the FA Cup final.
I think this will happen for large parts of the game, you know, in terms of Man United having to suffer when City are in possession, but they've got to stay tight, they've got to be together, otherwise they'll be punished, and they can do that, and then they can hit them on the break, which they're more than capable of doing.
Stones. Just threatened to spin away from Mainu, but the ball got back the other way. There's a familiar pattern in the early stages of pretty much every Manchester City game.
Trying to look at stop McTominay as well, keep having a look over his right shoulder there, just have a look where Rodri is to try and stop him getting on the ball and dictating the pace of the game.
Kovacic. play. Walker. Dallas challenge, City's throw. They've got to get that right when they decide to go. They've got to get it right. And they certainly did on that occasion. It's time to push and squeeze. You've all got to do it as a team, not just individuals. He's had the ball at his boots more than anybody else so far. Bernardo Silva. 3 goals in the last 2 rounds, and curiously, every one of them deflected them. Ake. As we expected, Bruno Fernandes is the most prominent pushing forward for United in the middle. Stones. De Bruyne. Walker. Bernardo Silva behind him. Walker is drifted into the thick of it. Just have a little look up there and Silva, you know, on that left-hand side, with his first touch just let him down and took him into the traffic in the middle of the park. De Bruyne. Manchester United getting nowhere near the ball. They've barely been able to play a pass. Well, that's all right. You can be patient. That's what they'll do. But so long as they don't allow those gaps to happen, you be patient. That's what they're doing at the minute. It's working okay for them in the first 5 minutes or so. De Bruyne. Silva will be kept away from that by Dalot. Menu. Now the passes start to happen. Well, it wasn't the best of balls from McTominay. Varane kicks it out to Wan-Bissaka. First time down that side, there's a little bit of room. Yeah, that's why you're patient, because you know you're going to get the ball at some stage, and then you've got to do what you can on it. And important that you don't give it away straight away and let City come straight back at you. So it's their turn to try and keep the ball. Menu. Wan-Bissaka. Time to try and punish that high line that City will keep. They'll have the pace to hurt them. There's no doubt about that. And McTominay will be given that licence as well, just as he is now, just further up the field. It's his turn to be the spectators and chase the ball for a bit. Martinez. Only played since the 4th of February. Only started 8 Premier League games all season. Now it goes on to Rashford. Walker is there with him and gets in front of him. Stones might be confident for that pass there. Well, City have got the throw. Driven from that man again, Kyle Walker. Rashford actually times his run really well with the ball in behind, but because of his pace, Kyle Walker, he allows him a yard or two and still gets back and wins the ball back. Will be 44 on Tuesday. He's a little too slow, doesn't he? If I was Rashford, I wouldn't mind going on trying it on the other side now and again, you know, just get away from Kyle Walker and see what Vardy's like against him, you know, using his pace. There's McTominay. Bruno Fernandes. Garnacho has a little bit of space, but it wasn't a bad shot.
Unlucky. That was unlucky, that.
Straight out of occasion. But that is the first effort for Manchester United. Well, it was a decent effort. He didn't have any other option, really, just to move the ball out of his foot and have that pocket goal, and I thought he did it really well. He put his head down and had the shot straight at Ortega. It didn't really trouble him.
That would have been a goal if he wouldn't have said that.
away running. Martinez pops it over the head of Haaland. Bernardo Silva. Beautifully done by Bernardo Silva. Foden just ran out of room at the end.
That's him that put the ball in originally for Haaland, and Haaland didn't make the run to the near post, which is what he wanted there. But then Bernardo Silva tries that little ball into the back post, and he's defended by Wan-Bissaka.
He's already made history this season. Maybe a little bit more if his team today could be the first to achieve the double in back-to-back seasons. The double-double. Not bad, is it? Incredible. I think we talk about it a little too blasely. It's almost like we expect it to happen, but the winning mentality is incredible for this group of players.
That all comes from him. You've got to lead these players. He's got to send messages out to them. I know they go out and then have to do it on the football pitch, but it all comes from him.
Leading Manchester City out for their 13th FA Cup final. And that'd be a bad omen for them. The record 22nd for United. They lost their 13th. 1995, 1-0 to Everton. Paul Whitehead used to play with him at Southampton.
Many years ago.
Can you remember that? I do just. It's like that dark out then. And you had lots of it, yeah. Guardiola. That has to go back to Onana. Onana sought to speed out to find Martinez. Stones.
Look at Rashford there. He has gone into the middle, you know, which is fine. He's got the freedom to do that, because already twice, as we said, with Kyle Walker in the race, Kyle Walker's beaten him. So go and try somewhere else. Go and try down the middle or on the other side. There's no harm in doing that. You've got the freedom to do it.
Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Roberto Guardiola. Kovacic. De Bruyne. This is menacing from Manchester City. Duran got his head to it. Martinez puts his boot through it.
Really good defending that from Duran. Tricky ball with De Bruyne on that left-hand side. Positioning was spot on.
Kovacic. Asking for too much of Kevin De Bruyne, but he has forced Bruyne to put the ball out.
And again, good defending, because Kevin De Bruyne just runs off the back of Wan-Bissaka. But Duran spots it really quickly.
It's the 95th and final game for Manchester United. It's seemed quite emotional over the last couple of weeks. At the thought of leaving. They're wonderful on a good show, and he's doing so far. So is Martinez. Could it have been a different story for United this season had they had those two fit and in partnership all season?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. They've played a key part in what they've done, what they could have done this season. But everyone's had injuries. Man United have probably had more than most, particularly in that area of the pitch.
15 different centre-back combos. Onana didn't look convincing, and he's a little bit lucky that that's come off Foden and gone out for a throw. Coming over to the right, switching a bit with Kevin De Bruyne.
They took the pick up. One can go on the left, one can go and play in the 10 position. They can both play in that 10 position. Again, they've got the freedom to do that as well.
Madles. Andy Madles brought play back for a City free kick. It was Martinez on Foden, and I think he knew what he was doing.
Just left his leg there, didn't he, Martinez? Sure there was much contact though, eh? I think Foden was expecting it, don't you, when he jumped up?
De Bruyne delivery. And not usually that bad. High line. He was waiting behind it. Will it be Graham? It's a word with one or two. Done the set now, the ref. FA Trophy final, FA Vase final now. The biggest of all. In. It's Varane again.
3 good touches in the last 4 or 5 minutes he's had, hasn't he? Using all of his experience.
For his thoughts. What a difficult week he's had.
A difficult season he's had.
Kovacic. Another Manchester City throw in an FA Cup final that's nearly 16 minutes old and has yet to spark. Holland. Silva. Not by Dallo, who has been one of the brighter lights for United this season.
Certainly again though for Manchester City, wasn't it? Been in some good positions, but it's just that final ball been lacking at this moment in time.
Bernardo Silva. Inside Gallo. Foden.
What's that? That sums them up in the first 16 or 17 minutes, doesn't it?
It's hard expecting Bernardo Silva to do something other than pass square. It's just the sort of position he likes.
Well, they've worked it really well a couple of times for someone to go down that left-hand side and be found with the ball, but as I said, on 2 or 3 occasions, it's just been that final ball or that final pass. Because that side is open.
Carries on like this, the switcher we've had at half time.
In this season.
He has been that once already. McTominay. Blocked by Guardiola. Time for Stefan Ortega. Manchester City fans have plenty of time for Stefan Ortega.
You're trying to draw a Manchester United player in to try and close him down so they can outnumber you in the midfield.
Not consecutive yet.
Not yet.
De Bruyne. Immediately, the United pegs are back in their correct slots. Rodri. Foden. Both teams playing a good few degrees within themselves so far. Kovacic. Silva's trying to take an infield role. Kovacic. Stones. Lots of passes, but no way through this. Credit to Manchester United. They're holding firm, being tight as you have to be, and there's no space as yet. But this is what Manchester City try to do. They try to pass you, try to wear you down, tire you, all of those things. There's another example of what you were pointing out earlier. They'll be pleased, Man United, as I said, they're forcing them into errors. They've not really created anything yet. They had that penalty scared in the early on, but other than that, they've not really offered anything, and that's down to Manchester United being tight and compact and everyone doing their job really well at the minute. Like Ten Hag said this week, often against good opponents, we play our best football. They're not playing a whole lot of football right now, but they are incredibly well organised. They're doing what they have to do. This is when they can and must play. Maybe. Up towards Rashford. Walcott is winning the job, but he's giving it away now. And he owes John Stones a pat on the back. We'll take it, holding around. Bruno Fernandes has sprung into action now. Bernardo Silva. Stones. United getting busy. Ortega took a risk there. Ake up and away. It was Kovacic to the rescue for City that time. And here's Haaland. Dalot slides in, brings down Erling Haaland, and it is going to be a City free kick, but the referee's going back because Kyle Walker has a problem. He's down and out. Yeah, he just went up to try and win the header and fell really awkwardly, I think, Kyle Walker. Again, he did really well in winning the ball back from Marcus Rashford, but he did not nearly put his team in trouble, as did the goalkeeper Ortega, who was trying to play out from the back. Confidence there, just getting his toe there, ahead of Bruno Fernandes. Playing a risky game there when there's so many Manchester United players closing you down. That's the ball they want you to play, the Man United players, because they can smell danger. It's the sort of thing United have been patiently waiting for, but also it's the sort of thing City won't mind, because the more they push, of course, there are the gaps. Absolutely. Well, that looked anyway for a minute, didn't it? The chest match ended just for a moment. Bernardo Silva. It's a slight lapse in concentration, and then as he tried to recover, he was guilty of a foul on Dalot. He was too keen to blow his whistle at the referee because Rashford was away. And so did the Manchester United fans, because you'd hear them moaning at the referee for doing that. McTominay. Wan-Bissaka. Menu. Garnacho. Burst past Nathan Ake. Couldn't do it. Good defending. Good, patient defending. Strong. Not allowing him to get past him at all. Watching that ball out. And Garnacho, the scorer of match of today's goal of the season. And rightly so. What a goal it was, eh? Better than what it was? I think it was, yes. It's been off a shin. Still about the one against Newcastle. Forgot about that, believe it or not. Guardiola Kovacic. And off this by Wan-Bissaka. Bernardo Silva. Trapped on Bella. De Bruyne. Kovacic. Stones. Manchester United now just make City hurry the passes a little bit more. Well, they did briefly. And there's just no space for them at the minute. Wherever that ball goes, there's a red shirt closing them down with no space. Everyone has to go back to Ake. But it is hard work having to chase that ball for long periods. 25 degrees down there? Yeah. Walker. Foden. Fernando Silva, Foden. Kovacic arrives. Pulls it back behind Haaland, and Mainu will beat Guardiola to the ball. And that's how they can open you with the first touch like that from Phil Foden. That's what made it. Until Kovacic timed his burst beautifully. Sometimes with City, they only need one sniff like that, and the hunt has started. This time they threatened to get in round the back. And they did it really well. As I said, it was the first touch of Foden that opened his body up, which then put Manchester United in trouble with where they were able to play the ball in behind there in the run of Kovacic. Guardiola. De Bruyne. Magnetic touches. Rodri. Towards the ball, demanding it. Still wants it. De Bruyne gives him it. Half turn Fernandes. De Bruyne. Rodri. Away from Haaland by Varane. Bruno Fernandes. Oh, Rashford might get to that, but Walker will beat him. And Ortega beats both of them. They're having to stay with the runners because Phil Foden and De Bruyne, the movement of those two in trying to get that ball and trying to get in that space. But the runners at the minute are staying with them. Foden is fouled by Bruno Fernandes. Southgate here watching for Foden and De Bruyne. Can we reach Foden and Bellingham in a few weeks' time? What a prospect then. Two great players, two great seasons. Can it all come together? Stop making us giddy too soon. Excitement will soon ramp up. Let's hope he does in this final too. Kovacic. Bernardo Silva. Walker to Guardiola. Saka just had a problem with the sun in his eyes briefly. Bounces back up Guardiola and safely behind for United. Yeah, good defending. Moved the ball this time with a longer pass, but the distance of travel, you've got to get everyone across. And this is the first touch from here when I was on about Foden. This opens his body up, which then you can see the bigger picture. And then he's got the run of Kovacic, but he pulls it back and there's no one coming in there to tap that ball in. Just for a moment, it didn't look dissimilar to the opening goal early on against West Ham last Sunday, but unlike West Ham, United have plenty of numbers back in the right places. Given away to Amrabat. Dallo. Garnacho. And he held his run and timed it well enough. Ortega's come out. It's a gift of a goal from Garnacho! Well, that's what happens when you gamble. That's what happens when you don't give up and chase it. I just wonder whether they thought it was offside, you know, the Man City players with that original first run. Well, they're asking the question now, and VAR will have the full forensics on it, but for me, he looked onside right from the start. And Manchester City have got themselves in a right old mess, and it's United who fully punished it. Well, at times he's run to perfection, you know, and that's what happens when you're patient. As I said, sometimes you've got to gamble and expect a mistake. There's that run in there, look, you can see he's clearly onside. And he's hoping for an error. He's hoping for a nudge from the defender. It's better than that. He's given a tap in. Who's at fault here? Ortega or Guardiola or both? Well, both of them. A lack of communication. Guardiola hasn't got a clue where he is. The keeper's in no man's land, isn't he? Thank you very much. How do you want it on a plate? Absolutely. The FA Cup final has finally started for real. It's City 0, United 1. Oh, you're dreaming about that last night, aren't you? Give me an open goal from 7 yards out. Thank you very much. Well, he hasn't had one of those all season. They don't come around very often. To come around here and now, well, that's incredible. Well, that ball's happened twice on this side of the pitch with Rashford and with Kyle Walker a couple of times. But Kyle Walker's got back and managed to get rid of the problem. Foden. Cleared away from Haaland by Varane, who's been outstanding from the start. He has, he's been dominant. His positional sense has been fantastic. Bruno Fernandes. Now Rashford, John Stones will just get there first, and he had to. And Bruno Fernandes has just waved his arms around in the direction of the United fans. He's loving this noise. A little click in confidence that will give all in red, on and off the field. Well, every player, every single player at the minute in a red shirt is doing their job to perfection in terms of sticking with the runners, not allowing Man City any space. And then in the opportunity when they've got to try and hit them on the break, they've done it well. Goal scorer Garnacho. Back with Onana. He's not going to save the mate yet. He's looking for Dallo. Quite often you see him make those runs. It's hard work coming all that way back though. Kovacic. Rodri. There's Stones. There's a bit of an exchange with Walker. Bernardo Silva. You can see even Haaland's having a moment there, the ball's not running quick enough, soon enough. He feels as if they're passing it too much. He wants them to be a little bit more direct. But their game won't change. They'll be patient. They've been in this position before, haven't they? 23 points from losing positions in the Premier League this season. And here come United once more. Garnacho, McTominay is in there. Then you couldn't hear off the challenge of Rodri. Bernardo Silva. Nobody's chasing that in blue. There's a telling sentence from Pep Guardiola this week saying, if it happens, I want to be beaten because they were better, not because we weren't who we are. And that's how it's been so far. change, of course, but this is exactly where Manchester United wanted to be, and the game has mapped out exactly how they wanted it to.
The game plan's working. It's working to perfection at this minute in time. As I said, everyone is doing their job.
De Bruyne.
Like that. See his reaction as well when he wins that tackle. Martinez encouraging all his teammates.
Stones. Silva immediately his international colleague Gallo stands in front of him. Rodri. Kovacic. De Bruyne let it run to Haaland. He was being hemmed in.
Just no space.
Isn't that just the way it goes? Two of Manchester City's unsung heroes who've really come to the fore in the last few weeks, Stefan Ortega and Josko Gvardiol. Back fought for the opener.
Well, the goalkeeper was unbelievable when he came on, wasn't he, Tottenham? He saved them that one-on-one. It's cost them one today, though. All those passes, they're fine with that Manchester United.
Bernardo Silva. Something for Onana to do. It's City's first shot.
Most of those passes that we just saw have been in front of Manchester United. Very rarely have they troubled the passing behind, once with a Kovacic one and one early on in the first minute or so, but other than that, they've not been troubled and Man United have been comfortable.
Varane. Garnacho, he's in again. He's got Rashford with him. And Garnacho picks it out! And now the flag goes up.
Well, we said about Man United, Man City keeping that high line, didn't we? Incredibly tight again. Tries his very best to beat the offside trap, doesn't he, Garnacho? He's just off though.
Yeah, this one won't count. Nicely put away by Rashford, but I think he knew. The body language told the story.
Yeah, it was a good ball across and a good finish as well.
Passed it though.
Certainly encouraging. We said, didn't we, after 2 or 3 minutes with that high line that City had, Man United caused them problems at the Etihad with a similar sort of tactic and didn't punish them enough. But that's certainly on for them.
His frustrations and to the fourth official there, they always get it. He might have a few words to say to his players if the break comes and there's been no change or it gets worse for Manchester City. And here's Rodri to try and make it get better. Pull back to De Bruyne. Just his body shape, he wasn't set for that. Bruno Fernandes, Menu. Rashford denied what would have been his first Wembley FA Cup goal. Garnacho, it's Bruno Fernandes. Oh, what a ball! Never mind the double-double. It's a Manchester United first double.
Just brilliant from Manchester United. The way they move the ball, the way they switch the ball with Rashford's pass. And then the way they play and pass and find Minu and then the finish. Just sensational. What a goal that is. Full of confidence.
And it's the other Stockport footballing wonder. Not Phil Foden today so far. It's Kobbie Mainoo's moment. At 19 years old, he scores in the cup final. But take a bow, Bruno Fernandes.
Absolutely. And Garnacho, Fernandes and Mainoo and Rashford, who then started that move with that wonderful crossfield pass. But the pass from Bruno into Mainoo, what a pass and what a finish. Just guides it past the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper thinks he's going to go to his right-hand side. But he has the ability and the confidence to say, no, I'm going to put it where you're just walking across to me. And he tucks it in the corner. Yes, yes.
40 minutes in. City 0, United 2.
They deserve it. They've been far the better team.
Walker to De Bruyne. The champions well off their usual pace.
Yeah, they're off it because Man United are stopping them from playing. They're forcing them to errors and not allowing any space at all. Sticking with every single runner.
Rodri.
Where has this been all season?
Silva. Now Kevin De Bruyne, that's a lovely pass from Bernardo Silva. And for once, or maybe not for once today, it wasn't quite the right ball from De Bruyne.
Well, I said earlier on once the early ball, that was probably perhaps too early, wasn't it? Had a little bit too much on it. Good movement from him. He just has a little bit too much pace on it for Haaland to get on the end of it.
Oh, to have a camera in his dressing room during the break.
You see him going mad and rightly so, because at the minute the team on the turn, but not many times you can say that. But for his first 42 minutes, been second best by far.
Given away by Stones. Bruno Fernandes, who's starting to really shine. Stones got in the way, making amends.
Another mistake. Nearly punished again.
Excluding that penalty shootout defeat to Real Madrid. Manchester City 35 games unbeaten before today. Manchester FA Cup. That's at stake today. There are other teams' futures at play too. As the offside flag is raised and City have a free kick. If United win, they will be in the Europa League next season, otherwise they won't be in Europe at all. They would knock Chelsea out of that competition into the Conference League, and Newcastle out of Europe altogether.
Front 3 and 4 in McTominay, Rashford, Garnacho and Bruno Fernandes have made it really difficult for that back four of Man United because they've got no one to mark. They've got no focal point, they've got no main centre forward. And at the minute their movement is superb and they're not being able to handle it.
Bernardo Silva. Rodri. Coming in late to get the ball back to Bernardo. Guardiola. Rodri. Kovacic. Tried it out. De Bruyne just gets past Rashford. And left the ball behind. Look at the spin helped him. McTominay. Little nudge and Scott McTominay brings United a free kick.
That's exactly what he wanted.
Sir Jim Ratcliffe, and Sir Alex Ferguson and Sir Dave Brailsford in behind. Very happy nights.
We've got to get through to half time. 2-0. It would have been a wonderful half for Manchester United.
taking Manchester United this season. To echo the words of Sir Alex years ago, knocking Liverpool and City off their perch. Today at least, the perch looks pretty precarious. De Bruyne, challenged by Mainu, and the referee's view is that he had to go through the player to get to the ball. And it's not just a free kick, it is a yellow card for the scorer of United's second goal. I don't think you can have too many complaints about that. Tackle from behind, quite dangerous, yellow card. And overzealousness of youth. First half is up. Well, seeing this out, absolutely. What a summer he might have. Well into the first of 2 minutes of time added on. Andre Onana has only had one shot to save, and it was more of a gather. City really need to test him here. De Bruyne with the lift. No testing. Sums their first half up, doesn't it? Poor. One full ball in and no one getting down the end of it. Comfortable for Manchester United once again. An unfamiliar, uncomfortable feeling for them. Haaland. De Bruyne. Wan-Bissaka, who puts his foot around. Kovacic. Guardiola. Wan-Bissaka thinks better of going directly to the ball. Snaps into the tackle, it'll go out of play, and it'll bring about the half-time whistle with Manchester United in control. They've got a present to get them going. Alejandro Garnacho gratefully gobbled it up. Soon followed by a wonderfully well-drafted goal. Garnacho to Bruno Fernandes to Kobbie Mainu. United's half, and as things are going, United's cup final. It's City 0, United 2.
Oh, that's the problem with football. It's just so predictable. Remarkable first half performance from Manchester United, both going forward and defensively. We've not said that too often this season. They've looked very organised, very structured. They've got a plan, Wayne, and it's certainly worked in the first 45 minutes.
I think they've been brilliant. I think organised, hard to play to, hard to play round even. And then what I thought before the game, the threats coming from the wide areas, obviously from Rashford and Garnacho, and the two goals were obviously the mistakes. The first goal, but really good run from Garnacho, and the second goal is an unbelievable goal. The pass from Bruno is incredible.
Yeah, Manchester City didn't really know what's hit them in that first half.
No, I thought Man United were excellent. I think City's high line, we've been talking about that for a long time now. They got punished with it. I think the runs from Rashford and Garnacho have been brilliant. I don't like the fact that Guardiola and Walker are providing the width. It needs maybe a Doku and a Grealish for the one-on-one situations.
We'll see one of them.
I think we'll have to. In the middle of the park, it's so congested. Foden's trying to get in the number 10 role, but ended up on the left-hand side, and he's been isolated at times. So I think in terms of plan for Man United, it's been spot on. They've been excellent. They really have.
Because so many times this season, you've been critical, many pundits have been critical about the fact of the lack of plan, particularly in midfield areas. But we've seen it today, almost man-to-man at times with, Mainu and Amrabat.
Amrabat's on the changing side. Amrabat's going into Kevin De Bruyne, Mainu's going into Foden, not giving him no space, but Tomley's coming back into that middle area, just protecting as well with Fernandes. But it's been great to see. Where's this been? But we talked about centre-backs before, it's been a massive difference with Martinez and Varane, giving you that structure, and then in front of them, they look like a solid team. Where has this been?
Well, I mean, Martinez has not been fit to play, so that, and Varane's been injured and had his problems as well. They've not had that stability. He's definitely had it today.
Yeah, I think the two of them have been outstanding, and I think obviously you heard Ten Hag talking about team leaders, and that's what he means. The vital players. Martinez is a vital player for the club. He's a lead. When you talk about leaders, he is. You can see that he leads on the pitch. But I think not just them two, the whole team has been outstanding. The way they defend, the work they put in, and the hard work starts now, because you know City are going to come back at them, and they're going to have to dig in, work hard, make sure that they can see this game out.
Could be out of the second half. We spoke about how direct Manchester United, and we backed it up with statistics prior to the game, didn't we? And it was obvious from the start.
Yeah, but it was a bit of a shambles from Man City defensively as well. But yeah, of course, Man United go direct. We knew that on transition that's what we were going to try and do. You see Rashford here with Walker, and yes, the pace and the battle was brilliant to see. And it was just giving that, you know, well, we know what we're good at, and we're going to try and do it. Long ball. If Walker's position is not spot on at times, they would have got exposed. But Rashford showed early doors, I'm going to work hard for the team, I'm going to run in behind, and the quality in midfield, we can find you. And this is exactly what they tried to do early on in the game.
Yeah, and I have to say, the runs in behind are fantastic, the balls in behind the playing have given them opportunity, but Kobbie Mainoo, such a young lad, the composure, not take his goal out of it, the composure he showed on the ball in such a big game, such a young lad, is incredible, and his performance first half has been a standout performance for me.
Totally agree. We'll come more to Kobbie Mainoo very shortly, but the Garnacho goal was another example of that kind of directness.
That's exactly it, and this is what I was talking about. And you know, you try to keep a high line, but in this position here, you can see Guardiola has got the situation under control. The keeper there doesn't need to come. Okay, he's onside, very tight, timed his run to perfection, but Guardiola's got that. Yes, he made a mistake in trying to head it back, but if Ortega just gives himself 5 yards, he's just picking it up, and Man City, you know, go on their attack there.
Yeah, again, it's good running. Garnacho puts him under pressure, and that's all you can do in that situation. And I think the goalkeeper, he's messed up with the keeper's fault. He either stays or he comes and takes everything, takes everything, ball on man.
Yeah. Alejandro Garnacho became the third teenager to score an FA Cup final goal. Can you name the other two? Go on. Cristiano Ronaldo, and famously Norman Whiteside way back when. And who became the fourth?
Mainoo.
Very good. It's not a trick question. It was, of course, Kobbie Mainoo who became the fourth. The first Englishman to do so since Steve McKenzie for City against Tottenham in '81.
It's just brilliant the way he runs. He's been excellent, hasn't he, Wayne? Everything he does.
See, and this is what Man United need to do, that composure to take the ball in the middle of the pitch. It allows them then to get bodies forward, and great switch from Marcus, and Garnacho plays a nice pass, and that pass from Bruno Fernandes is incredible. There's not many players in world football who can achieve that pass.
Yeah, I think if you notice that at some point you've seen Fernandes just spot Mainoo before, and you know that scanning.
There he is.
That's one. Then there's another one at some point. There's another.
Yeah, I think the only thing.
Oh, there was a little flip.
The only thing I'd say on that is Kyle maybe get back a little bit quicker. He watches the players that's on the other side, and then he realises that it's too late. But the goal of finish, even to finish the composure of his finish, he's been absolutely outstanding.
Well, he really has. I mean, Erik Ten Hag, his thoughts at half-time now. He'll stick with the same plan, that's for sure. He won't be changing anything, will he? But I suspect he might. A little bit frustrated is Pep Guardiola. Kobbie Mainoo, right, we've already talked about him. I mean, I saw him play for England. Against Belgium. When he made his first team debut, I was so impressed with his debut. Was he 19?
Incredible, and it's so good to see a player from the academy coming through and dictating the game. Manchester United, he's had some moments where he struggled as well since he's been in the first team, but I think this afternoon he's been absolutely. You look at the composure on the ball, little passes, little 1-2s, playing people in behind. I think he's he's been incredible.
Yeah. He's just got everything, hasn't he? I think tactically and technically he will improve. Yeah. But just that,
I think he's helped out by having a plan.
Exactly. When he's got that base behind him, he can go out and do what he needs to do. Positioning will improve. But he's always there. His commitment, the way he speaks, the way he plays, the way he handles himself, is just being exceptional. But and just to finish it off so coolly at the right moment.
This is what he's been doing recently. He's adding a few more goals. He's getting forward a little bit more early on when he first came in. He was saving a little bit.
Was he a player when there's been a lot of talk about at Manchester United for a long time? Have they known about this kid coming through, or is it kind of more of a recent?
Yeah, I knew about him through my son, who was obviously in the academy, and he was telling me about all the younger players coming through. And I think he's come through probably into the first team because Manchester United's been struggling a little bit. He's managed to get his opportunity, but he's taken it.
I mean, he is in the main squad for him, and I don't think there's much doubt that he won't be in the final squad.
Oh, without doubt.
Could he possibly start? I know this is a team of multitude of talent, but in that kind of defensive, he's not a defensive midfielder. I think he's a bit more than that. But there is a possibility that he could play alongside.
He could play alongside Rice, for sure.
And when they played against Belgium, there's a lot of rotation, and he was like Dr. Wilson.
He's got confidence. You know, he's just a brilliant player to watch. Yeah. He's going all the way to the top.
Yeah. Speaking of brilliant, I thought Martinez and Varane. I mean, they've been out. Martinez been out most of the season. I mean, that partnership, they were very confident. They're commanding everything.
I think it was just that balance as well. You know, when you're a proper centre half, obviously Casemiro's been playing there. I think he's been exposed at times. The managers threw him in there when he's not really a defender. But this is what you're talking about: organisation, knowing where to be. We talk about positioning the defenders so much because even a yard can make a difference. And when you play at the high level, you know what to do. Of course.
As a Man United man, would you be slightly concerned the fact they've played so little football of late that they could catch up with him in the second half?
Yeah, and I think with Martinez, you see every time the camera's gone on and he's talking, he's organised, and he's pulling players into positions, and so he's a great organiser, and that's really helped. But as you said, as the longer the half goes on, I'm expecting City maybe out.
They've got to keep it going though now, haven't they?
But then
2-0 lead. Yeah. This is where you need a leader. We talked about leaders before in pre-match, and you're going to look to now. You've got a 2-0 lead against Man City. You know they're going to be on it. Yeah. They're going to try and score, of course.
What does City do, Mike?
They've got to get the ball forward quicker. They need Doku on to change the game when he played last game of the season. Just a bit of pace in the wide areas. Maybe Alvarez coming on, getting hold of the ball, not seeing too much of Haaland, and maybe a Grealish as well. Yeah. Just the old school Grealish when he's taking on people. I'd like to see.
What do you think? I'd like to see Manchester United go for the third goal. No, I would. I think because that's it. Bad. You know, City can't be as not bad, but they can't be like they have been in the first half. You can imagine they'll take chances and try and get back into the game.
And the thing as well, the more City have to push, the more space.
Yeah, so I think especially that first 15 minutes, the second half, go and try and get that third goal, which kills the game.
Okay, well, it's not just a big weekend end here at Wembley.
Radio 1's big weekend has landed. Coldplay, Ray, Chase and Status, and many more. It's going off. Radio 1's big weekend. Watch on BBC iPlayer, listen on Sound.
Only 3 weeks to the Euros. Look out for a new Kylian Mbappe documentary available to watch now on iPlayer. There's highlights of England's T20 international against Pakistan, BBC 2 and iPlayer 7:25. And it's a big night of Diamond League Athletics on BBC 3 at 9 o'clock. The Olympics are just 2 months away now. Speaking of races,
the whole race has been such a range of emotions.
The end is so close. We are winning this race. Go! Go! Everything has gone down to this. Oh my God!
Race Across the World concludes Wednesday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Let's grab a word with Alan Shearer. He's up in the commentary box. Alan, I'm not sure anyone saw that coming.
No, I mean, what I said during the half was, where's that been all season? I know they've had injuries, but they're not been at it in that first half. Every single player, I thought, in a red shirt have been magnificent. You highlighted Varane, I thought he was superb. Mino, absolutely There's so many of them put in top performances in that first half. They've got to carry it on now.
Yeah. Do you think, though, that there's a problem for Manchester United in the sense that they do appear to be a very direct counter-attacking team? You can't do that against most Premier League opposition, particularly at Old Trafford. You wouldn't get away with it with their supporters. But in a game like this, they perhaps have, weirdly, against the best teams, have a better chance.
Well, we said before the game they had to turn up today and they had to give their fans something to shout about, because up until now this season's been a disaster for them. That first half hasn't. They've been right at it, as I said, right from the half. They've not allowed any space. They've stuck with the runners. They've won their tackles. Every single individual has won their battle up to now. But, and it's a big but, you know that Pep's going to get into that City team at half-time. And they should come out all guns blazing in the second half. But Man United should expect that.
Yeah, a word of credit, I think, deservedly so for Erik ten Hag. He's had a lot of stick this season, but he's come up with a plan that's worked, certainly for the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's had to read every single day, including this morning, that he's about to be sacked this evening, no matter what happens with this result. Well, he had to send his team out, and they had to perform for him today and for the fans, and they've done that. So that'll give him something to shout back.
OK, thanks, Alan. We'll be back to you in just a couple of minutes' time. Plenty more football to come, though, this summer.
Welcome to Germany. This is the Euros, where anything can happen. Let the fun begin. Finds him again. John again. The referee is not happy.
Starts Friday, 14th of June across the BBC.
We'll look forward to the Euros, but before that we'll look forward to the second half. Just a few seconds to have your final thoughts going into it, Wayne. Third goal for you. Doku, as predicted, has come on. But to cope with him is tricky.
Yeah, I think the same as the first half, keep your organisation, but don't be afraid to go forward and keep them control when you get the chance.
Yeah, they've got to start fast. That's why Doku's playing. Exactly what we expected at half-time.
About to kick off, back to Alan again, and Guy Mowbray.
Thank you, Gary. No surprise that Manchester United haven't changed a thing. Why would they? Jeremy Doku and Manuel Akanji have replaced Mateo Kovacic and Nathan Ake. No, there was no surprise that he made a couple of substitutions, because that wasn't good enough from that Manchester City team in the first half. What we'd expect from that. I've seen it so many times in the second half of games, not just this season but throughout Pep Guardiola's time as City Supremo. When he gets into them at half-time, there is usually a response. Yeah, and what will happen is that Doku will try and hug this left touchline here and try and drag Wan-Bissaka out as much as he can, which will allow Foden to get inside a little bit more than he did in the first half. Nacho's layoff, close enough to Bruno Fernandes, and Akanji can steer it back Ortega's way.
Allow John Stones as well to play more in a midfield role, as we've seen him play this season. He didn't quite do it in the first half.
Here's Dalot. Taking on Walker. Did well up to a point. Amrabat. Martinez. Four times in the past the team has come back from 2 goals down to win the FA Cup final. The last was 2014. Arsenal against Hull City. First was 1953. Blackpool Bolton, the Matthews final.
Did you watch it?
And that's Rodri. Onana, his bearings right. I don't think Pep Guardiola will have been too impressed by that.
No, you can tell by the frown, can't you? Well, he was frowning a lot on that first half, and rightly so.
inside to Amrabat. Martinez. Rashford, who's running in behind Walker. Never quite able to get that under full control. It was always unlikely.
What City have done is that when Man United have had the ball there, they've gone three at the back and man for man. And what Rashford did is he tried to come inside, which also, if you get the ball over the top, but the space to his left-hand side for Darlow to come round and tuck in and maybe get the ball himself.
Walker. Akanji. Doku into the action for the first time. Bernardo Silva. Can't rid himself of Diogo Dalot. McTominay. Right to Wan-Bissaka. Seeing increased confidence about every Manchester United player.
It's a really good play again. I mean, you don't mind going back, because you just sort of got to try and keep hold of that ball. If there's no one up there, you can't just give it straight back to City. You've got to try and keep the ball, and this is what they're exactly doing. They're doing it well.
Ronaldo. Maybe took a little bit too much of a risk. It's Doku against Wan-Bissaka. It's the United player who wins the duel. Bruno Fernandes. Mainu. Lovely ball through for Bruno Fernandes. And he's improvised expertly. Just couldn't finish the job.
It's that high line again, and the timing of the runs. The runs are superb, particularly from Fernandes to break the offside trap.
It's a Guardiola foul on McTominay.
You can see him just pick his head up and see where the gap is. He looks there and he's off. There you go, he's off. But he wants the ball, he gets it. Clever run.
Fernandes has scored 7 goals in his last 8 appearances. He's picked himself up. Erik ten Hag has picked the entire team up, it seems, this week. Got them ready, got them focused. They're in charge. Bruno Fernandes is loving it.
He's got 15 goals in all competitions this season, so he's not been any good performance up to now in this cup final.
Amrabat did brilliantly to stop Doku there, and this is Wan-Bissaka. Spins away from Garnacho.
That's really.
Doku. Nowhere to go. Akanji. Guardiola. Bernardo Silva. Martinez in front of Haaland.
Defending again.
Doku. Guardiola. De Bruyne. Foden. Too close. Trying to try to shuffle it away. In with Garnacho, can only shove the ball behind for a goal kick.
And it's all down the middle. It's all congested. That's what Man United want. They want to force them inside where all the bodies are. Into the middle.
First time Guardiola has taken a seat. Reverted back to the check that had its origins way back in 1999, 25 years ago, at Wembley, Paul de Costello and all that started the run back from the third tier. We're not really here where they are, it's really happening. Here's Garnacho. Garnacho's pulled back. Was that a risk? Well, here's Bruno Fernandes. United aren't done yet.
City didn't get theirs in the first half, not getting theirs in the second half.
Yeah, there was a check, but it was quickly cleared. Nothing too troubling for Andy Nadley in the game yet.
Again, this contact, but there's not enough to give a friendly there, no chance.
Toronto. Here's Doku. Foden. Actually got it away. Guardiola. Doku. Playing towards Foden. We've seen him put them away first time, but didn't arrive at the right time in the right place for him.
It was a little bit too quick, wasn't it? Just couldn't really sort his feet out. He had to put that pace on for the ball to get there, but he just couldn't get the connection that he wanted.
That was nearly the second goal against West Ham from last week all over again. But maybe that is just emblematic of how this afternoon has been. Knocked down the phone. Doku. Sent on to be the key. Tried it again, and this is Haaland! And that bar is still shaking.
That was close.
Not really been involved in the game at all, but we know that doesn't bother him.
Getting closer, closest yet.
Best of Sean.
Bernardo Silva. Foden. Now it's the City fans you can hear. Doku. Wan-Bissaka wouldn't let him get completely clear, but it will be a corner. And it is the first corner of the entire game. That doesn't happen often.
No, not at all, no. They'll stretch him a little bit more, aren't they? Give him a little bit of width, though, Doku.
Substitute starting to make a difference. De Bruyne. Well, he's got something on it, enough on it. Walker. Bernardo Silva. De Bruyne. It's over everybody, and it might be his last contribution. Julian Alvarez has been talking to Pep Guardiola for quite some time and is ready to come on. This was Haaland's biggest contribution yet.
Just manages to carry it, doesn't he? Just can't get it beneath that bar. It's a good strike. Keeper's got no chance, he's beaten. Just that little bit too high.
So here we go, Julian Alvarez is on, and Kevin De Bruyne has made way. His chance has gone to be the second to score in 2 FA Cup finals for Manchester City. For this year, anyway. Bobby Johnston did it back-to-back years, 1955 and 56. Kevin De Bruyne's best bet, that's for sure.
Not at all, no. I want to see much better quality from him. His free kicks and his balls into the box. On the first half, what the Haaland couldn't get on the end of.
Alvarez plays it against Martinez, who says that came back off the man in blue, and that's what the officials agree with. Goal kick.
Well, that's what he'll do. That's what he'll add to the team. He'll run in behind. He's another body up front to try and occupy another centre half.
Second half minutes, safely negotiated by Manchester United, but in the face of increasing pressure. Rodri. Doku. Alvarez. Still couldn't have a crack. This is across now. Rodri's there to keep the attack going. Too high for Haaland. Bruno Fernandes. There was a tumble from Foden, but I don't think he really believed anything had happened himself. And now Manchester United break. Garnacho won't be able to go all the way.
Couldn't get away from him, but he just managed to flip in front of him there. Martial.
Rodri. Doku. He's had a go on Nagasaka. Sneaked up.
Well, Nagasaka's having to defend now, isn't he? He's having to defend 1v1, which he didn't have to do in the first half, because Guardiola was the one in there and was normally knocking it back, but we know what Doku wants to do, he wants to run at him.
He's hands on his knees, Doku, as though he's shattered already. Here he goes. He's there for Guardiola. Walker sizes it up. Great save, Onana. That was ripping in.
What a save. Great strike that was. I think he sees it late as well, you know, manages to have the arm power there to sort of keep it out. Brilliant strike from Walker.
Foden. Alvarez. Doku immediately Wan-Bissaka engages.
Let's get the ball. Come on. We need the ball.
Walker. Bernardo Silva. Bruno Fernandes facing him. Alvarez. Rodri. United are camped back in their own box, and it's taken away from Onana at the cost of a corner, but it might be a decent bit of defending from Varane anyway.
It was very, very good again, very similar to the first half.
City getting on with it. Alvarez too high.
Well, it's much better from Manchester City, isn't it? They're moving the ball quicker, more determination, much better play, stretching, but making the pitch bigger again and creating one or two chances. That one there with Alvarez, it's the left foot. He doesn't really look comfortable at all here, but it is a wonderful save. It's a fantastic strike. He sees it late, you know.
Kyle Walker only goes for goal when he really believes it's on, and there he thought it was in.
Big friend of Dallo as well, and rightly so. Wonderful save.
City have taken the lead in attempts on goal. And it is, as always, that statistic in the top left of your screen that's the only one that matters. All that matters. No goalkeeper has made more saves in the Premier League this season than Onana. He's been busy. He was brilliant. Just wonder if any Manchester United supporters, and I'm sorry to remind them of it, might be thinking of the semi-final. 3-0 up against the team in Sky Blue. This looks a little different. This feels a little different.
You can see I know they're under pressure, and that's what we thought would happen in the second half, but the goalkeeper's going to have to play well in the centre half to stay concentrated and tell you what they're doing that at the minute.
Bruno Fernandes. Tornay. Blocked by Stones. Did bounce up somewhere near his arm, but can't do anything about that.
And they will get a chance, you know, because the longer the game goes on, the more City are going to take more chances and push men forward.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Stones. chance. Duncan.
What the fucking ball? Come on.
That's going to run away. From Phil Foden, Wan-Bissaka again did his job to the letter against Jeremy Duncan.
Absolutely. The one question I would ask though is that because of the lack of game time with those two centre-halves, will they be able to last extremely well up until now?
Keep out a team. They scored 148 goals in 58 games in all competitions this season. They've only failed to score in 4. Before today. Stones. Foden. Beautifully played through. Alvarez in, but he's missed. One of the best chances they've had all game, if not it.
The best chance. No doubt about it. 1v1 with the goalkeeper. He gets himself into a great position. We said this is what he would offer when he came on, but that ball in behind should be in the back of the net. It's a great chance. It doesn't really quite look comfortable. He just gets it a bit too tight in his feet. Never pushes it away enough, does he?
It got stuck. It is the sort of moment as we move towards the halfway point of the second half. And some start to think that's the day summed up. Back with Ortega. Probably wishing more than anybody else in the city camp. Some sort of redemption to start to happen. Ramana clear. There's Rashford. A little bit of ball juggling. Dalot takes over. Dalot has a look. But fires wide. And your question, Alan, about how long will the centre-backs last for? I think one of them's going off in a moment or two because Johnny Evans is getting ready to come on.
Yeah. It's no surprise, is it? I mean, they've done incredibly well to last this long and perform the way they have done. The two of them have been magnificent up to now.
They will try and keep the ball going so there's no time. And they might need to make changes. City is the claim to cry in the end that their team is attacking.
That's the difference in terms of making the pitch bigger. But Duncan this side and Bernardo Silva with chalk on his boots at the other side, stretching.
There's Guardiola. John Stones rocking back. And it's missed the target by a distance.
He's getting a round of applause off his manager, but Man United will be quite happy with him shooting from 25 or 30 yards.
Well, Johnny Evans and Rasmus Højlund over the last 2 minutes have had those bibs on, those bibs off, but will drop down the touchline again. They'll be coming on soon. Højlund has gone as a sub and scored in both of United's last 2 games. Tottenham runs into a pension. Foden manages to get out of a tight spot. Lucky was stopped by Wan-Bissaka. He's stopping at the source.
He's doing well. He's not getting him. As soon as he gets that ball, he's trying to get as tight as possible, but he knows once he runs at him, trouble.
Williams header. Foden. Amrabat takes control. Garnacho. Hello is pushing forward in the left edge of the box. Garnacho took it on himself.
decision to take it on himself, because again there was no option in the middle other than for him to put his head down and have a shot again. There's just no one there, so why not have a pop?
United's first corner of the match. Fernandes gives the signal. Play for a City throw. What's happened there? It's went to tackle Johnny Evans. Bernardo Silva and Johnny Evans getting acquainted. A little unnecessary.
Well, he was coming on. He's injured now.
Oh, Canchini made an almighty error there. Got away with it. Away by Ortega. Haaland. Everybody to tackle Haaland, strong enough to hold him off.
Done well in there, not Amber, but nothing spectacular on the arse, but he didn't put a shift in, make it difficult for the opposition.
Well, the last few games. Doku. Rodri. Foden has gone down and he wasn't even looking for it. Those not wearing Northern Mile scarves have very different expressions to those who are.
Mignon goal.
It's Doku. Ideally it was Doku, but Wan-Bissaka is doing really well against it. Walker holding on to Rashford, coming away with the ball as the United fans who are howling, and Bruno Fernandes who is screaming at Andy Madley.
Yeah, they were both on it, weren't they?
Well, you would know.
What are you trying to say?
Alvarez bundles past one. A little bit of room appeared for him. Doku has more. Doku trying to bring it through, and Silva just the wrong strike pattern when the ball arrived.
Just couldn't fall for anyone, could it? You could see what he was trying to do, Doku. He had him where he wanted him, we're running at him in the box. He was trying to guide it into that corner.
It is going to be a corner. Lisandro Martinez, his second start since February the 4th, and he's feeling it.
Yeah, understandably so. When you've been out for that long and expected to come back into a game like this and with the intensity.
One TV.
First flashpoint of Derby Day at Wembley. What would you be saying in this situation?
Would you like me to go off quickly?
Roper explains his actions to Andy Madley, who doesn't look bothered by it, to be honest. Time will be added on at the end anyway. There's no rule to say you have to run off the pitch. So Evans is on for Martinez, and Rasmus Højlund is on for Marcus Rashford. Well, he will be. United want to make the change at their leisure, which is completely understandable.
Everyone does it.
Foden on the corner for City. At least 2 minutes to be added on after that. He's gone for the in-swinger. Go behind for another one on the other side.
Done all this time, wasn't it, getting on the end of it?
Rodri leaves the scene to allow Alvarez to deliver. Alvarez, oh, it was missed. And City screamed for a penalty with Haaland going down. He's had nothing all day, and he'll get nothing there.
No. No chance. They both had it again, aren't they? They're both pulling each other. He's trying to get away from the defender. Varane quite can't get his head to it there, and him and Kobbie Mainoo had it there, and great strength from Kobbie Mainoo there. Not allowing him to be bullied in there. No.
He doesn't believe that. You can see on his face he doesn't believe that.
As much as you want it, you can shout and scream as much, but that's just really, really good defending.
15 of the 90 to go. Still City 0, United 2. Alvarez. Doku. Foden. Rodri, Thomas Højlund didn't have to do it again. Doku. Bissaka will not let him go, nor will Amrabat. Walker is going to have another shot. Kept out again by Onana. And the flag is up as it came back off the keeper's gloves.
Well, he's not afraid to have another pop, was he? Good decision from the assistant referee there, wasn't he? Great positioning. A good strike and a good save again. And he pushes it back out in the danger area, but Haaland's offside.
Well done, Johnny Evans, getting his shins out of the way. Bruno Fernandes, was he being pulled to the floor by Walker? Well, it seems not. Here's Rodri. Just see Højlund take up the centre forward position and Bruno Fernandes go to his left hand side. Rashford going off. Doku gets away from Garnacho. Now Amrabat to contend with. Shoulder to shoulder, that was strong, was it? No, too strong, says the ref. Free kick City. And Amrabat agrees with my initial assessment.
Well, I just thought originally he was doing what he's done most of the game and trying to be a nuisance and put players off and doing really well in his work there and going shoulder to shoulder. There's a little shove there, isn't there?
Doku is just in front of him, is he?
Just.
It's a free kick for City. No De Bruyne, but Alvarez is handy. Foden's not bad. Bernardo Silva's there too.
Alvarez has got that ball.
Are we at the stage where this has to go?
Yes, we've seen him before. I think we stick 1 or 2 in the top corner. Something's got to be done quickly. And by the form that Anana's in, it might have to be something special.
An Argentinian star has found that goal already today. Defences are built, and it's Foden who tests them. Was Sanastoku short, picked off by Wan-Bissaka, cleared out by Guardiola.
Good defending again. That's what the wall's there for. You've got to be brave and make yourself as big as possible.
11 of the 90 to go. Ireland being held off, that was the idea. Being held onto was the actuality.
Good play, really good play that is. Give you and your team a much needed break because you've been under pressure. You win the free kick, he's strong there and he's got hold of his arm and pulling him back. It's good centre forward play that is.
From somebody who knows.
We've done a lot of chasing in that second half, so you need a breather now and again, and you've got to do that as a forward.
Well, this is one heck of a position for Manchester United to try and have the opportunity to put this cup final to bed. Bruno Fernandes on the ball. Shredded Ortega. He was caught in 2 minds there.
He tried to make a bounce in front of the keeper, I think, didn't he?
Rodri. Stone's really prominently forward now. Trying to bounce it back to Bernardo Silva. That's Rodri. Wouldn't stick with Foden and Amrabat clears. Doku to try down the other flank. Evans to put it away for a corner.
Good defending again. Martinez has gone off, but he's come on and again, really good positioning that is. Using all of his experience. Right place, right time.
Dipper, and Onana got his glove on it. It has been terrific for Manchester United. Alvarez, and with there again, he opts the punch. Maybe could have caught it.
Not sure, but we heard him shout keepers from here, didn't we?
Now here they go. Garnacho. Walker across. Garnacho will roll, but it won't be a free kick. It will be a throw for Manchester United. And the clock is going to tick past 82 minutes now. Once there's an 8 in front of the number, the team 2 behind starts to feel the belief ebb away.
Well, they've all played the part. I mean, you mentioned Onana there. Him coming from for crosses and punching or whatever he's doing there. Takes the pressure off his defenders as well. He has to come and do that at times. He's done it really well when he's had to.
And for those United fans, we're getting closer. For FA Cup glory, to a place in Europe next season. sure. But still, only they and Arsenal will have done the double 3 times. Bruno Fernandes. It's Evans who was stretching for it. The flag has gone up. Offside, free kick City.
For all the possession they've had, Manchester City, they've had the Haaland one that sort of hit the bar, and they've had that Alvarez, that chance he missed, and maybe the Phil Foden where he didn't really connect with it. But in the main, they're holding out pretty well again.
We just had an active demonstration of how Fergie time works. 47 Manchester derbies as United's boss. He won 26 of them. His first ever one was in the FA Cup in January 1987. A 1-0 win at Old Trafford.
I'm on the end of that Fergie time a few times myself.
What will it mean if it is to be the end of Erik ten Hag's time? Remember in 2016, Louis van Gaal, another Dutchman, won the FA Cup as United's boss, and 24 hours later he was out.
Well, if you believe the reports in the newspapers this morning and social media, the same thing is going to happen to Ten Hag.
That is to be the case. Nothing confirmed yet. He will at least be able to go on his holidays tomorrow. He's already told us that's what he's doing. A very satisfied coach.
No parade then.
Well, just put a bit of a dampener on Cities to celebrate a 4th Premier League title in a row. A strange feeling tomorrow night for them in Manchester. A great Manchester run tomorrow too. Are you doing it?
No, I'll pass on that one.
Not this time. Okay.
My knees wouldn't take it. Nor my ankles.
You did it once, never again.
Once enough.
Foden. Blocked off by Amrabat. Manchester City free kick.
Tonight's attendance here at Wembley Stadium is 84,814. Thank you again for your fantastic support.
84,814 inside Wembley for the cup final. And only those with red hearts happy. Here's Doku. He gets it across. As has been the case all day, there is a player in red waiting for it.
McTominay this time.
Foden. Doku. It's half a yard, and he's found a way past Onana. City have one back. Do they have a way back?
Well, we've mentioned Onana a few times in terms of wonderful saves in the second half and coming for crosses. I think he should do better there. Yes, Doku, it's a good strike and he cuts inside on that right foot. Whether he sees it late or not. A lot of the time he's gone down the outside, but this time inside. He does see it late, but having said that, he should save it.
Don't go anywhere now. 3 minutes of the 90 to go. There'll be a big old chunk added onto that. And there will be a right royal blue charge for the rest of this cup final.
You can imagine the thoughts running through his head. Now he wanted to get to the 90 and have a look at the injury time that was going to be played, but whatever it is, it'll be very nervy for him and his team now.
One of Manchester City's Favourite sayings coming from Sergio Aguero in 2012 is, "We fight to the end." They have very famously done this before. Doku, twisted, turning past Wan-Bissaka. Foden tried to pick up the pieces.
He certainly made a difference, Doku, wasn't he? The way he stretched him and made it pitch bigger.
Doku rides again. No way through this time. It's an up and under from Garnacho.
It's been a really good battle, hasn't it, Doku and Wan-Bissaka? Second half.
Walker. City fans behind that goal, sucking the ball towards them. Guardiola. Rodri admonished his Foden before going to retrieve the ball. Foden. Back with Ortega. Nobody too eager to chase the ball out for United now.
And the big question also is how long we got. How long is it going to be injury time? What do you think? 6 or 7 minutes?
Minimum. Rodri. Doku. Just runs away from Guardiola. It's going for Akanji now, and Akanji, well, he's hit it too hard and too high. It's going to be a yellow card issued to one of Pep Guardiola's staff. That's the fitness coach, Lorenzo Buenaventura, who's in the book. And there will be at least 7 minutes to play.
Certainly no hurry to take the kick anyway.
Nana gets it away. Bruno Fernandes. Garnacho. And it isn't a corner, despite Garnacho's insistence that it should be. And Steve McLaren's disbelief that it isn't.
I was just about to say a really good play from him getting the corner, but he was offside.
Rodri to Doku. Stones. Doku. Wan-Bissaka. It's the tackle right. It is going to be a corner. It could have been worse if he got it wrong.
He's got, as I said earlier, he's got great feet. He can go either way down the left or cut inside of Bissau for his goal.
And it's Alvarez. We'll do the old-fashioned thing and put it in the mixer. Onana with a really cool, confident and essential catch of the ball.
Yeah, just what his defenders needed to take the pressure off them. Wasn't a great ball in, but when it's that inviting and that height on it, where it's just floated in there, you're inviting the keeper to come and get it.
A little bit of defensive insurance about to come on with Victor Lindelof getting ready.
Mason Mount as well, I think, wasn't it?
And he was stripped for action too. Both coming back from injuries. Which has been the theme of Manchester United's season. A season that could be about to end on a really happy high note for all its trials and tribulations. Scott McTominay's going off. He's brought valuable legs to the middle. And it's going to be Alejandro Garnacho who makes way as well. Limping McTominay exits the action.
Don't need that in there.
Mason Mount will be hoping beyond hope that they do, because he's coming into the game trying to underrun a big 3 times a runner-up with Chelsea. Doku. Alvarez knocked it out somewhere, but not to a teammate. Main who tries to start a counter. Højlund looks to continue it. Not into the corner yet.
Good play again from Menu. Really good play, driving forward, then putting the ball into the space for Højlund to run onto.
Onana clear. Haaland. It's broken the Mount. Bruno Fernandes has seen Ortega leaving his line. Couldn't find the target, but it has wasted a few more valuable seconds.
It's worth an effort.
He's just starting out. You know what he's letting himself in for. There'll be a lot more of this to come, and he should love every second of it. Walker. Rodri. Doku. Our story has been Doku versus Wan-Bissaka.
It's been a really good battle.
Walker doesn't decide to make it third time lucky. Bernardo Silva.
Had a bit of a quiet game, wasn't he, Bernardo Silva?
Been a few in blue like that. Can they be noisy until the finish? Noisy enough. And there is Bernardo Silva. And it spins behind. And it took a touch off John Stones, which means goal kick.
And City players are chasing for the ball.
Now I know something could change, Alan, but you're Emirates player of the match.
Yeah, he's been absolutely sensational. Whatever he's done today, I mean, his goals, his passing, his understanding of the game. That tackle against Haaland, though, when he went body to body with Haaland, and that box was such an important block. Just been absolutely magnificent.
And Erik ten Hag's team are just over a minute away from dashing their rivals' bubble dream and ending the season on a real high for themselves, getting a place in Europe too. If they could go another minute. Rodri. Doku. Doku's cross. It is kept in. And that's Walker. Haaland. I think the assistant was about to raise the flag. There's a chase on here. And Alvarez has lost the ball to Højlund. And look at the red shirts coming. There's a swarm. Amrabat off balance as the ball came to him.
Did the free kick, hasn't he?
He has got the free kick. There's a yellow card shown as well.
Again, it was really good play from Højlund, getting that ball, being a right nuisance, keeping hold of the ball for his team, bringing his teammates into play.
Alvarez blocked. Manchester United will be in no hurry to get the game restarted, and almost as soon as they do, the party will start. For the supporters of Erik ten Hag's team, after such a hard season for all of them, this will mean so much for all Red Devils. Manchester United are the FA Cup winners in 2024. Much as what's been missing in this Manchester United team for large parts of this season, it wasn't today. They had a great attitude. They went out and they played the manager's instructions, and they did it to perfection, particularly in that first half, where every single player played their part. And when they were put under severe pressure in the second half, but most of the time they stood firm. What a moment for Erik ten Hag. If it is to be goodbye, the end for him as Manchester United boss, if those reports are to be believed, it is the perfect way to sign off. And for Pep Guardiola's champions, treble winners last year, it's just a single this time round. They are the champions of the Premier League. But Manchester United will soon take the walk up the 107 steps. And they'll see red ribbons on the trophy. Manchester City 1, Manchester United 2.
So Manchester United have won the FA Cup final against the odds, it has to be said. Manchester City, no double for them or Pep Guardiola. A first domestic final defeat for Pep Guardiola. But this is Manchester United's day. There's no question about that. And their fans are really enjoying it now. Wayne, you've got a very large smile on your face.
Yeah, obviously absolutely delighted. It was such a huge task for Manchester United today to come in and beat the champions, and I thought they were absolutely fantastic. The resilience they shown, the work rate, the effort they shown, and not only that, the desire to go and score goals, and I think they deserved the victory, so I'm absolutely delighted.
An excellent performance from Manchester United, but disappointing from Manchester City, Mike. They weren't at their best by a long way today.
Yeah, I think the better team won on the day. You've got to give credit to Man United. I thought there was outstanding, some excellent performances individually and as a team, the structure. But from Man City's point of view, we knew they was going to have possession of the ball. We knew they was going to try and break down Man United, but today they just couldn't do it at the level that they wanted. I mean, it's just, when you look at the scenes, what we're seeing now is, where's this Man United been? You know, to put in a performance like this, outstanding from their point of view. But from City, from winning, 4 leagues in a row, we think we've got one more game at the end of the season. Can you finish it off with a little cherry on the cake? It wasn't meant to be, but we have to give it to Man United. They were the better team today.
In many ways, Wayne, it proves what a great sport football is, because you never know, do you? You never know.
Yeah, you never know. And obviously, I think all the talk before the game was about Man City doing the double-double. And Manchester United come here and had a chance to stop that, firstly, but to get, you look at the fans, you look around, this club deserves trophies, and hopefully this is the start of what's to come up for the next few years. But I think it's important everyone enjoys today, because today was a big win.
Remind us of your score prediction just before the game.
I said 2-1 to Manchester United, so I always knew, I had no doubt.
Okay, let's go now to Jason Mohammed, who's got the 2 goal scorers for Manchester United.
Congratulations, Alejandro and Kwame, FA Cup winners. How does that sound?
Thank you. No, incredible feeling, no one believes in us, but we are a team, we are together with these fans. It's incredible moment for us, also for me and Kobe. We scored the goal, but all together we fight like the last game of our life, so we are very happy.
Kobe, you are absolutely outstanding today. What does this mean to the football club? What's this mean to you?
Absolutely everything. I mean, it's been a tough season, ups and downs, and recently the only thing we've got to look forward to is this final. Such a big one to right back from last year. Last year I was in the stands watching, I couldn't be involved, but yeah, it's an incredible feeling.
Also, these fans, they were incredible today, Alejandro. You were fantastic on the pitch as well, beating the champions of England. But these fans were incredible today.
No, incredible. Just to say thank you all the fans, because when we lose, when we win, they are always there. Away games, home games, Wembley now, so it's just, we did for the fans.
Such a different performance for Manchester United today, Kobe, to last year's performance and also the performances in league. Why was today so special for you?
I mean, like I say, because it's been such a tough season, we knew we had to come together. and the staff and the players recently for the preparation for this game has just been amazing. Where we've come together, we've shown that we can compete and we can win games. You know, it's such a big game and such a big stage.
How good was this fella today?
No, just incredible. I always say, for me, the best player in the squad, and he's the youngest, so, and we are also very good friends, so I'm very happy for him.
And what a week you've had. England, Euro 2024 squad as well. Absolutely incredible week.
Yeah, definitely, but right now I'm trying to focus on this, to be honest. I can't look too far ahead.
Well done, you're going to have a great night. Alejandro, can you do the honours? Player of the match, Kobbie Mainoo. Thank you very much indeed. Well done, lads. Fantastic stuff. Well played. Well played. Thank you.
Lovely stuff there from the two teenagers that won it for Manchester United. And the maturity of the way they speak after the games when it's so emotional is also something to behold, really, well.
Yeah, it is. And I think you look at Kobbie there, he's talking about last year he was in the stands watching the game, and to come into this game, score the winning goal, get man of the match, I think it's absolutely incredible. What a player he is.
Micah, you were a teenage sensation way back when you burst onto the scene. A word about these two young men.
You can just see what it means to them. Absolutely brilliant. The emotion, the way they're talking about the game. We show the graphic of the minutes that they've played this season. It shows that they can be counted for. And the question mark was, can they step up in the big games? And you know, they've answered it today. And it's not just what they did on the ball. Of course, there was fantastic dribbling and good passing. Tactically, the shoot, it was their effort and work rate which really shone through for me today.
Yeah. And there's a remarkable maturity about their game as well, isn't it? I mean, particularly Kobbie Mainoo, who's only grown through this season and played probably way more minutes, as Micah mentioned, than he probably ever could have dreamed of playing, because they've been a little bit short as well. But it's remarkable in a side that has generally struggled this season that a player can be that dominant on a game like this.
Yeah, it is, and I think normally with young players you see them coming as attacker players, forward players or wide players, and to come into the middle of the pitch and dominate the way he has done for large portions of the season. But against this Manchester City team to perform the way he did, I'm delighted for the two of them, because them two have been the two standout players for Manchester United this season. So for them two to be the match winners is great, and really pleased for them.
We see Rafael Varane there, having that experience, and a born winner, obviously. He's won so many titles, particularly at Real Madrid. Yeah. And he made a difference as well, alongside Martinez, Mike.
They were both excellent, and that's what you need. We talked before about that partnership, building that foundation, and they certainly did that today. I just think it's been so tough for them with the injuries, because when they've come back and they've not looked the same, but on the big game today, they showed their work, they showed their experience, and, you know, the 90 minutes are exceptional. Martinez before he came up as well. But you know that man on the screen there, he's had to deal with a lot of criticism, Ten Hag, and we've questioned his tactics as pundits. You know, we've talked about the trophies. Can he do it on the big day? He won 2 trophies, gets one today, and I think we need to start respecting what he's done, because he's had a lot of obstacles in his way, and it's a delightful day for him, and fair play to him, because he could have, against a great Pep, he could have rolled over, but he didn't. And yeah, I'm delighted for him personally.
He deserves a lot of credit. Tactically got things absolutely spot on. It's not easy against this Manchester City team.
No, not at all. And I think, as you said, tactically he was perfect today. And I think that's been a lot of talk, and you just hope now, you know, he can enjoy tonight, enjoy it the same way the fans can enjoy tonight winning against the Manchester City team. And whatever happens after, you hope it's done quickly, but he's shown a lot of character today to put his team out the way he did.
Obviously we've just seen images of Jim Ratcliffe in the stand alongside the Royals, but do you think something like this could, I mean, or have they already made their minds up? I mean, because this is obviously smacks of Louis van Gaal that we saw a few years ago. You just wonder whether they go, well, and there they are, maybe they're having a chat about it now. Do you think we should change our mind? Do you think we should change our mind?
No, I don't think you can make a decision on one game. I think if you look throughout the season, of course, Manchester United have to be better than what they've done. But I think what they've done today is finish the season on a high. It's a historic moment when the FA Cup again. It's great for the club. So yeah, I'm sure whatever they're doing, they'll know what they're doing, and hopefully it's the right decision.
He won a trophy last season. He won a trophy this season. I know the position in the league is 8th, but
It's about trophies and winning things, isn't it, Michael?
Exactly. I think going forward now, if we were to stay, it's about can they put these performances week in, week out. Today, I think we've seen structure. I think we saw a game plan. We saw the players buying into what he wanted to do. They know they was up against a great opposition, but everyone knew their jobs and they didn't stop. From the players who started to the subs who come on, everyone gave their bit for the game today.
And we just saw images there of Marcus Rashford as well, who caused them a lot of problems in that game. He looked sharp, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and he's got a lot to prove as well. I think obviously being left out of the European Championships, he's come into this game today, he's starting the game, and a lot to prove for him. He's always a threat. Worked hard, which has sometimes been thrown at him, he just worked hard enough. And he's an FA Cup winner again, so yeah, please, I'm just delighted for these fans because, you know, to celebrate on this stage.
What else, Wayne? They've got European football now, of course. That's what they signify. They go into Europa League, and it means obviously Chelsea dropped to the Conference League, and Newcastle now miss out. So Alan Shearer, I know he's on his way to join us. I'm sure he was hiding it very well in his commentary, but I would imagine he'll be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, no, I think it's massive for Manchester United to be in Europe, but of course you want Champions League football, but if you can't get that Europa League to the next best thing, then thankfully United have qualified through to today's game.
Let's get a word from Bruno Fernandes.
Bruno, fantastic. I can see tears in the eyes. This means so much to you and the football club.
No, obviously it's a long season. It was difficult. It was our last chance to get something positive from the season. We've been here last year. We're not good enough to go through the stands and lift the trophy. We had to see them going and do that. This season is the other way around. We played a great team. They have great qualities, great players, great manager. We had to go. We had to suffer. We had to sacrifice, but we had to put also some quality through the game, and we did great things.
To a man, Bruno, today, you are absolutely sensational.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely brilliant.
It's part of the job. I have to try to do the best I can to help the team. Today was one of the days where you come through and you're happy with the result, happy with the performance, and it's not much I can say now.
And I've got to ask you, Kobbie Mainoo, our commentators, our presenters are speaking about this young man. How good is he?
He's really good. He's such a quality player. You see the composure of the finishing that he had. But you know, like, I think part of the DNA of this club is the young come through the academy. Once more, in the biggest stage of the world, they show it again.
I spoke to you about the social media post, which was lovely. You put out yesterday, absolutely beautiful, and it worked because your fans today, the players, rose to that support in that end today.
Yeah, it would have been nothing if we didn't have the result today. So, congratulations to everyone in the staff, the players, also the fans. That they give us a big push today.
Big party tonight.
Of course, we have to celebrate. Finally, we have something to celebrate, so we have to enjoy it.
And special for the manager too.
Special for everyone. Obviously, we know the manager is being under too much scrutiny, but it's part of being at Manchester United. Players, staff, they all know that we're going to be under this manager. He's experienced enough. He knows, and he deserves also. Everyone today in this staff, the back room, everyone, football players, we all deserve this.
Obrigado. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Come on. Thank you.
As we can see, the Manchester City players are going up to the steps to receive their, obviously, runners-up medals. A rare experience for them, there's no question about that. Bruno Fernandes, we talked about the need for leaders before the game, and you have to say he's been a good leader throughout this season. He's been probably one of the few players that's been really consistent for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Bruno Fernandes for a while now, and in certain times within the season where he was throwing his arms up in the air, it looked a little bit disrespectful to the rest of his teammates. But what it did show is that how much he cares. You know, we talk about leaders and we talk about wanting to win. He's just got that. That's in his DNA. Some leaders can lead on the pitch. Some leaders do it more vocally. But I just thought his overall performance today was outstanding. And not just today. I think if we're talking about players throughout the whole season, Bruno Fernandes as the one who stepped up. Whether it's assists, whether it's goals, whether it's leadership, he's been outstanding. He really has.
he doesn't know much about this feeling, Pep Guardiola. It's the first time he's lost a domestic final in England, and Alan Shearer's alongside us now as well. Alan come down from the co-commentary, but just saying it's the first time Pep's lost a domestic final. I mean, he won't really have experienced this feeling very often.
No, well, I have, and it's blooming horrible. Just before you start. Just before you start, Gary. Yeah, it's he hasn't had to taste this. It hurts, but they didn't really play well, did they? Particularly not the first half. They came back into it a little bit in the second half. They got the goal, give themselves a little bit of hope, but no, they just didn't do enough today.
It shows you football you never know, do you?
It's a crazy game, isn't it? I mean, I know they've had injuries, and the centre halves do not make a big difference, and they did today, particularly Varane and Martinez. But where's that team? Where's that performance? Where's that for large parts of this season? All of what they showed today has been missing.
Why do you think that is, though? Is that like because it's a big occasion? You kind of got that underdog hat on, possibly, Mike. I don't know what causes that, or is it the fact that they're actually better when they play against the teams that attack?
That's exactly it. You talk about when you're at Old Trafford, you've played with some great teams. When you have to be on the front foot, I don't think this side is ready to do that yet. I think when they're on transition and they can go a bit more direct, it suits them. And on a big game today, it was about commitment, it was about spirit, it was about taking that chance, taking that moment when it comes, and that's exactly what they did.
See the City players coming down, so it's probably quite close for the Manchester United players to go and lift their trophy. A special moment when you lived it yourself.
Yeah, it's such a special moment, and for that group of players, and the one thing they have thrown at them all season is they don't work hard enough, or they're not together. And I think today they've shown that they're together, they've worked hard, and that's why they've got the result they've got today. So to walk with them steps, lift the trophy.
How much more special is it because it's against this Manchester City team, their local rivals, and the fact they've been so dominant in recent years?
Oh, it means everything to the fans. You know, you've got two sets of fans here, both from Manchester. Bragging rights at stake. Obviously, Manchester City have won a lot of trophies over the last few years, but to beat Man City in the final today is massive for this team, and hopefully it's the what we need to move forward.
Okay, there's Eric Ten Hag leading his team up the steps to collect the FA Cup trophy. Let's join Gary over.
Thank you, Gary. Well, Eric will never be the king at Manchester United. That title belongs to another. But he will now forever be Eric the Red, no matter what the next few days and weeks hold for him. A bit of redemption at the end, maybe, or perhaps more than that. Is this the start of a Red revival? So Jim Ratcliffe's mind and money will certainly help. When he completed his £1.25 billion deal for 27.7% of the club in February, he spoke about knocking Liverpool and City off their perch. And I think he can sit back tonight and consider this one step taken towards that goal. What a player that young man is. The FA Cup final, star of the show for 2024, Kobbie Mainoo. Just behind Eric Ten Hag, another star. Approaching the other end of his career, Raphael Varane. This is the end for him at Manchester United. He's going elsewhere. But he's saying goodbye as an FA Cup winner. After surely running Mainoo close with a player of the match honours himself. It's a fierce rivalry, the Manchester one. This has been by and large verging on a friendly final. The team played in a good spirit, well refereed by Andy Manley and his team. Nothing too taxing or testing for them. Manchester United now get the handshakes, the first feelings of celebration before the trophy is lifted. They've ended City's 35-game unbeaten run in all competitions. They've ended Rodri's run of 74 games without defeat. And they've stopped City winning the double in successive seasons. That will all mean an awful lot, but not as much as winning the FA Cup itself does and qualifying for Europe, which was an absolute must when you're Manchester United. A great cheer greets the sight of Sir Alex Ferguson on the Wembley streets. And there at the back of the queue is the captain Bruno Fernandes, who will become the 8th different Manchester United FA Cup winning captain. Following Charlie Roberts, Johnny Carey, Noel Cantwell, Martin Buchan, Brian Robson, Steve Bruce, Eric Cantona, Roy Keane and Wayne Rooney. United now just one behind Arsenal, 13 FA Cup successes. Whether they're going by trains at the motorway or by country roads, United fans will be singing their songs all the way and into Europe next season. Today, they found a way. And in 2024, the FA Cup winners are Manchester United.
FA Cup win for Manchester United. Each one of their players is raising their trophy, a big smile on the face of Sir Jim Ratcliffe and Sir Alex Ferguson just behind him. They're just one win behind Arsenal now, who have 14. And a smile on his face. It's been a while probably since he's seen that, Wayne, on your old gaffer's face.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating season for all of us to watch Manchester United, so obviously Smallock's a big part of the club, the history of this football club, and every time we win a trophy it's great to see him there, obviously always giving his seal of approval.
Why does this feel so unique for Manchester United? Because I suppose the fact that they've lost their way in recent years?
Yeah, absolutely, and the way they've performed, particularly this season. I mean, he did a good job last season in terms of the Carabao Cup and getting to the final, I think. But this season, in league-wise, and going out in the Champions League and the way they did and finishing eighth, then that's nowhere near good enough for a football club of this size. But you have to go and win trophies.
I just think with Man United as well, I think because there's so much scrutiny on the club, and for the young players to come out and do what they've done, Manu and Garnacho, like, that's why whether Man United win or lose, we're always talking about them, and that is an added pressure that they have to deal with. And I think that is the difference when we see great players come to Man United. It's not because they don't become a bad player overnight, it's just they can't seem to deal with that pressure. And what I'm, so happy for, the young players seem to be able to do that.
Lovely moment there as Erik ten Hag kissed that trophy. And I suppose if you're going to go, if he is going, we don't know that for sure, of course, but if he is going, it's a good way to finish.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's had to answer so many questions. He's had to probably read, I don't know whether he has or not, but he's heard certainly with the reports this weekend. And the day of the cup final, he's had to put up with reporters asking him about his future when all he wants to do is set his team up and get his team ready. So, and I said it before the game, from a human side of things, I don't think it's been at all handled well from Manchester United. If they are planning on keeping him, why haven't they come out and backed him beforehand, But as you say, if he's going to go, what a way to go out.
How is it dealing with that pressure, Wayne, whether you're a player or manager, and the scrutiny of the club is on you every single day? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, that's expected at Manchester United when you're a player or manager. Of course, the manager is a lot more pressure, but that's expected at a club like Manchester United, and you have to win. It's as simple as that. And obviously, Manchester United finishing 8th in the Premier League is not good enough. I'm sure Erik ten Hag would say that himself, but I think to end the season with winning the FA Cup, end on a high, send the fans into the summer ready to watch the European Championships in a good mood and ready for next season. Whatever happens with Erik ten Hag now, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, but he can certainly hold his head up high after today's game and go out with a
think he played a blinder today.
I agree.
He really did. I mean, they were under huge pressure. So to set his team up the way he did, there was no fluke today. There was no fluke at all. They thoroughly deserved it. They were the better team. The way they stuck together, the way they sort of narrowed the spaces and didn't give anything, the way they closed out, the way they won every tackle, and then when they could, the way they hit them on the break and the switch of play, all of that, particularly first half, was magnificent.
Well, I think we're quick enough and we're constantly talking about Erik ten Hag and how, you know, is he sustainable? Them players have shown today they can do it, so that's the question you have to ask. Why have them players not done that all season? Why have they not played as a team all season and allowed, you know, the goals against them, the chances against them, when they proved today they can do it? So that's a question these players have to look at themselves maybe in the summer, come back with a different attitude to the time.
Do you wonder, as the point I made before, that because of the way they play, the fact they're more of a counter-attacking side, that, you know, when they're playing, with all due respect, the teams in the bottom half of the league, you can't necessarily play that way, and they're playing against the low block. That's when generally they've struggled.
Yeah, well, I think that's what great teams do. They can adapt, and, you know, like when I was at Manchester United, our team wasn't a possession-based team, but when we were playing against the so-called lower teams, we could dominate possession, but we was always get the ball out while we get crossed in the box and stay intact. When we used to play against Arsenal, we'd sit back and counter-attack like United did today. So I think you have to be adaptable to be a top team.
Fantastic scenes there of the players on the pitch, the fireworks going off behind them, the glitter everywhere, the young United fans. Look, it's been a while, yes, it has, hasn't it? Yes, I totally agree. Let's have a look at the, remind ourselves of the goals. It ended up 2-1. We'll start with Garnacho and a mess at the back for Manchester City, Micah.
Yeah, it really was, and we talked about how direct Man United would be. But just in this situation here, I think Guardiola has got that under control. There's no reason for Ortega to come in that situation. All he does is cause confusion. If you look at the run from a offensive point, it was a great run, stayed on side, and then just basically making sure he finished off at the end. And this is exactly how Man United was going to approach the game. It was about taking them moments. Okay, they got a little bit of luck, but they still got to put it away. And in the end, for his all-round performance today, I think Garnacho definitely deserved a goal.
There was nothing. There was no luck about the second goal, or was there? The second goal was absolutely incredible. The way they passed it, the way they switched the play, the way the ball came in, and everything else was just magnificent.
As you can probably see, a certain Erik ten Hag has joined us. Many, many congratulations, Eric. Thoroughly deserved, excellent performance. You had a plan, and your team played it masterly.
Yeah, I think so. All the compliments to the team. They played very good. To our identity, very strong. And you have seen that we have the players on board, how we can play. Then in our philosophy, they are not even fit. You know, some are not even match fit. But I think the performance was very good.
Does this send a message, perhaps for yourself and your team, that when your players are all fit and available, that you're much better than perhaps you've shown in some of the parts of this season?
I tell you all year this. I tell you this the whole year. When the players are fit, we can play good football and very good performance against the best team of the world, I think.
How much more important, how much more satisfying is it that it was against not just probably one of the best teams in the world, but also the fact that it's your local rivals?
As always, when you're a local, the rivalry is there. It's much more important when you play against a team from your own city. But also for us, it was not about this. It was more to prove a point after such a first year with so many setbacks, with all the injuries, and every time we had to survive. But so the team showed so much resilience, and I'm very proud of them.
So you should be. Do you feel like you've been unfairly treated by the media, by the likes of ourselves?
I think so. The team, me as well, was not right.
Okay.
The only thing I would say to that, though, you had a team out there today who've shown a great attitude, who've shown great ability, who've won every single tackle. That hasn't always been the case this season, though, has it? So you can understand why we do criticise sometimes. If you had had that every single week, then you wouldn't have finished in 8th. Today was unbelievable.
No, but we didn't have the players. And you are right, we have seen the same things. There was not always good football, definitely not. But we had to make all the time compromises. And yeah, then you can't play the football you want to play. I'm now 2 years here, and probably maybe we had 3-4 times we had the full squad on board. Also today, some massive players like Harry Maguire, Luke Shaw, Casemiro not on board.
Yeah, I can sense your frustration, and your frustration might be that this could conceivably be your last game. Do you know? Do you?
I don't know.
You don't.
But it's. Only thing what I am doing is preparing my team, develop my team, progress my team, and the individual players, because this is for me a project. And when I came in, I can say it was a mess. Yeah. And we are now better. Underneath, I always said we are better, but we are by far not where we want to be.
You won a trophy last season, you won a trophy this season, you're now in European football again, so whatever happens to you, you can hang your head out pride.
Football is about winning trophies, and in the end of the day, I want to play the best football. I want to play dynamic football, attacking football, but in the end, you have to win games and you have to win trophies. And now, yeah, that is the mentality we brought in. We had only one opportunity, that was the FA Cup, and we did it. So, like I say, I'm so very proud of the players and staff, because they did an incredible job.
Eric, we've just witnessed a great midfield performance from a youngster in Kobbie Mainoo, going up against some of the world's best in Rodri and De Bruyne and Phil Foden. He was magnificent today, wasn't he?
He was. It was really so enjoyable to watch Kobbie on his age, but it's also an example we wanted to bring him, and then in the second game in pre-season he got a bad injury and took him long to get back. But in the moment we brought him, the team.
How high can he go?
I think we have to keep it calm, because you are very good here in England to push players and manage very high, and then you hammer them when they are 1 or 2 bad performances.
Eric,
I think it should be more calm.
Eric, thanks very much for your time. Many congratulations, and we hope to see you next season. We hope to see you next season. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Well done.
There we go. The Manchester United players are still celebrating on the field. Whatever happens, he can hold his head up high, can't he?
Yeah.
Alan, I mean, you're very brave for that question, by the way.
He's very spiky, but understandably so. I think us pundits, we give people a fair shake. I think, again, the scrutiny of Man United, at times this season, they've not been good enough. Today, there was a different team, and we saw that. And the question from Al was, why have we not seen that all season? Of course, that's got to do with partnerships at the back, like the man on the screen now. But we talk about consistency. To be a good team or a very good team, you've got to do it on a consistent basis, and that's all we say as pundits.
There's a reason why they finished here.
Yep.
So that's why I thought.
Injuries are the problem.
Well, everyone's had injuries.
Yeah.
Most teams have had injuries this season, so I get that. But you've got to get over that. When you're a club of this size, we always hear it from the Man United ex-players. When you're the size of that, you've got to deliver. And finishing 8th is not that, so that's why I thought it was right to ask that question.
A little warning for you, Wayne. Managers always get the blame.
I think he needs to take it easy on these managers.
It's all right. We'll have to wait until you're in the top flight, Wayne. We'll get you on Match of the Day, but until then you're safe.
We'll get him in an FA Cup game next year.
Definitely. Great scene. So let's have a look at Kobbie Mainoo's goal. Beautiful bit of football from Manchester United, Wayne. Really was, right from their own box.
I think we showed this all afternoon. I think the composure when you run the ball, which is so important against Manchester City, to make 2 or 3 passes to allow your players to get on the pitch is really important. And then a great switch from Marcus, and then Garnacho taking the ball, Bruno arriving at the right time, and this pass is absolutely incredible. I think there's not many players in the football who see that pass never land.
So you know, if Garnacho's on the left-hand side here, that doesn't happen, you know, because he's playing on the right-hand side with him being right-footed. I know it's a bit of a simple pass, but sometimes they're the most difficult ones, and because he can find that, and you can see Bruno scanning around, he knows exactly where Mainoo is. I mean, so Rashford's was a wonderful pass, Garnacho's was, Bruno's was, and the finish was just incredible. He's so calm the way he just tucks it away. He doesn't look under any pressure, there's no panic. He just guides it into the net, doesn't he? The keeper thinks he's going to go the other way. What a finish, what a goal.
I think this is such a big moment as well. We've seen it over the years for Manchester United Academy, and I'm someone who's been there quite a lot recently with my children, and to have someone come through the academy to score a winning goal in the FA Cup final against Man City is such a big moment for the football club.
As we expected, Manchester United 2 up at half-time. You expect City to have a go, and they did to a degree. They weren't their best at all today at any point, really. But Haaland went very close, didn't he? I think the crossbar.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't really in the game that much. We always want more from Haaland. He was sort of feeding off scraps at times. But it's an amazing effort. Doku, as soon as he come on, he made the difference. And that's what I was talking about in the first half. They needed that injection of pace. I think too much in the first half. Walker was left isolated on that right-hand side. Guardiola was high on the other side. And it's all good when you come in and then you can make the runs behind Man United's fullback. But at times we were left isolated when to dribble and it just wasn't working.
Well, we know, you highlighted before the game about the problems that Man United caused Manchester City at the Etihad with that high line and the way they can actually get in behind them. I mean, they could have punched them on that day, they didn't, but they certainly did that today. I mean, that second goal, it just had class all over it. I mean, everything. Maynard started it in his own box. Then he finds Rashford with a switch of play, and then the way they move it and the finish. I mean, everything about it was just magnificent.
It really was. We saw, didn't we, obviously a mistake from Ortega. There was also a mistake from Onana later on in the game. But he did make a sensational game, didn't he, from Carl Walker? Sensational save.
Yeah, some save, such a strong hand on the ball. Kyle strikes it fairly well, but I think he sees it late as well, so I think to get such a strong hand on it. And he had a really good game. He's been criticised a lot this season as well, and I think towards the end of the season his form has got better, so I think he had a really good game today.
Alvarez chance next, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. It was a big moment.
Yeah, I mean, does really well, really good work. But as he comes inside here, we'll see it on the next angle here, it just doesn't touch it enough so he could guide it to either corner. It sort of gets under his feet, which then he can't get the position that he needs to score the goal. But you knew when he was missing them chances, it wasn't going to be Man City's day. You just could tell.
No, they had that chance. They had the Phil Foden one, which he didn't quite connect. They had the Haaland one, and of course they had the goal. I know they were better in the second half, but other than that, those were the 4 chances, the big moments. Well done.
We've been joined by Diogo Dalot. Many congratulations. Excellent performance from your whole side. You must be absolutely thrilled.
I think it was the best way to approach this game, the mentality that we showed, the hard work, the resilience. I mean, I could say it was the best game of the season in terms of being complete as a team, duels, being really focused. I mean, you could feel inside the dressing room before the game that we really wanted to win this game. But again, this is the standard of this club. It has to be every single game, has to be in every single competition. I know it was a tough season, but it feels good to end at least like this with a trophy.
Why do you think that's not been that consistent this season compared with the performance of today, which was a brilliant performance?
You could use all the excuses that everybody talked during the year. It was the injuries, it was the performances. Overall, I try not to use them as excuse. In the end of the day, we're playing for Man United.
You did.
but obviously it's a reality. We cannot hide from it. But at the same time, we're inside a pitch. We still have the opportunity to do things good. We could have done things better during all season. But again, I think it feels good for us, and especially for these fans. They were amazing through all the year, and they, more than everyone, they deserve this.
You look like you had a real game plan out there today, a real structure to your game, and all the players stuck to it really well.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that if we close the middle, if we just allow him to play from the outside, it could get a little bit easier for us because the distance between us were really short. Backwards pressing had to be really aggressive as well. And then we knew that the spaces weren't behind. I mean, we created some chances, especially for South. We did really well. then I think it was hold the result and try to be as much efficient as we can.
How important was it to have the two experienced heads in the middle there, Martinez and Varane? I think it's, 14 or 15 different partnerships the managers had to play in the middle there, but those two alongside you and Wan-Bissaka were rock solid in there, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think it showed the connection that they have there. Even with me, the fullbacks, they really step up when they're on the pitch, and it gives us more confidence as well back there because we have a good connection between each other. And again, I'm ashamed.
The best player I've seen, that we need to. Thank you very much for that. I've got 2 mics. I don't know what to do with 2 mics. Well, that was an interception, but quite right. Let him enjoy himself. But he did come over. He did come over. Yeah. Manchester City got themselves back into it with Jeremy Doku.
Yeah, I mean, Nana probably should do better, but this is what we was talking about in these one-on-one areas there, facing obviously the Wan-Bissaka Garnacho, and it's just that little shift. People probably think he's going far post, he goes near post. But you'll see it on this angle, Onana probably should be saving that. And there was a little glimmer of hope for Man City, but it just wasn't meant to be. And yeah, in the end, I thought they're the best team.
Yeah, he should have saved that. I mean, it made up for an uncomfortable last 10 minutes or so, didn't it? But they hung in well. And you know what? He made 2 or 3 really good saves. And what he also did really well when they were under pressure, he actually came and punched it or came and caught it from the corners just to take the pressure off his defenders.
Makes a real difference.
Absolutely.
We can hear from Pep Guardiola with Kelly Summers.
Pep, not to be today, not something you've had to do, address your team after losing a final too often, but what have you just said to the players in the dressing room?
Say?
Yeah, what did you say?
Congratulate all of them for a fantastic season.
But what did you make of the performance today? Where do you feel it went wrong?
Went wrong. We lose the game. Congratulate United. It was a tight game, and after we conceded a goal, and in the second half, except the first 5-10 minutes, but the chances, we change our pace up front, and overall we make a really good performance considering the final, and congratulate United.
You mentioned there the opening goal. Stefan Ortega played such a key part in winning you the Premier League trophy at the end. What went wrong and how much did that goal rock you, do you feel?
No, things happen. Many things happen in the finals today, many things, decisions, so many things happen, and at the end they scored 2 goals, and we could not score more.
You said in the week that if you lost the final, you wanted it to be because the other team were better, not because you weren't yourselves. Do you feel that was the case today? You don't feel United were better? Was it simply a case of not taking your chances? What was the difference?
No, I know the chances they had, that we had in the second half. We were there all the time. A transition team, always United, since 10, 20, 30 years old. I've been a transition team. In the first half we struggled a little bit, and in the second half we were better until we found our moment. We scored really late with the chances we had with Erling, 2 with Julian, actions from Jeremy, especially in the left side. Yeah, in general it was a good performance considering the final, and something happened.
You stayed out and watched Manchester United lift the trophy. Can that be a motivating factor for you next season to say to your players, we don't want to watch another team lift a trophy next year?
No, we don't play against United, we play for ourselves. So what they're going to do United is no our business.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much.
Well tried, Kelly. It's hard work when he wins, but when he loses, it's not the easiest post-match interview, but you can understand, he's a winner, he's not used to this, he doesn't have very often.
You don't want to lose, I get it, I understand it. It was a tough interview, but Kelly did really well there. She was not getting anything from him though. She could have still been there next half an hour and he would have still answered the same.
No, what I think he was trying to say, because Man City and the way they play, they're always on the front foot, dominate possession, trying to create something, and then they get hit on the counter-attack. But we could have told you that was going to happen before the game, and it's just frustrating that Man United, the club that they are, sitting back, but the tactics were on the game.
It's probably also part of him that you can't imagine his teams ever playing counter-attacking football.
No, and I think, you know, as Mick said, we knew before the game that this was where Manchester United were going to play, and he plays the same way. He's a stubborn manager, plays the same way, but why would he change when he's successful? And when you do get beat, which isn't very often, obviously he finds it hard to take. But I disagree where he said they were the best team. I think United were the best team and deserved to win.
it's not just microphones. Bruno Fernandes trying to steal. Look, he's trying to get that FA Cup off Eric Ten Hag just in case he's off with it tomorrow.
Should try and get one to Alan.
Great scenes though, great scenes for, and you have to feel pleased for Ten. You could feel his frustration when he was stood between us, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and you could feel he was touchy for a reason, because they've been criticised. But I go back to my point that I said to him, they've been criticised for a reason, because, you know, even when you've got injured players, you've got players who have got to come in there, and at times we've criticised Man United this season for lack of effort. And there's one thing that you cannot be accused of at times is lack of effort. Even with whatever teams go out, you've still got to give everything, and I don't think that's been the case this season. We saw it today, and it was brilliant today. It hasn't always been that way.
Great day for your old club, Wayne. The final words with you. You predicted a 2-1 win for Manchester United. You shouldn't have gone into management. You should have gone into
Yeah, no, obviously it's a great day for the football club, and there's been a lot of talk about the football club over the last 12 months, and I'm so pleased that they've ended the season on a high, winning the FA Cup, and hopefully it's the start of them over the next few years, start something special.
Great stuff. We wish you well, Wayne, back into management, but we'll see you at the Euros. Micah, thank you. Alan, as always. So Manchester United get to hold the FA Cup tight thanks to teenage kicks throughout the night. Well, afternoon.
We're ready to go.
Manchester United are into a record 30-second FA Cup semi-final. Manchester City have done it. Another FA Cup final. It's not good for three. We haven't seen a semi-final like this. Walker slices it up. Great save, Onana. Alvarez in, but he's missed. Doku. It's half a yard, and he's found a way past Onana. Manchester United are the FA Cup winners.
Into this circle of charms and little toy things up on the flip tops. What is this? Did you break it?
Doctor? Where's the doctor? What have you done to him?
This land is a powerful place.
Brand new Doctor Who continues tonight at 6:50 on BBC One and iPlayer.
The whole race has been such a range of emotions.
The end is so close. We are winning this race. Go! Go! Everything has gone down to this. Oh my God!
Race Across the World concludes Wednesday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
You ready for this?
BBC iPlayer. Love what you find. Find what you love. Binge watch brilliant shows.
Making the same mistakes over and over again.
Live stream BBC TV. Find your next big obsession.
This is good. We're gonna have some fun.
Just press red.
Who are you talking to?
Emma Home. For the best way to watch TV on BBC iPlayer.
Do you know what the 3 P's of policing are?
I feel like I do, yes.
Yeah, what are they?
Police station.
No.
Police dogs.
No.
Police club.
No. Persistence, persistence, persistence.
That was genius.
The Outforce starts Thursday at 9 on BBC One.
Follow BBC One from behind Southport to Wembley to Bank Holiday Weekend Dreams in the Bank Behind It.
The Garden Rescue team are on a mission.
What's not to like?
To make people's garden dreams come true.
Open your eyes.
Oh.
Alexa, Top Spot, please.
TalkSport from News Broadcasting.
Well, look at it this way. Look at how I do. Mainu was man of the match. There you go.
An easy for him.
Thank you very much.
You filled me with Stuart Pearce optimism. You've got that magic touch.
Thanks, my friend.
And he'll come up with a winning goal as well. Absolutely,
obviously.
Listen, fair play to Pep for taking the rap for it. His game plan wasn't good. Eric Ten Hag's game plan was absolutely sensational today. And what a good cup final. The FA Cup, Stuart, has had critics over the years. It's had people doubting whether it's still what it used to be. I've never been one of those doubters. Absolutely love the FA Cup. We've seen replays taken away from us from next season onwards, which is not something I'm particularly happy about. But it's still got something very special, the FA Cup, and I don't see that ending anytime soon.
Hey, listen, I played in the FA Cup in 1979, non-league, playing away at Swindon and Southend. That's the glamour of it for me as a non-league player, all the way to the journey to play here in a final. This competition is nothing short of brilliant. And I tell you what, when the ball hit the back of the net for Coventry a month ago, you thought, That's the beauty of the FA Cup. But also as well, the other side of that is the team that were at their lowest possible point at that juncture have gone on to lift the trophy as well, and they salvaged their season. The FA Cup has salvaged Manchester United season.
Yes, and they were, for that 20 minutes at the end of that game against Coventry, they were truly dreadful. They were atrocious. And they've come here today and they're unrecognisable from that team that day. I'd even say in the semi-final, Man City was second best to Chelsea, but still managed to find a way to win, but couldn't find a way to win today. They were second best and they ended up as runners-up in the FA Cup this season, but it's still a magical competition.
There's nothing like it, and I don't think anybody does a celebration of the FA Cup like we can do it again. I mean, that brass band, go back to the beginning of the game, I mean, that is just absolutely fantastic. Nobody does that apart from us. I mean,
that was me and the national anthem.
It's just special things like that no other country can do, and just to see it in front of you, that was special enough for me. I thought that was just amazing.
And you know, Wembley's always better when it's half filled with blue and red. You've got the colours of each half filling the stadium, and I just think that everything about today, I think it's just one of the classic FA Cup finals, Stuart. We will look back on this occasion and we'll think it was a privilege just to be there.
I had the sniff of that before the game. I said to you there, I said I had the sniff of it. Both sets of fans contributed massively, and you could feel something in the air. There was something, I couldn't put my finger on it, there was actually something in the air that you thought, it's going to be an exciting game. Rather tactically, it's a brilliant game, certainly for one of the teams.
Yeah, I have to say as well, it kind of needed Man United at least to make a go of it. If City had scored 2 first half, 2 second half, ran out 4-0 winners, we probably wouldn't remember it so much. So it is about, not so much Man United winning, it's about Man United competing and really giving Man City something to think about. And in the end, winning the FA Cup final absolutely needed Man United to play above themselves.
It wouldn't have surprised you, Adrian, if that had been the case. If City had run out 4-0 winners, you know, we'd have all been sat here thinking, oh, well, we knew what we were going to get anyway. But, you know, not just the final itself, as Stuart mentioned there, you know, the semi-finals, and you go down to 3rd and 4th round games that we've had this season. Some of the stories we've had throughout this FA Cup run to the final. It just brings up two sides together, you know, a David and Goliath, if you like, throughout the whole of the FA Cup, and that's what we love about it. And I'm with you with the replays. You know, if you a Premier League side, you have to go down to a non-league side or a League 2 side. That's the beauty of the FA Cup for me, and we're going to miss that. We really are, certainly in the replays.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Man United have done themselves proud, and if we just go back to that game plan that Erik ten Hag had, Stuart, to not play the strikers, Jimmy in commentary was describing it as a 4-2-4-0 the tactics, which is exactly what it was. But have a game plan where you don't have an out-and-out striker on the pitch, and somehow by half-time you're 2-0 against Manchester City. It's almost like football-defying belief, isn't it? It shouldn't really logically be happening, but it did.
It certainly did, and sometimes having 6-7 strikers on the pitch don't mean you're going to score regularly, or if it did, more managers will be doing it. Do you remember the Spanish side that didn't play a centre forward some years ago? Absolutely magnificent. You know, you play to your strengths, you play to nullify the opposition, but by nullifying the opposition and putting their players, their front 4 or their midfield 4, whichever way you look at it, in the positions it did, it put them in brilliant counter-attack positions as well in that first half.
3 seasons ago, Man City won the Premier League without a centre forward. Or was it 4 seasons? Sergio Aguero, when he got injured throughout the whole of the season, I think that's the best Man City side I've seen. I've got to say, I think the football that they played and that counter-attacking football meant that more players had to get forward into the box, and they just looked such a dominant threat because they had a threat from the right-hand side coming in off that flank, the same from the left-hand side, 2 or 3 midfield players breaking through and getting beyond whoever they were playing against. And I just thought they looked absolutely breathtaking at the time. I'm not saying there's something moving forward that I want to see anyway, no centre forward, but that performance of Manchester United, I go as far as saying it's the best I've seen them all season.
In all honesty, I think the way forward, and I've thought this probably for the last 40 years, certainly going back to when I was a young aspiring electrician and wanted to break into the game, I wouldn't play any centre forwards, I would just play all left backs. In all honesty.
Well, we've got 2 here, we've just played left backs today, haven't we? Let's get the end of the cricket. It's all over. John Norman.
It's all over here, and England walk off satisfied with a decent afternoon's work played out in front of a full house at England's second city. They beat Pakistan by 23 runs. Joss Buttler top scoring as England posted 183 for 7. He hit 84. There were runs for Will Jackson, Johnny Bairstow. England though did lose 5 wickets for 25 runs towards the back end of their innings. Really though, we were all here to see Jofra Archer back in the side, in England's side, for the first game in over a year. His first over was expensive, we went for 15. His second over though took a wicket, went for just 1, and he picked up another wicket late in his spell as well. Now Pakistan, after losing 2 early ones, never really pushed England this afternoon, despite the fact that most of the fans here seem to be wearing the green and white of Pakistan. It's England who've gone 1-0 up with 2 to play. They've beaten Pakistan by 23 runs.
Final thoughts on this FA Cup final then before we hand over the game day. Phone in 03717222 before you get reaction from here at Wembley in that show with Jason Cundy and Darren Ambrose. Have we seen Man United lay out a game plan on how to beat, a blueprint on how to beat City?
I would like to say, Adrian, I'd like to sit here and say, yes, it's okay setting it up, but on a weekly basis, do you think Man City would work that out? I think we would with Pep, but I just thought Erik ten Hag, the way he set his side up today, tactically, it was a masterclass, it really was.
And I think, sorry Stuart,
You've got to understand that Manchester United were fortunate to have the best one-on-one defender in the Premier League to deal with Doku when he come on as well.
In that case, should he be in the England squad maybe?
Well, you might have to put Walker out, but you know, Walker can deal with people, but in those one-on-one scenarios, Walker is pretty good, but I think Wan-Bissaka, I mean, we get well by Wan-Bissaka because we know how difficult it is to deal with one-on-one situations.
He's given a lesson to every fullback in the Premier League in my eyes today. Because how many times has Saka cut in on his left foot and whipped the ball into the box, and you look at other players on the right-hand side, Doku himself, how many times has he cut in from the left-hand side and got onto his right foot and just slotted the ball into the air? I think as a fullback, you've got to start dictating to wide players. But what I've seen, not just this season, over a period of time, I'm going 3, 4, 5, maybe even longer than that, I think fullbacks have got to get to the point now where they say, right, okay, I know who I'm up against here. His stronger foot is taking him inside. As a fullback, I'm saying, right, you're going down the line, mate. If you put the ball in the box and they score from a header or a tap in, fine, no problem. But you ain't getting inside and you're not scoring 7 or 8 goals a season from getting into the 18-yard box. It was first class from Wan-Bissaka.
Spoken like a true fullback, Mickey Gray, Stuart Pearce, thank you very much. Really enjoyed today. Thanks for your company. We're back here at Wembley tomorrow on TalkSport for the Championship playoff final build-up from Box Park at 11 AM and then live from inside the stadium from pitch side at 1:30 for Southampton Leeds on TalkSport. The game day phone in is next on TalkSport 03717 223344. Jason Cundy and Darren Ambrose. They say you don't win anything with kids. 2 teenagers just won the FA Cup for Man United live on TalkSport.
The Emirates FA Cup live on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please take responsibly. The TalkSport Fan Network. The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click. The TalkSport Fan Network. Created by the fans, for the fans. Search TalkSport Fan Network.
Put your freelance knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
Emirates FA Cup live on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
In people's
Postcode Lottery's June draws, your ordinary postcode could deliver some rather extraordinary news. Because a share of £17.2 million must be won, and there are prizes every day. So join the 70% of postcodes across Great Britain that are already playing, and sign up your postcode before midnight on the 31st of May. Good things come knocking with People's Postcode Lottery. People's Postcode Lottery manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
The future of eco-friendly gardening and landscaping is here. Introducing the Ego Pro X range of battery-powered outdoor power equipment. A super tough, super powerful range for the hard-working professionals, the landscapers, the groundsmen, and the gardeners who demand the best. Say goodbye to the noise, the fuss, and the fumes of petrol, and embrace a greener, cleaner solution. The Ego Power Plus Pro X range. Power beyond belief. Search Ego Pro X today.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to sprawl on once the garden's prepped for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's and C's apply. Oak Furniture Land is a credit broker, not a lender.
With high maintenance fees and a lack of availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who were missold exit their contract and claim compensation. For advice and to find out about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
At Wix, get Dulux standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now £15. Be house proud with Wix. Ends Wednesday. Terms apply.
Are you ready for the Championship Playoff Final? Let's kick off with this Sunday's TalkSport Bet broadcast boost. Leeds versus Southampton. Crescentio Somerville and Adam Armstrong both to score in 90 minutes. Current price 29-4. Broadcast boosted price 17-2. The winner takes it all, so buckle up. For this and other thrilling odds, visit TalkSportBet.com. Back of the net broadcaster. Bring it on, book it. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus capital win at all.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. TalkSport. On DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Game day. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. FA Cup Game Day phone-in.
On TalkSport.
Hello, good evening and welcome to the FA Cup Final Game Day phone-in special with me, Jason Gunn, alongside me for the next 3 hours from Crystal Palace and Newcastle midfield, Mr. Darren Ambrose. So, who saw that coming? Manchester United win the FA Cup after a 2-1 victory over Manchester City. Congratulations to them. Absolutely stunning performance. Brilliant. Can't keep enough praise on Eric Ten Hag. Tactically, the way his team played that out. But where has that been this season from the Eric Ten Hag side? 03717 223344. Rumours yesterday said that Eric Ten Hag would lose his job no matter what the result today. But can you sack him after watching that? What do you think, United fans? 03717 223344. Manchester City fans. It sounds ridiculous. Are you a little bit disappointed only to win the Premier League this season? Elsewhere, Celtic completed a double beating Rangers in the Scottish Cup final 1-0 to them. If you didn't get any of these games, 03717 223344. We cannot do this show without him. It's your show, your chance to have your say on your team. 03717 223344. This is the Game Day Phone Special, FA Cup style, live here on TalkSport! Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Darren Ambrose.
Good evening, Jason, and what a match.
Well, I mean, look, I cannot, as I said in the opening, I cannot praise Ten Hag this side enough for tactically. There's so much to a game of football, but if you get things right on the day, as we saw today, and you execute it the way that Manchester United did, you can ride your luck. They've got a little bit of good fortune with the first goal. But they absolutely deserve that. I thought Man United were outstanding. I think that's the best tactical performance I've seen since Ten Hag, because you can't play like that every week at Old Trafford, because the fans won't put up with it. But in a one-off game against the best side in the country, and has been for many years, and the best side in Europe, you've got to do something different. and boy did they do it. I can't keep enough praise on
He
it.
got everything right Ten Hag today, and as you said, he's been criticised throughout the season. Today, in the one-off game, the shape was tremendous. Kind of played a 4 defenders, 2 kind of mid-defence midfield, Mainu, yeah, and then 4 midfielders. They utilised the pace of Rashford, the pace of Garnacho, the vision of the team around them. I thought Wan-Bissaka was brilliant. I thought Doku Wan-Bissaka battle in the second half was fantastic. Okay, Doku scored, but he cut inside Garnacho in the end. I thought it was brilliant, but I'm the same as you. I did not expect this. I cannot praise Erik ten Hag enough. The only criticism that I can place on Manchester United is where's that performance been? Where's that desire? Where's that spirit been throughout the season? But it's a one-off game. It's the FA Cup final. I listened to Mickey Gray, Alex Crook before, and they said, who knows? Who knows what's happened? Andy Cole come on and said, who knows? It's a one-off. It's the FA Cup final. Anything can happen in football. If we turn up and stop them playing, we said early on, didn't we? Man City can't break Manchester United down. And they're always in over the top. The goals were a mistake. I thought the first one was poor. The second one, yeah. You're right, Ortega. I don't think it was Guardiola. I think the only criticism Guardiola gets for me is head it out, head it off a corner. If you're in 2 minds, head it away for a corner. Just get it away. Don't head it directly in the middle of the goal and let Garnacho tap it in. For the second goal, potentially Kyle Walker caught out of position. Let's not take nothing away from the move. It was tremendous.
Honestly, it's the best pass of the game.
You know what? There was 2. The best pass of the game, Rashford initially out to Garnacho. Garnacho reversed it, and Bruno Fernandes outdone Rashford's pass with a little reverse. I didn't think he meant it. Then when you see the replay, it's like, wow, it's brilliant. It's a good finish.
So Manchester United were excellent. 03717 22 33 44. Absolutely deserved it. Well done there. On the other side, you look at City. City just didn't turn up, mate. Man United were excellent. City were bang average. And if you can get that, City are a much better side than Man United. We know that. But on a one-off game, if you get the little things right, the detail right, as they did, Ten Hag deserves huge amount of credit. But then you hope in the Man City off day, and they did. They took advantage, took the chances. Manchester City had 1 or 2 half moments, but overall, with the 90 minutes, you can't argue. So Manchester United did not deserve that.
Absolutely not. But even then, Doku scored 5 minutes to go, 7 minutes stoppage time. You're still thinking there's a way back in here. And Manchester United looked more threatening in the final minutes as well. I thought they were tremendous. As you said, they didn't turn up, Manchester City, but I just don't think they're given the opportunity to turn up.
I agree with that as well, yes.
The narrow midfield of Manchester United, they didn't know how to break that down. They're good at going through the middle normally. They didn't use them wide. I think that's why Doku came on second half, and they were better.
And then
allowed to be
inside, couldn't really get him involved, couldn't get De Bruyne involved. And consequently, if you can't get them on the ball, you're not going to see Haaland.
I thought Amrabat was brilliant as well, and Colin Mainu. Both in the centre midfield just shielded and guarded everything. And the return of Martinez at the back with Varane. No credit. And the interview at the end, we're going to hear from Erik ten Hag saying he's not had his team throughout the full season. Well, if he did, I don't think they'd be finishing 8th if he had that team there.
I think but a lot of teams will say that. Newcastle will say that. There's a lot of teams that have had it. Anyway, over to you, Manchester United fans. Congratulations. A brilliant display. A fantastic victory. Thoroughly deserved it. 03717 22 44 is the number. Adam, the Man United fan, has dialed. Adam, good evening. Welcome to the show.
No Gallagher, can you hear me? No Gallagher, Etihad Scotland, Etihad Coward, Blue Moon, can you hear me, Blue Moon? Paul Motor, Michael Richard, the A.O. Arena, at the Art Gallery, can you hear me at the Art Gallery? Manchester!
Aaron, good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Jason. Evening, Darren.
Good evening, Aaron.
Darren, I'll answer your question why we won today.
Yes.
It's because we had a partnership with Martinez and Varane. Two experienced, been injured all season. We have 15 different partnerships. They were solid today. Rashford turns up. He had a point to prove today. He turned up, he delivered. Yeah. Because Gareth left him out, gave him the, what's it called, up the bum, he delivered. And Mainu and Amrabat delivered. We all delivered. If they sack him tomorrow, then it's a complete disgrace. If they can't sack him tomorrow, we need to give him more time.
What, sack him Monday?
Then, you know what I mean, Jason?
I'm only joking with you.
Jason, how do you feel about Ben? Oh yeah, you're in Europa League.
He didn't want to mention that, did he?
I'll take it, honestly, after the season we've had, I'll take it.
The other thing is, Jackie Knuckles always keeps coming on here, giving it the big in. Jason, can you give her a call tonight and ask her to come on? Congratulate may not have won it, because all she does is moan, win.
Aaron, you're in luck. You're in luck.
Aaron.
And I'm happy to talk to her as well.
Jackie Knuckles, good evening.
Hiya, Jason. Okay, hi, Darren.
Hey, Jack, that's Aaron.
Hang on a minute. I don't always moan. I'm honest to the court, and you were the better side today. We didn't turn up. It should have started with Doku, and it should have started with Cam Jack. I understand, Jason, why he dropped Doku. We didn't have any width at all on the field. They were the better side, and I will come back. No, hang on a minute. Shut up. I will congratulate you. You were the better team on the day. And you know what, Jason? They did a massive interview with me before the game down at Old Park. Catman. And I picked up Jamie. I said, Jamie's my number one and all that. But no, Jason, they were the better side. We did turn up. Well done, United. I've got to admit the truth.
How you been anyway, right?
You what, Dave?
How you been, alright? I know you've had your own public issues. I know you don't want to discuss it in general, but how are you anyway?
I'm alright. I've just had a few family issues and what have you, but I'm absolutely fine now. Yeah, I'm alright. I've just been to the cup. Oh, thank you. I've been to the cup final. I've had a really, really good day with my sister-in-law. Really, really enjoyed every minute of it. Who's the City fan now? Who's this now?
Just let him crack on.
Jason?
Jack? Yeah, go on.
Yes, Jason.
Go on.
Yeah, like I said, I've got a City fan next to me now, and at the end of the day, they were the better team. They came with the game plan, it worked, and like I said, putting cover, and Roger, I can't believe Roger made that mistake, but you know what? That is the first time that Roger's lost a game in 75 games. So, you know what I mean? I'm never ever slagged Roger off. I won't slag City off. We won the league. We've got 4 in a row and I'm dead happy, so I'm not going to cry about it. It's just one of them things. It's football. We go again next season. But there's one thing I want to say. They did not score our treble last year. So that makes it even more fun.
Jackie, have a safe journey home.
Have a safe journey home, Jackie.
All right, you take care. There you go, Aaron. You got your way, Aaron.
Jackie's alright. I prefer to listen to her than moan and no.
Oh, yeah.
And the other day, Jason, Adam said he would watch the rugby over today. Will you call that?
That's right, that guy, there's a guy. You're right, I did a show. Thanks for the call, mate. I've done a show with Townsend yesterday, right? Yeah. He said he wasn't going to watch, the rugby league. He's had enough of Man United.
He's a Man United fan.
Well, if he's listening,
he's got to call up.
Phone up, 03717 22 344. Let's go and speak to Andy, who's a Man United fan. Andy, congratulations.
Hey, Andy.
Evening, good afternoon, Jason. I'm on the catch you on the sports bar, mate. Hey, Darren, are you alright?
Yes, not too bad. I bet you're buzzing, though.
The other thing I want to say, basically, before I go into the football, has anybody seen Jackie Knuckles like it? Let's have a bit less of it. It's time she shut up. It's time she got off the airwaves, and it's time.
Oh, Andy, come on.
We haven't got as many pops as us, either in the league, in Europe, or FA Cup. Anyway, today's game, boys. Today's game. What a performance with Colin Maine. What an absolute...
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And super. If that kid is not starting in the England lineup in 3 weeks' time, Southgate really does need an egg test. That kid was absolutely brilliant today. He was class.
Well, do you know what? I think it's the best I've seen Amrabat as well.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Do you know what, Jason? These last few weeks, since he came in after the Palace game, and he's been playing just in front of the back four, Amrabat has actually been very good. He's closing things out, stealing defence, and he's breaking the...
Well, what you had, it was a 4-2-4 formation, you know, and Tomine and Bruno were playing like as a front two. Then you had on one side Garnacho, one Rashford. But I've got to say, the way it was coached, it was really brilliant to watch. I have to say, you know, it's an acquired taste because it's a one-off performance. You cannot set up like that at home to Wolves, right? You can't do that. You can't do that. But that's the point.
I would like to say, Jason, the one thing I would like to say, I was on the sports bar earlier in the week and I threw Rashford under the bus after the England selection and said no way should he be selected for England. But I'm going to revert. I'm not going to say he should be playing for England, but I am going to say that 60-yard ball that he threw out to Garnacho for our second goal today was world class.
It's a threat as well. It's a threat of his pace, Andy. That's how you utilise the position. Rashford with his pace one side, Garnacho the other side, and every time you've got the ball, you played it over the top, and you just hustled them into mistakes.
It was superb. And the other final thing I'd like to say, guys, there's a lot of conjecture going on. There's a lot of speculation in the press and on the telly and on the radio. I want Eric to stay minimum 1 more year. He deserves it. 2 trophies in 2 years. This guy deserves a crack at it.
Here's a question for you, Andy. I'm going to throw this out to everyone else as well, and have a conversation with Darren. Have you had 2 better seasons than Arsenal?
I would say, and this is where I'm going to throw a little bit of a fly in the ointment, Jay. I'm going to say I think we've had equal seasons as Arsenal. Arsenal have done it in the league and been unfortunate to come up against a City side that we all know, once we click into January, they click into gear and they just stroll away. Somebody somewhere, and Arsenal are the nearest to it, have got to fathom out how to get past that. But as far as us picking the League Cup up last year and picking the FA Cup up today, I would say that we've had equally successful seasons. No better, no worse.
Andy, enjoy it.
Top man,
you as well. Speak to you soon. Thank you.
It's an interesting question.
Okay, let's go to Wembley. Alex Crook is with Lissandra Martinez.
Lissandra, thanks for joining us on Talk Sport. Many congratulations. How sweet was that victory for you?
Thank you so much. An amazing feeling, especially when you win in this club. It's one of the best feeling for sure. We deserve it, especially our fans, because during all the season they were with us doesn't matter what. And for sure it was not the best season for us, but when you have these fans with us, it's impossible to give up.
You mentioned it there, it hasn't been a vintage season by Manchester United standards. How did you manage to galvanise yourselves and come up with a game plan to beat Manchester City, who've been incredible for the last 2 years?
It's a process. It's a process. In football, you have up and down, and you have to accept it. It's football. You don't want to win every title, every game. But football is also mental, and it's all about emotion as well. So we have to change that. We have to create a better culture. Like today, for example, that we show something, everyone fighting for the badge, for everything, and yeah, we have to keep going like this.
There was a lot of talk about the manager's position in the build-up to the game. Do the players want to move forward with Erik ten Hag in charge? Does he deserve that after what happened today?
Honestly, it's something that we can't control. Today we have to enjoy this amazing title because it was really important. Yeah, we have to celebrate. Then they're going to talk maybe, but we don't know. It's something that we can't control.
Sandra, thanks for joining us on TalkSport.
Cheers, Crocky. Sandro Martinez there. He came off actually after 73 minutes with a little bit of cramp. He hasn't played for ages. And Erik ten Hag was making the point that him and Varane, they've had so many different parts in the back. You know, I made the point, 15 different partnerships at the back. Is that the reason Erik ten Hag's side finished 8th in the table? 03717 222 4. Excellent performance then. What now for Ten Hag? Rumours saying that he could lose his job. What do you think? Should he? Chelsea dropped in the Conference League. Boom. And no European football for Newcastle. Chelsea Newcastle fans 03717 223 4. It's the FA Cup final. Game day phone in live here.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
Put your three-lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition, available online and in-store at Sports Direct and Game.
On safari, or seeking the thrill of the Pacific Wave. With 150k, just think what you could do. Sign up before midnight on the 31st of May to play. People's Postcode Lottery manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus, conditions apply. Play responsibly, not available in Northern Ireland.
Cricket. The unmistakable sound of lather on blow.
Absolute beauty.
Fireworks. Power ballads. And t-shirt cannons. Vitality Blast is back. Another explosive season of T20 cricket launches with Blast-Off on the 30th of May. Tickets on sale now. Search Vitality Blast.
If you own a timeshare, you may have been missold and could be owed substantial compensation. Text timeshare to 78900 to find out more.
Other supermarkets say they're matching Aldi. But were they Good Housekeeping Reader's Favourite Supermarket for 2023?
Can't match this.
How about Quality Food Awards Retailer of the Year 2023?
You can't match this.
Or which cheapest supermarket 3 years running?
You can't match this.
There's only one supermarket where every price is an Aldi price. For more, visit aldi.co.uk/awards.
At Wix, get Dulux Standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 15. Be house proud with Wix. Ends Wednesday. Terms apply.
Imagine, it's Saturday. 1 minute you're lying on the sofa, horizontal, in your pyjamas, trying to guess which celeb is dressed up as a Cindy chicken, I got the last sweet and sour pork ball, and the next, corn crackers, you're a millionaire. Lotto, will you be next? Play on app, the National Lottery. Account terms, rules, and procedures apply. Players and fans in November.
Wednesday night from 8. The Europa Conference League final live on TalkSport 2.
What a moment this could be.
Olympiacos versus Fiorentina live from Athens. Europa Conference League final live. Wednesday night from 8 on TalkSport 2.
Up against Marlion, that's where they've had their joy. Manchester United playing towards the edge of the penalty area. This time it is 2. It's 5-2. United bars in dream. The double dreams. Really wobbly. City straight United by 2 goals to 0.
Yeah, that's how you heard it live here on TalkSport. Congratulations to Manchester United. Commiserations with Manchester City, still league champions though, but the double-double, there's a reason why it's been done, because it's damn hard. 0371722 333 this FA Cup final game day phone-in special. Manchester United fan Martin has dialed that number. Martin, good evening. Well done, congratulations.
Oh, good evening. Wonderful result, wonderful.
Result and performance, the whole package was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Everybody played well. 10 hours. Masterclass, as you said earlier, absolute masterclass. Yeah. What I remember to say was, who's had the better season, Arsenal or Man United?
Me and Jason were talking about this off air, Martin, and I said Manchester United. I think winning trophies is everything in football. As a player, I would have loved to have won the FA Cup as opposed to qualify for the Champions League. Just trophies mean everything. So I said, I think Manchester United have had a better season. I think Jason disagrees with me a little bit on that. I think he says they've had a more successful season. But what do you think, Martin? If I think Man United, you must think the same.
No, I mean, had they not won today, you could have said Arsenal, but absolutely not. No, it's Man United season as the two.
You say you've had a better season. You haven't had a better season.
No, but imagine what next season will be like. If this is an average season for United, imagine what next year's going to be.
Well, what will it look like?
Pardon?
What will it look like?
Next year?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We'd probably be top 1, top 2.
Top 1. Look, Martin, let's look at the actual league. Well, you finished 29 points behind Arsenal. You lost 10 games. You won 10 games fewer and lost 9 games more. So if you're looking at that, the logical answer is Arsenal's had the better season. But then you
let's head over back to Wembley. Alex Crook has got Eric Ten Hag. Crookie.
I have indeed, Eric. Thanks very much for joining us live on TalkSport. Just sum up your emotions after winning the FA Cup.
We are very, very pleased. So happy after a very difficult, complicated season. And we're lifting the trophy, and a big
trophy. So we are very happy. And yeah, there you see, we are in the right direction with this club, with this team. And we have to very good make a review of this season, and then we have to keep going.
Bold selections from you. You didn't play with an out-and-out striker. What was the thinking behind that?
That is tactic. Then, of course, has to do with City, how they play, which for me is the best team in the world. And so, yeah, you have to find some weaknesses, and it's difficult to see them in their team. But I think, yeah, you can, in the moment, you can attract them and then get running in behind, and we have players with speed.
One of the big positives from this season has been the development of the young players, so fitting that two of those got themselves on the score sheet this afternoon. That suggests the future is bright at Old Trafford.
Yes, I think it was a while that Manchester United Academy produced really top players, top potentials, and now we have two. And so it's just a great work, brilliant I would say, from the academy, but also from all the staff under 21, all the coaches from the first team, all the other staff, but in the last place, but not the least, the play itself. And they are great players, and great characters, and it's just enjoyable to work with them.
Does it give you personal satisfaction, because you've had a lot of scrutiny this season from the media? There were reports even yesterday that this could be your last game in charge. Do you take extra satisfaction from proving a few people wrong?
No, I don't care. It's about top football is about winning trophies. It's about, of course, therefore you need a good foundation, and that is to do a fair play. But if you don't have the players available, then no trainer in the world can perform. And then you have to survive, and you have to find ways to stay in competition. And that is what we did. So I'm very pleased with the team, with the resilience of the team, with the determination, and with the belief, and really when they are fit, and then we can play in very high levels.
Just finally, do you hope the owners agree with that as well, and they come out quickly and publicly back you as the manager moving forward into next season?
No, it's not about it. It's I started a project, and we are there where we want to be. But when players are not available, we can't win. But in 2 seasons, we are in 3 finals. In 2 seasons, we win 2 cups. We were in the Champions League. Now we are going to the Europa League. But what you see is we're constructing a team with incredible good players, and we need more good players. Because still also we have weaknesses, but we have to make it that we also in the depth that we need players who help the team, and then you can only be consistent. But that is what we need.
Congratulations again. Go and enjoy the evening.
You're welcome.
Cheers, Crocky. Erik ten Hag, congratulations to him. It's a second cup in 2 seasons. You're absolutely right. Finished 8th in the table, however, bottom of the league in the Champions League, but 2 pots in 2 seasons. Is it enough? Because let's be honest, your bread and butter is the league form. Yeah. Yes, FA Cups are lovely. Carabao Cups are lovely, of course they are. But the real bread and butter is where you finish in the table. That's where you really should, as a club, as a team, we should be judged at the end of the season.
The thing is, were they ever going to get in the Champions League this year? No. Okay, that's my opinion. No, I think there's 4 better sides this season. So what he said there is constructing a team of young, exciting players, and a lot of them have not been fit. He's used that a lot in his post-match interviews, that the whole squad hasn't been fit. So I think he deserves another opportunity. I think he deserves another season to have all his fit players and to try and go again.
03717 22 33 44. Anthony's dialed that number. Andy, good evening. Congratulations. Anthony.
I am.
Good evening, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm fine. I'm still 10 hours out.
You're 10 hours out?
Yeah, for the particular reason, only on the league form, and they've had quite, it's been, you can't, they've had a lot of injuries, but so have other teams as well.
But he's made the point that the 2 centre-halves, that's your best centre-half player, would you say?
Yes, but Varane is going, so,
You know, he's leaving at the end of the season. He's already said he's going. I don't know where he's going, but he's going. I would say Pochettino.
You want Pochettino in?
Manager.
Well, what is it then with Eric Ten Hag? I know he's saying the league form, but as he's just said in his interview there, 3 finals in 2 seasons, and he's won 2 trophies for the football club. I know you're saying a lot of other teams have had injuries as well, but not many of them have won 2 trophies with the amount of injuries. So, do you not think he deserves an opportunity, even the first 3 months of the season?
Yeah, but why haven't they come out and backed him? It seems strange why they haven't come out. They could have come out a couple of months ago and said, "Right, we're getting behind you." But it's been silent.
But they don't have to. They don't have to come out and back him, don't they? They don't have to come out publicly and back him. They can do that privately. They don't have to do it publicly. I know that puts an end to all the speculation, but we don't know whether privately that he's been backed. He seems not deluded, but he seems immune to the criticism and immune to what's going on outside of Manchester United. He's just concentrating on each game as they come.
Yeah.
You think that's a bit naive?
He wants him out there, didn't you? You want him out?
Yeah, I think so.
You've had enough. Yes, definitely, and?
Yeah.
What about Pochettino then? Why do you think Pochettino can get more out of this squad than Eric Ten Hag?
I don't know. It's
just want to change.
Feeling. Yeah.
Well, Andy, enjoy it. What are you up to tonight, Andy?
Chilling out.
Just chilling?
I'm just chilling.
Celebrating?
Yeah.
Why are you out celebrating?
I'm not one for drinking, to be honest.
Okay. What about celebrating?
I'll have a pizza.
Have a pizza? A celebration, what type of pizza you going for, Ed?
Pepperoni.
Extra cheese?
Yeah.
Garlic bread?
Yeah.
Pineapple on there or not?
Yeah, pineapple as well, yeah.
Pineapple friend.
Pineapple and pepperoni. What about some chicken dippers?
No.
Wedges?
Yeah.
Chicken wings?
Possibly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Definitely. That sounds like a great night, Ed. Enjoy it. Congratulations.
Alright, thank you.
Don't like drinking, yeah, have a bit of a pizza.
You can have a pizza. How do you celebrate tonight, Man United fans? What are you doing? You having a pizza? Chinese? Curry? 0371722 3344. This is the FA Cup final. Game day phone-in special. Live here on TalkSport.
Imagine the TalkSport Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
Put your freelance knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football teams. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
To pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's and C's apply. Oak Furniture Land is a credit broker, not a lender.
McDonald's breakfast deal. Succulent sausage and egg McMuffin and a latte, all for just $2.79. Something that will make anyone a morning person. So morningy that even the birds are more morningy. McDonald's. Until 11 a.m. Not available on delivery. Exclusive supply. Classification may vary.
Sorry, sure. Ginger bread with co-op juicy quarter pounders, sweet chili chicken kebab, and tasty hot dog. Now 2 for £5 for co-op members. Yeah, juicy. Selected products subject to availability. Member price valid in store only. Co-op group food stores only. Work joining PC. Co-op.co.uk/terms.
Want fitted bedroom furniture without the fitted furniture price tag?
Absolutely.
Want it made to measure, not the standard sizes?
Totally.
Want to buy directly, meaning you could save hugely?
Certainly.
Got the knack for DIY self-assembly?
Yes, definitely.
Are you a tradie who wants to fit furniture quickly and easily? Obviously. For made-to-measure, fitted bedroom furniture, fully installed, or DIY self-assembly with surprisingly big savings, visit fittingly.co.uk.
It's totally fittingly yours.
Catch something big at your local Admiral Slots Casino, because Big Bass Bonanza can now be played on the high street. Ditch your phone's small screen and bad internet connection and upgrade your gaming experience at Admiral Slots today. Hook some big free spin bonuses and play for up to £500 jackpot at your nearest Admiral Slots Casino. If you're ready to play, spin safe at Admiral Slots, where our friendly team are on hand to help you play responsibly and stay within your limits. Visit admiralslots.co.uk for more. Over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly.
Scotland in Germany. UEFA Euro 2024 on TalkSport.
See, this time we're going all the way, by the way.
Here's swashbuckling pre-match build-up to every game with kick-by-kick Claymore commentary and post-match cold-steel reaction from Scottish football royalty.
Only a walloper would listen to anything else.
Scotland's UEFA Euro 2024 campaign on TalkSport.
Come on, Scotland, we're right behind you.
Take you home.
Manchester United win the FA Cup. And seldom will lifting the trophy have ever been sweeter than this. It's a day to remember amidst the wreckage of a season of disappointment. The Reds defying the odds and denying the neighbours their place in history. The double-double goes up in smoke. The 143rd FA Cup final finishes Manchester United 2, Manchester City 1.
Yes, congratulations to Manchester United, thoroughly deserved a tactical masterclass from Erik ten Hag, got his team playing the way he wanted, stifled Man City, they had no answer, City were poor, but Manchester United were superb. One of the best performances I've seen on the Manchester United side by ten Hag. But here's the question, United fans, you can't play like that every week. You can't, in a one-off game, in a final against the best side in the country, that's the time to do it. You can't do that every single week. You've got to find other ways. And you look at the league table, which is 8th, what has got to change? Does he keep his job? 03717 2233 44. Let's go speak to Ewan, a Man United fan. Ewan, good evening. Congratulations.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I think you say it perfectly right, Lloyd. Thank you for having me on the show. It is a tactical masterclass, and I think that's something that Erik ten Hag has in his locker. We've seen time and time again with the trophies he's won for us, you know, even just in the 2 seasons, 2 cups. He's set up the team in a way that has won. I think really, at the end of the day, the season wasn't good enough. And regardless of the FA Cup, I think he can definitely keep his job because he's made changes. He can set up a team. He's bringing through some youth development. And the thing I love to see is people say he doesn't have a style of play. We 2 seasons ago weren't gambling on defenders making mistakes. You see Garnacho's goal today, and I think that's the epitome of what we've brought in. He now sets plays up. We're looking to be offensive and be attacking. And there's other sides of it. There's always that extra man dropping back, looking at the back, offering support. And I think they're the real foundations. So if he actually has a team, the same 11 near enough throughout the season next season, then we're going to be on the right track to getting back to where we should be.
Ewan, do you trust him in the transfer window, or you trust that Sir Jim Ratcliffe are brought in the right people to help with that? Because if you look at his signings, they've not really worked, most of them. So do you think having Dan Ashworth potentially come in and making a difference, do you think that you trust them more than Erik ten Hag?
I trust ten Hag. I think there is also then the trust now in what's happened above. So it's one of my other thoughts that I've been having on when I've been listening to the show and stuff, driving home, is that ten Hag, finally, we've changed what's above him. Okay, so all these other managers that we've had, the great managers that we've had since Fergie's left, none of them have had really the changes up above that I think were needed. So we're doing an experiment, we're doing a rebuild, we've brought in some new players, we've changed the manager now we've changed what's above him. So I think with Dan Ashworth, with Berardi coming in, we've got real foundations now to start seeing an improvement. I think it's unfair, and it doesn't make sense to me, why change the manager when you've not seen what effect the other people have had? Because if we change the manager, it's going to be really hard to tell what changes are being made and what the difference is.
Ewan, what did you make of the story that broke yesterday afternoon by The Guardian, saying that irrespective of the result today, Erik ten Hag will not be in a job, and that the journal came on and stood the story up. He backed his story. Do you think that today's performance will be enough to change minds, or do you think if that decision is made, you think that will happen anyway?
I really hope it doesn't. I think when I saw that yesterday, I think I understand the reasons and obviously the different sources at play, but I don't really see the point. I think hopefully we're going to stay with Ten Hag. I think obviously there's a lot of speculation. When you run a business, you need to make cutthroat decisions. But I come from a bit more of an experimental background, so I don't see the point in changing one variable when you've changed a lot of other things. You need to see what that impact has. I think at the end of the day, for me, the last 10 years are kind of irrespective. It's clearly not worked. So now we need to try something new, and I don't think necessarily changing the manager is going to help that.
Are you out tonight, Mikey? Mike? Sorry, Ewan, sorry, I do apologise. Ewan, are you out tonight?
I'm open to be. I've been working up about a 12-hour day today, so I'm going to sit out, celebrate and enjoy.
Go and enjoy it. Sun's out. Good luck to Joey Oakley.
Congrats.
Just going out to celebrate. Why not?
You know what I'd quickly say about that, with the director of football chief executives coming in, they normally have earmarked managers, haven't they? It's like, how many times has it worked that there's been a manager in the job, then they've changed all the backroom staff, and then Erik ten Hag has to get used to these people potentially making all the decisions. That sometimes, there's a lot of work to be done, and if he is strong-minded, Erik ten Hag, and he wants to be in control, and some people come in and say, no, we are now in control, sometimes they'll have difference of opinions, and they've already earmarked managers to come in. That's all I'm thinking about. This new regime coming in will already have earmarked managers they want.
Just let's speak to Michael, who may not fan. Mikey, good evening.
Hi, Mike.
Good evening, how are you doing, right?
All right, Mike, congratulations.
Thank you, I'm shocked. Where's this all been so frustrating? I said to you a couple of weeks ago, I said they should cut the manager now, get into him now, to have a chance to win the FA Cup. 60 went up for it, and United somehow roll up for it.
Did you think you had any hope, Michael, before the match?
I thought it'd be a whipping. I thought the way we've been playing all the season, I thought the way we played against Crystal Palace, I thought this could be 8-9-0. Let's be realistic here, you know what I mean? We've been playing off the park all season.
There have been some terrible performances this season. There is no getting away from the cup. You saved the best till last. That was... Again, I can't heap enough praise on
it. It pains over the question, doesn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, look at Europe. Terrible performance in Europe. Terrible in the league. Terrible in the other cups as well. Actually, how much is this down to, though? If you think about it, is this Wilcox tactics or was this Ten Hag tactics?
Well, I'll tell you now, Michael, that he's played this way before, the tactics. He played it against Manchester City, believe it or not, when they lost 3-1. And if you remember, it was a different personnel, because Lindelof played at left back, Johnny Evans played at centre half, and Casemiro.
It was horrible, it was horrible.
And that's how the first goal come about, if you remember. Onana, long ball, Fernandes chased it, headed down, Rashford scored the worldie. So he's played this tactics before, so he's obviously this is a way that he can beat Manchester City, and he's done it again with a team that were more disciplined in playing it, and it's worked.
I still think Ten Hag will be gone. It's sad to say.
Do you want him to or not?
I've got to take all. I just think that the performance of the league has just been actually terrible. You know, it's been typical, you know, look at the league form. Now, if we're going to be winning, it used to be, obviously, back in the Fergie days, an FA Cup would take a manager. Performances in 13 Premier League had more shots against us, -4 goal difference.
But he will make the argument, Michael, he will make the argument, and he has done and did today, that he has everyone fit. And of course, injuries can really have a massive effect on the season. There's no getting away from it. Key players, if you have them out for long enough, it can affect your season. His point is, I've had my two best centre-halves playing today, and defensively, it was as good as you will see against Manchester City. Is there something in that?
Well, yeah, but here's the other thing, though. When did you ever see players running for the first time? How many times have you seen players struggling back? Today, they all put a shift in, I give them that. But it's consistency, though, isn't it, Jason? It's consistency on the pitch. We've seen players where just skip past, oh, I'm going to run back now, I'm going to drop back. And that's where the issue is, you know, are they playing for it? Yes and no. Are they all playing performance at 99%? No. And it was turn when they want to turn. And they turned against Liverpool in the FA Cup, didn't they? I thought, oh, that's going to be a turnaround. And then we had the version of Crystal Palace putting their up, losing, drawing, and almost going out. So the players have got to take responsibility as well. Half these will be shipped. I reckon his signs have not worked. That's the problem as well. I wouldn't trust him if he is going to be as much schematic on that A-good hierarchy. I wouldn't give him the money to bring in the players. I would get the people who are coming in to get the players into Ten Hag.
That's what's going to happen. You celebrating tonight, Mikey? You out?
I'll be streaming, doing my YouTube and Twitch and stuff.
Oh, you Twitch? You do YouTube, do you?
Yeah.
Go on, give it a plug. When people come in, tune in. What's it all about?
I just do a lot of gaming videos. I just do all sorts of gaming.
I spoke to you about that before, haven't I?
Yeah.
What's the YouTube channel?
Oh, I ain't going to tell you that.
Why not? You've got to get subscribers. Why would you tell us?
Hardcore gamer.
Hardcore?
Hardcore gamer, yeah.
Hardcore gamer. And what
Yeah,
games?
I play a lot of FIFA games. It's hard to play against obviously online, because obviously in a minute internet and the game like glitches all over the place and kick people out. But no, I'm usually really good at it.
I'm going to subscribe. Hardcore gamer?
Yeah.
Alright, there you go. Don't follow Mikey. Hardcore gamer. Go watch Mikey play the game.
I'm going to subscribe to do that.
Yeah.
I've got a YouTube channel. Doesn't do that. The Lego Family 7.
I mean, on another point, I was going to say, hopefully Kenny Manu will play in England starting 11 because the guy who was today, he was on top floor.
Was that Kobe?
Yeah, Kobe.
Yeah. I mean,
that was a great...
He's 19, right? He's 19,
yeah.
Outstanding.
I mean, to be fair, to be put into that position, all from, you know, obviously, that was a great teamwork goal. Fernandez, what a pass.
Yeah, brilliant. Outstanding.
Mikey, enjoy playing games tonight?
Cheers.
There he is, Mikey, the main fan. Hardcore gamer. That's who he is. Go give him a follow.
I'm going to subscribe. I'm subscribe right now in the break.
Do it now. That final course between Leeds and Southampton is tomorrow live and exclusive here on TalkSport. We'll be chatting to former Saints defender Franny Benali later in the show. 03717 333344.
You are the TalkSport Fan Network.
Unbeatable dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
Put your three-lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football teams. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
Biggest controversies. Game day.
Our Gold Award winner for Best Sports Coverage 2024.
FA Cup Game Day phone-in.
On TalkSport.
I started a project, and we are there where we want to be. But when players are not available, we can't win. But in 2 seasons, we are 3 finals. In 2 seasons, we win 2 cups. We were in the Champions League. Now we are going to Europa League. But what you see is we're constructing a team with incredible good players, and we need more good players. Because still also we have weaknesses, and we have to make it that we are also in the depth that we need players to help the team. And then you can only be consistent, but that is what we need.
That was Manchester United manager Eric Ten Hag discussing with Alex Crook from TalkSport here earlier in the show about his future and what he's trying to build. It seems very split from Manchester United fans about what the future should look like for Eric Ten Hag. 03717 223344. By the way, did you see Martin has picked up Eric Ten Hag full-time whistle?
Yes. Like he was nothing.
By the way.
You're a rag doll. He said I was saying it was getting whiplash. Like an excavator.
Let's go speak to Clifton, who's a Manchester United fan. Clifton, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Cundy, how you doing? You alright?
I'm alright, congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. The first thing I've got to say to my Arsenal buddies, right, is it? Who are ya? Who are ya? Who are ya?
You think you had a better season than Arsenal?
Much better, mate. Yeah, well, at least we haven't got an empty trophy cabinet, have we? You know what I mean? That's what I think.
Much better, Cliff. The guy's a bit too much. Much better. You've won a trophy. You can brag about that, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I'll put it this way. All I know is that this season, I've had it from Liverpool fans, I've had it from Arsenal fans, and now, bragging rights are ours, and I'm going to go out on the beer tonight.
Where are you going, Clifton? Where are you going?
First I'm going to, I'm going to the pub crawl with some of my mates, so I don't know where I'm going to end up.
Not your Arsenal mates, no?
Enjoy, Clifton.
No, definitely not there. But anyway, what I wanted to say was, on the Ten Hag side of things, I never did see this coming at all. I actually turned down the ticket to go to the FA Cup because I thought we were going to get a drubbing. Yeah, I thought that we were going to be on it. I thought we would have been so bad. No,
I'm disappointed you, Clifton.
You've got to be gutted now, Clifton.
No. The thing was, the whole season has been very heartbreaking. The thing is, I'm giving them faith as much as I can, but the last thing...
You have any faith? You have no faith, Clifton.
That's what I do. Come on.
No, you have no faith, Clifton.
You turned down a ticket, Clifton.
No, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
No, you just turned down a ticket.
No, I don't. I will challenge you on this one.
I challenge you. You turned down a ticket. You thought you were going to get dubbed. Your words.
Listen there, right? We have finished just all season, and you know that as well as the whole thing, the whole country knew that, right? So we haven't had a very good season. Look at our goal difference, for instance. That tells you enough, doesn't it?
Actually, Belden, you didn't go today because you thought you were going to get well beaten.
I thought we were going to get well beaten. The City's on a run because they actually won the season. Put it this way, the faith was to say, right, you know what, rather than me going up there, right, and seeing us getting turned over, then you know what, I'll be better off having myself a couple of candles, and then watching to see what the progress is, and then if we do win, then I'm on the high hill,
That's not funny,
all the way to the head,
That's not fake.
That's nothing. That's not funny at all.
Well, listen there, right, I take my hat off to Ten Hag, right, I must admit, in the week when we beat Brighton, and he actually addressed the fans, he really did touch us then.
And he told you, he said, keep the faith. Keep the faith. That's what he said, keep the faith.
Yeah, well, you know what, right? Anyway, this one's on me, and I'll give you this one.
Captain Blake Cole, enjoy your night. Don't drink too much.
Yeah, see you later, mate. Have a good bank holiday.
Cheers. Now he's back up. Faith back there. Let's go speak to Oliver, see if he's got the faith. Oliver, good evening.
Hi guys, you alright?
Congratulations, Ollie. Have you got the faith?
I don't. I'm going to be a bit of an anti-climactic here. But I think we didn't lose today. I think City lost again. Man United wins, City lost again.
No.
You won.
Well, I think, yeah, but
You stopped them playing.
I think if City showed up, we would have lost.
So you had 75% possession today. They just could not break you down.
Yeah, but I think if everyone's coming saying Ten Hag's tactical genius and all that kind of stuff, I think why would you not a tactical genius enough to like put a player in the league? You know what I mean? How is he the one that broke the tech down after the whole league? How could he not do that? Yeah.
But today, as we saw, it's a one-off. And the way, like I said, he can't play like that next season at home to Leicester. The fans won't buy for that, so it's horses for courses. Today, you've got to, yes, Man City were off. There's no doubt about that. Because other teams don't play like City. I mean, United sat off them.
It's a negative setup, Oliver, isn't it? He's set up negatively.
Today was. You can't get away from today. I can't even argue with the Man United fan. Today was a tactical masterclass.
I'm being very negative, but I don't know.
You totally lost the face.
No, but we kind of all were. Before the game, when Willian wasn't playing and wasn't playing out and out striker, I thought it, I was thinking, you've got to have a go at least. Let's go for it. But like I said, he's played this before against Manchester City. Okay, they lost it. They lost 3-1 in the last time, but he knows this is a way that they can break them. He saw something in that game that he could break them down, and he's done it again. More discipline with better players.
I probably don't believe it. I just think that it was worse there and we were lucky. And that's from a United fan. You know what I mean? If he knew how to set up so well, how is he doing that against Pep when he can't do it against every Premier League other manager? How are we finishing the 8th in the league?
Well, look, this is the beauty of cup finals. The best team doesn't always win the cups. You know,
but also, how is he not getting higher in the league? If he knew how to set up against Pep, the best manager in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he did address this, and look, we're having a lot of messages coming through saying that everyone gets injuries, but today, apart from Harry Maguire, Luke Shaw and Casemiro, who went out in the warm-up, had a fully fit squad to pick from. So he could play this way with more disciplined players. But Kobe Mainu and Amrabat in the middle were brilliant. Wan-Bissaka was brilliant. They just couldn't break you down. So, yes, every team has injuries.
Are we now saying that United have got a better squad than City?
No, we're not saying that. We're saying that today
that he outclassed
in the middle. Mainu in the middle doing bits against Kevin De Bruyne, who got bought off.
Yeah.
He's doing bits in the middle against Rodri and all this kind of stuff, who are far better players.
No, you're right.
Are we not just admitting that Rodri, De Bruyne, Foden didn't show up doing what they normally do?
No, it's a combination of the two, Oliver. It's what we saw today was, and this is probably the only way that you would have won this game if United played above and beyond what they're capable of, and every single player did, and you caught City on a bad day. There's no question about that. You caught City on a bad day. And you took advantage of that. So the two combinations of you tactically getting it right, every single player doing his job, everyone was brilliant. Everyone today was better than his opponent. Manchester City had 75% possession, couldn't break you down. They had an off day. That's what happens in football, you know?
Exactly. But we're looking for a manager that can take us through the league titles. So Alex took us through, and he's got so many league titles for us because we won games. We're winning a one-off game where City didn't show up. Let's be honest, City did not show up.
No, I agree with that.
There is an argument, though, Jason and Oliver. There's an argument that they didn't.
I'm thinking Eric is God that technical masterclass against Pep.
Today, yes, I do believe that.
I don't agree.
But sometimes you talk about Rodri and Kevin De Bruyne and how they didn't show up. But when you don't get the better of your opponent in the first 10-15 minutes, you start getting frustrated. You start trying to do things differently. If you didn't set up this way and played a different tactics and they did get some joy in the first 15 minutes, you'd have seen a totally different game. So they didn't turn up, you're right, but that's because of your players.
Did United not get smashed by Palace? If Ten Hag has not beating Palace.
Oliver, listen.
Palace is a good team, by the way. You've seen their form at the end of the season.
Yeah, you're right, they are a good team.
No, Oliver, the football's not a science. You know, there's not... You know, Manchester City, over the past 18 months, have been, the best side in the country, best side in Europe, and it takes something a little bit special. It takes a bit of good... You've got a bit of good fortune with the first goal. But, you make your own luck in football at times, and I can't believe you
So you want him out, Oliver?
He wants him out.
Basically, I'm a United fan, but I'm just a bit disappointed because I think he's had an awful season. He was putting this game on his job. He said it at the ground when he was finishing. He was like, "We will do everything to bring the FA Cup home." He put his job on the line in this game, and I just think he did not show up, and he's very lucky that we won today.
Ollie's not taking good. Ollie, you out tonight?
Of course I'm going out.
What are you doing?
I'll celebrate the win no matter what.
I'll celebrate that, yeah.
Of course you will. Horrendous, Oliver.
Ollie, have a good evening.
Cheers, Ollie.
Have a good evening. Yes, take the win. Eric, we love Eric. Okay, let's hear from Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola, who's now speaking after the game. He said the defeat is similar to one they suffered against Real Madrid.
The way we lose today, the second half, they see the team, the chances they create one in Garnacho in the second half and nothing else. It's a tough because the transitions are really, really good team, but the season has been unbelievable. Where we come from win the Premier League again and fight the way we lose today, the way we lose against Madrid. So, refresh your mind and come back next season.
Sorry, that was Pep Guardiola there reflecting on what has turned out to be just one trophy. No, you know, City are used to picking up at least two. The double-double has never been done before. Manchester United made sure that double didn't happen. Not easy. Of course, you know, that's why it's never been done before. But I think he'll be very disappointed. It wasn't that long ago. You go back there, knocked out in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. That's the final, when they were looking at a double treble. Yeah. And now they've just got the one. I mean, look, it's disappointing.
Just the Premier League.
It's disappointing, but it's still been a successful season. Yes.
I can't argue with that. 4 in 4 Premier League trophies. Yes, they went out to Real Madrid. There's no shame in that. Real Madrid, that's their competition in the Champions League. And yeah, they lost today. Unfortunately, Oliver said they didn't turn up. I think they did turn up, but they wasn't allowed to turn up. I think, as we said, first 10, 15 minutes, you get frustrated. You can't do the things because you can't break them down. That's the only reason. So they didn't turn up because Manchester United didn't let them turn up.
Definitely, no, I totally agree with you there, Des. Reminder, the Celtic have done a double over after 1-0 win over Rangers in the Scottish Cup final as well. Any Celtic or Rangers fans? 03 717 22 33 44. You are listening to the FA Cup final game day phone live on TalkSport.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
Are you ready for the Championship Playoff Final? Let's kick off with this Sunday's TalkSport Bet broadcast boost. Leeds versus Southampton. Crescencio Somerville and Adam Armstrong both to score in 90 minutes. Current price 29-4. Broadcast boosted price 17-2. The winner takes it all, so buckle up. For this and other thrilling odds, visit TalkSportBet.com. Back of the net broadcaster. Bring it on, book it. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Capital win at all.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers, steering our 100% British and Irish beef patties so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lisa. Lisa? Lisa! Lisa! Where'd she go?
Got to leave the party early to drive home. Better get a Travelodge. Find great value king-size comfort at travelodge.co.uk.
The future of eco-friendly gardening and landscaping is here. Introducing the Ego Pro X range of battery-powered outdoor power equipment. A super tough, super powerful range for the hard-working professionals, the landscapers, the groundsmen, and the gardeners who demand the best. Say goodbye to the noise, the fuss, and the fumes of petrol, and embrace a greener, cleaner solution. The Ego Power Plus Pro X range. Power beyond belief. Search Ego Pro X today.
You could have the most incredible summer with £150,000. That's what every player in the winning postcode could win in People's Postcode Lottery's June draws. So, where could your door take you? Hiking in the Himalayas? Mixing in the metropolis of Tokyo? Or finally start that big dream project? With 150k, just think what you could do. Sign up before midnight on the 31st of May to play. People's Postcode Lottery manage lotteries on behalf of its causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
1089 and 1053 Medium Wave. Online, on your mobile, and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker.
Game day. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. FA Cup Game Day phone-in.
On TalkSport.
Yes, hello, good evening, thank you for coming on to the game day. Special phone in FA Cup with me, Jason Candy, alongside from midfielder Darren Ambrose. Who saw that coming? Manchester United beat Manchester City 2-1. Tactical masterclass from Ten Hag. However, there's speculation still. Eric Ten Hag may well have managed his last game for Manchester United. What do you think? 03717 22 33 44. Manchester City fans, you're very quiet. Where are you? 03717 22 33 44. Yeah, all I've got is Man United fans here on the phone. Let's go and speak to Maura. Let's speak to Martin. All right, Mark. Martin.
How are you doing?
I'm all right, matey. Congratulations.
Over the moon. We've come out of Wembley. We've gone down the M3 now. Right. We've just celebrated there. Absolutely over the moon. Oliver, he can do one.
He wasn't having it, was he?
Right.
He wasn't having it.
Oh, what's the matter, man?
You got lucky. So he says you got lucky.
Lads, you've won the FA Cup. It was a tactical masterclass. Absolutely incredible. We were absolutely buzzing here.
Enjoy it.
All the negativity, Jace. It's no good. Fantastic. FA Cup, and that's what it's about, isn't it?
What did you think, Martin, when you see the lineup? You see no out-and-out striker playing, Hoyland on the bench. What do you think? Do you think, oh, he's taking a risk here?
Yeah, so I'm on the concourse, and I looked at the mate who's come down from Manchester. We go to all the games together. We've been to all the recent ones. You name them, we've been there. And it came up, and we just looked at each other, and I just went, is he getting sacked with a team like that? I don't reckon he is. And then he said he's completely suffocating their midfield. He's trying to stop them playing right on the counter, I suppose. And I was just like, no Hoyland. But I thought, the more I thought about it, because Amrabat is actually, let's not paint a fantastic world-class picture of Amrabat, but the amount he tries and the way he's played in recent weeks, and he was a lunatic out there today, and he was delaying every single time. As City were going forward, he was just getting in their faces, delaying them, constantly delaying them. And then I just thought, do you know what? He's having a great game out there. He's just got it right. I'm really pleased that Amrabat's had a great game as well. And I just think we got everything spot on today. And these guys ringing in with negativity, man, you go play on the YouTube games and all that rubbish, and you watch them on the telly. Leave the real supporting to us, guys, all right?
Hardcore gamer is. Hardcore gamer.
Hardcore gamer. Hardcore gamer. Don't follow Matt Martin 007 on TikTok. You'll see a proper fan. And Matt Martin.
Hold on. Who's? What are you called?
Mad Martin 007. So 0007.
Why 007?
Oh, that. Well, you know, James Bond 007. So the lads, you're a bit more
Are you mad?
There's something else I'm set up in Joe with. He seems to think I am. So don't have a look, seriously. I'm a referee as well, so that's
When you repping us, Mad Martin.
Can I just say one thing to Darren as well, quickly?
Go on.
Darren, that goes on fucking mate. Sorry. What's the joke?
It's hitting home. It's hitting home, Mark.
Look, he put his laces right through it.
I'm telling you now, I got off my seat and went, that's the greatest show!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice to remember.
Yeah, it is.
Nice to remember. But we're celebrating tonight.
Where are you going?
We're laughing.
Where are you going tonight, Mark? Where's Mad Martin going tonight?
Well, Mad Martin has got his boys in the car. My dad's called Ollie Geller. The other one's called Harry, after Harry Gregg. Right. So yeah, we're going...
Going to Mad One?
The Mad One's coming to...
I've got you here, Mark. I've got you here on TikTok. You've got some followers, haven't you?
Who's you got?
146,000 followers.
Mad Martin?
Is that you, yeah?
Yeah.
I've got you. I'm going to go through some of these videos.
Martin, thanks for the call.
Love it, Martin.
Travel safely.
All the best,
matey.
Enjoy it.
It's Mad Martin. Mad like that with his kids. It's mad. Is it show me a photograph of him? Mad Martin? What's it? It didn't sound mad. By the way, just talking about Amrabat, that was the sort of performance that I saw in the World Cup.
Yes. That's got him here, by the way.
Yeah.
And everyone thought we'd see this.
Yes.
We were speaking of it. Sometimes he was in the centre-half position.
Yeah, no, he was
then centre midfield. Then he was hustling, and
yeah.
I thought it was an outstanding performance. Arguably, I know Kobe Mainoo got it on the day on the TV. Arguably, he was man of the match. Amrabat.
Well, it was very similar because the way that they set up, it kind of suits his game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He enjoys that side of the game, doesn't he? Without the ball.
Blessing that Casemiro weren't playing. Do you think for them? I know he weren't anyway, he was on the bench.
He was on the bench anyway. I mean, you have to say that today it just worked.
Maybe the slight injury he had is the reason he was on the bench to start with.
Let's go and speak to Colin. He's a Man United fan. All right, Cole?
Colin?
There we go. Man, Colin now.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Congratulations.
Darren, great show. It's Colin in the shed with a large hoagie and a bottle of piss.
Colin in the shed?
Are you in the shed now, are you?
Remember, I spoke to you Thursday, was in the car.
Oh, I listened to that. That's what I was listening to.
You're in the shed? That's right. That's right.
Only place you're allowed to talk.
You're right.
You in your shed now?
I am, mate. With a bottle of piss and a large cigar.
Right, what is in the shed?
In the shed is I've got a beer fridge, a freezer, a heater, and a large bottle of Moët.
Oh, you're having a right old party there, Colin.
Sounded like your house utility 11 in your shed.
I enjoy my nights in the shed listening to the sports bar.
And what about your partner, Colin?
Oh, she's a wonderful woman.
Why don't you take her in the shed?
Well, there's only just enough room for me and my ego.
It's just Colin's shed, is it? That's where you hang out.
Celebrating in your shed tonight then, Cole?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I'll be having a Ruby Murray and another bottle of fizz.
He's got it all sorted out, Colin, doesn't he? In his shed. Will you be eating your curry in your shed?
No, I may eat the curry in the house.
Right,
but then come back out and listen to the boxing or something like that.
Oh, yeah, the boxing's on that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Little man cave shed.
It is a man.
It is. Yeah, that's right.
You've obviously got a radio in there as well, Colin, yeah?
Sorry?
You've got a radio in there as well, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. The DAB radio with
got dartboard in there?
No, not enough room for dartboard, and I'd be able to put it into the dartboard rather than throw it.
So you got the fridge or freezer?
Fridge, freezer, yeah,
Why do you need a freezer in there?
Well, you need to have somewhere to put the ice.
The ice box. Fair enough. You're going to extend the shed or not?
I mean, tonight it's a bottle of Moët, but usually it's JD and Coke, normally.
Well, you got it all sussed, Colin, by the sound of things. Is there anything else you want to say, Colin?
Just about today's game. Ten Hag's got a great, but he's the greatest decorator ever lived. He's only papering over the cracks, I'm afraid. And as I said to you months ago with you and Jamie, that for me it's got to be McKenna to come in, work with the young lads before, work with them well. And if not, Pochettino, he's worked with young guys before, and we're looking forward to have young guys getting rid of the old blokes. I would sign Andra back. Bit of experience, and I would keep Wan-Bissaka best one-on-one fullback in the country by a long way.
He was good.
I'd throw about 8 players if we can, and keep.
8 players? Can you get rid of the 8 players of your team?
Well, hang on a minute. We are getting rid of. If you look at the number of people we're getting rid of, we're getting rid of 6 to 8 players. We've got to step up. We've got to start getting players who.
How much are you spending on these 8 players, though?
Well, I think if we can spend around about 200 million, which I think is possible, with the players we're getting rid of, we've got rid of 4 youngsters who've actually given us a bit of money in. But another interesting fact: United today played this season since 1937. A academy player in the United's first team. That shows you we're not that far off, to be honest.
No, well, look, enjoy it. It was excellent. Enjoy your time in your shed, Cole.
Thanks, mate. Have a great evening, you two.
Congratulations, Colin.
There is Colin. In his shed.
Sounds a nice shed.
Well, no, it's sweet to see phones just ringing in the sports bar. Gets himself down the shed.
I told you I've listened to that every night. I heard Colin.
There you go. Let's go and speak to Caroline, who's another Manchester United fan. Congratulations, Caroline. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, I think you're talking to me and it's Carol today.
Oh, it's Carol, is it? Sorry. How are you, Carol?
No problem. I'm over the moon. I can't accept.
You should be, Carol. You should be.
I'm so happy. I can't understand all these... Giving the ticket away for the final. I'd have died to go to the final.
He had faith though, didn't he?
Yes, I didn't with the fans. No, unfortunately not.
Where did you watch it, Carol?
Go. With my husband, he's in a care home, and I watched it with my youngest son.
Oh, right, okay.
He isn't really a football fan, but he got into it.
Okay.
You know, I've been watching United for 57 years, through thick and thin, and I love it. I loved it, and I'm so happy. Last season's over with. We're building. You know, we've had injuries. Stop whining and blithering on about rubbish, and let's turn a corner with a new season and see how we get on with Eric.
So you want your Eric in, Carol?
I do,
yeah. I was going to say, what did you make of the reports then? No matter the result today, Eric Ten Hag's going to lose his job. Unfair?
It just, it drives me insane. Because they've done it, they've had a manager, they've sacked him, manager sacked him. It doesn't work. You know, you've got to give somebody a bit of a chance to build a good team. And there's a lot of youngsters we've got, as well as the injuries. And I'm not bleating about the injuries, it's as it is, what happened. You know, but just love your team with a passion. And we've made a fantastic result today. I was really anxious this morning. I just thought, if we're going to lose, please don't let it, like that idiot said 9 or 10. No, we're better than that. If we stop Liverpool carrying on, and we stop City getting the double. We can't stop everything, but we've done a bit in the right direction. We didn't finish well at all. We haven't had a good season, but it's done with. Enjoy the moment.
That's keeping the faith.
Carol, brilliant stuff.
That's how you keep the faith, Carol.
Are you celebrating tonight at all, Carol?
I am. I've been out to buy a bottle of wine. I've been driving around with my youngest son, who wasn't a football fan, particularly, and had a meal out. And I'm going back home, and I'm going to have a bottle of wine and watch the football over and over again.
Well, brilliant stuff, Carol. Enjoy. Thank you very much for the call.
Thank you.
You take care.
Cheers, Carol.
Yes, Carol.
That's how you keep the faith.
Absolutely. Yes, she was amazing. You can come and get 03717 2233 down Ambrose. I'm Jason, and this is the FA Cup final game day phone special.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Unbeatable club dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
You bought a timeshare. Did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contracts and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. That's why they got me, Chris Rock, to tell you about BetMGM's golden offer. Sign up for BetMGM, get £10, and get £40 in free bets. We're making every game an occasion. Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wager and requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to sprawl on once the garden's prepped for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay for just $4.99. The Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's apply. Oak Furniture Land is a credit broker, not a lender.
So, Mrs. Johnson, as a guest of this wedding, did you have to drive 200 miles to get here?
I did.
And do you, Mr. Johnson, have to drive all the way back home again this evening?
I do.
Well, I declare that perhaps you'd better get a travel.
Wedding coming up. Better get a Travelodge. Find great value king-size comfort at travelodge.co.uk.
Sunday afternoon, the Championship Playoff Finals live on TalkSport. High intensity, expressive football.
Have we got something special for you?
Leeds United versus Southampton.
Coverage from 1:30, kick-off 3 p.m.
Sunday afternoon on TalkSport.
Sensational goal!
Football without taken out.
The victory hands by legendary of the opposition. A day of red Mancunian pride. A double-double Milan. The winners of the 2024 FA Cup. Manchester United.
Yeah, that's how you heard it live here on TalkSport. Congratulations to Manchester United. They win the FA Cup 2-1 victory over their neighbours, Manchester City. They stopped them double. And there, watching the TalkSport and reporting was their very own chief football reporter, the Crookie Monster, Alex Crookie, joins us now. Crookie, good evening.
Good evening. What a glorious evening it is as well.
Well, you're a Manchester United fan, so I should congratulate you as well. It's one of the best performances I've seen from the manager, Ten Hag, tactically the way it couldn't have gone any better for him.
No, he couldn't, and I said before the game that I've got a lot of respect and admiration for the way that Ten Hag has conducted himself this season. I think he's shown great dignity in the face of a lot of criticism and scrutiny. Some of it a little bit over the top, in my opinion, when you get stories coming out the day before an FA Cup final that win or lose, you're unlikely to keep your job. I think that does go beyond the pale a little bit, but to his credit, he stuck to his guns, he came up with this formation. They've been fine-tuning in the last couple of games in the Premier League season, and it worked a treat, particularly in that first half. Really stifled the attacking prowess of Manchester City. They used the pace of Rashford on one side, in action on the other, to get on the counter-attack. I thought Sofian Amrabat, who again hasn't had a particularly good introduction to Premier League life, was exceptional in midfield, along with young Scotty Manuel. So certainly in that first half, it was just about perfection from Ten Hag. They had to ride out a bit of a City storm in the second half, but I think we probably expected that. I've got to say, sat behind the goal in front of the Manchester United fans, everybody in red. That last 10 minutes felt like about 3 hours as City was coming forward in search of an equaliser.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think they caused you much problems towards the end either, Crookie. I heard you this morning talking to Andy Cole before the game. One of your last questions was, what chance do you give Manchester United to win it? And he basically said, well, the chance, it's the FA Cup final. Anything can happen in football. When he said that, did you think he really believed that? And did you believe that as well?
Well, he didn't say it with any great conviction, and that's not sure giving us a score prediction. So, no, I don't think he did believe it. I've got to say, though, I would ask for a prediction on the Access All Areas podcast. I said 2-1 United. I said the same to Jim and Simon on Thursday afternoon, and Simon and Jordan told me to go for a lay down. So I woke up this morning feeling weirdly optimistic, and obviously there was no foundation to that because it's been such a poor season in the Premier League and the Champions League as well. I just had a little feeling that maybe with Martinez back, and we should mention how colossal he was today, he's a real leader, with a stronger looking bench, with Rashford back available, and maybe with a points improvement, I thought he played well as well. I gave United a chance.
What was Ten Hag like afterwards, Crookie? Obviously he's jubilant because he won it, but did you get a sense from him that he perhaps knew something, or do you think it's still very much... I mean, these rumours, they circulated yesterday in the Guardian saying that irrespective of the result, he's going to lose his job.
Yeah, I think as of last night, United was still saying they hadn't made a final decision. There'd be a review at the end of the season. But I've got to say, from speaking to Ten Hag, I came away thinking that might be the last time to see him in the Manchester United dugout. Because I asked him if he felt he proved his critics wrong. He said, I don't care. I asked if he wanted the owners to come out and publicly back him, and he said, I'm here. Coming because they asked me to do a project. We're 2 years into that project, we can see progress. But then he said in the written press conference with our newspaper colleagues, if they don't want me, I'll go somewhere else and win trophies. I think he's frustrated at the lack of public backing, and clearly talks have been held between United and representatives of other managers, and that's never a great look, is it?
What's the feeling, though, I know you go on social media and you come here, it's very mixed in terms of the reaction to even today's victory, whether you back Erik ten Hag or not. But with the match-going supporters, I know you go there quite often to games, you were there today, with the match-going supporters, do they back him more than we're seeing on social media?
Yeah, I don't think you can use social media as a barometer in order to gauge what Manchester United fans think of Ten Hag. I think you have to be there at Old Trafford. Yes, there's been boos at times this season, but I think that's more in reaction to poor performances than actually booing the manager. And it was a very different feeling post-match today. Obviously, Louis van Gaal won the FA Cup back in 2016 and was sacked almost when he was carrying the cup back down the steps at Wembley. But the United fans, I think, by and large, appreciate that Erik ten Hag has had a lot of issues to deal with this season, on and off the pitch. I don't think the takeover uncertainty has a lot of injuries. He was pains to point out to me today. You've had Marcus Rashford and a couple of off-pitch instances involving him. You've had the Mason Greenwood situation, which wasn't fantastic. The Jadon Sancho situation, which you could argue maybe he brought on himself. But I think if you said to the majority of Manchester United fans, we're going to give Ten Hag a bit of time next season, I don't think too many would really protest against that.
And the owners, I mean, I'm guessing we'll just watch this space from now on. The rumours have been circulating. I mean, I'll speak to Darren in a second about Kieran McKenna. His name is very much in the top of that list. Any other candidates that might well be involved?
Well, the names that keep coming up, McKenna, as you mentioned, I personally think it's far too early for him, and Darren will have an opinion on that. Thomas Tuchel, who I know is really keen to come back to the Premier League and would jump at the chance to manage Manchester United. Same can be said of Mauricio Pochettino, who's been in contention before, and I know he's desperate to get that job. Thomas Frank's been mentioned, again, not for me. In terms of what he's done at Brentford, they've not had the best season either. I think it's a massive leap from managing Brentford to managing Manchester United. But in terms of the owners, it was quite telling that Sir Jim Ratcliffe, who is the new minority shareholder, but he's very much head of the footballing decisions now at Manchester United, he walked past journalists at the end of the game today and was asked, is Erik staying? He didn't answer the question and was immediately ushered out through the exit door. So again, he's had an opportunity there to publicly back the manager. He didn't, and I think reading between the lines, if they wanted Ten Hag for the long term, I think they could have come out and said it by now.
In terms of next season, Cookie, whoever it may be in charge, whether it's Erik ten Hag or someone else, they need backing, of course, financially. They need more signings. We had someone come on to earlier, I think it was Colin, who said that they need 8 players. That's over 3/4 of the side. Do you go along with that? And I mean, he said maybe 200 million. That's not enough for 8 players, surely.
They don't have 200 million to spend because they've been such bad buyers and probably, as personally, have been bad sellers. So when it comes to the Premier League profit and sustainability rules, United have got to tread very carefully. Michael Olise is a massive target. I think there's every chance that transfer could happen. They're keen on Jarrett Braithwaite as well, but I think beyond those two, they're not going to be able to spend hundreds of millions of pounds. They've got players they need to move on. We know that Rafael Varane is leaving the club, so too is Anthony Martial, who thankfully, despite rumours the country wasn't in the matchday squad today. That would have been an absolute joke in my opinion. I think they try and sell Casemiro, but he's on massive wages. They tried to sell Harry Maguire last summer and couldn't get him off the book. So this idea of a massive summer rebuild, I think is fanciful really, because it's very hard to move players on when they're on really lucrative contracts now.
When we talk about Kobbie Mainoo, Southgate was there today. This boy is, he's a super talented kid, and put in another brilliant performance. Scored the winning goal as well. Every boy's dreams. Scored the winning goal for your side in the FA Cup final. But that performance again was just showing how much quality this young kid has got. And I just wondered with Southgate looking at that role. Also looking at Foden playing on the left. He started on the left, definitely. Didn't really. He kind of drifted in more off that to make the case that perhaps that one didn't work.
No, as much as we're going to praise Ten Hag, and we have praised Ten Hag for his team selection, I thought Pep Guardiola got his wrong today. I was at the Etihad last weekend, and I thought Jeremy Doku had almost nailed down a place in the FA Cup final because he was so good against West Ham, arguably their best player. To not start with him or Jack Grealish, and quite a defensive lineup, I thought, from City was perplexing. Obviously, he tried to correct that at half-time, but you could argue the damage was done. When it comes to Kobbie Mainoo, you are talking to the president of the Kobbie Mainoo fan club. I think this lad is a generational talent. I was behind the goal with the kids when he made his full England debut against Belgium. And I was basically on Mainu cam. I just studied him for that whole game. What I love about him is he's got that fearlessness of youth. He's brave on the ball. He's always looking at his record. He lifts his head up. He's looking to go forward. He rarely misplaces a pass. And I think he's improving out of possession as well. Maybe that's an area that he wasn't great at earlier in the season, but I think he's getting better and better. I think he'll definitely be in the final squad for England at the Euros. And I think there's a big case to be made, bearing in mind that we've moved away from Jordan Henderson and Calvin Phillips. If you're looking to play two in front of the back four, I think there is room for Kobbie Mainoo alongside Declan Rice. I really do.
I mean, you've got some great players at Manchester United, some great young players like Nacho, Mainoo. Need to build a team around those. Lisandro Martinez, I thought, was outstanding. He needs to stay fit. Onana, okay, made a mistake for a goal, but I thought in all he done well. Fernandez as well, he needs to stay. Maybe the armband needs to be given to somebody else. I just want to touch on Aaron Wan-Bissaka. He's always one of these in the rumour mill that could be the one to let go and get the money back. But just when that happens, he always puts on a performance. And you mentioned Jeremy Doku. I thought it was an outstanding battle in the second half between those two. Arguably, Aaron Wan-Bissaka come out on top. Do you think he's one to make way in the summer?
I think he could be, because I think he's one that they feel like they could get money for, and obviously if they've got Luke Shaw fit, then Wan-Bissaka probably doesn't start, because I think Gallo has made himself the first choice right back. He got player of the year, and probably alongside Bruno Fernandes has been United's best player this season. But I'm a big fan of Wan-Bissaka. When it comes to a one-on-one defender, if you need someone to stop somebody like Doku, I don't think there's anybody better in the Premier League. He's got those legs that seem to go on forever and always manages to get a nick on the ball when he slides in, which is a dying art now, isn't it, the slide tackle? You mentioned Martinez. I think United have missed his quality on the pitch. They've missed his leadership in the dressing room. He's a really loud voice in there, I'm told, so if he can stay fit, then he has to be one of the first names on the team sheet. But you're right, I think if Ten Hag comes away with any big positive this season, it is the development of those young players, the Mainus and the Garnachos, even Højlund, who didn't start this afternoon. He got 16 goals in the end in his first season and doesn't really create opportunities for him. So I do think there are building blocks there. Bruno Fernandes gets a lot of stick. We've debated that when we used to the boot room. Darren Ambrose, should he be the captain? Probably not. But I think if you're talking about raw ability, you look at his numbers, again, in a poor side overall, I think he's a terrific player. So I certainly wouldn't want to see him moved on.
Yeah.
Crookie, safe journey home. How are you celebrating? Are you out tonight?
I am. I'm going out with a family for a curry. I've got a bit of a tradition that I always buy a bottle of champagne whenever United win a trophy. I've not had to do that too often recently, but I'm going to see it through tonight.
Your traditions are curry and 20 beers, Crookie.
Most nights. Crookie, top man, safe journey.
Love it, Crookie.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers, guys. Enjoy.
Alex Crook there.
Love Crookie.
Talk sports.
I miss working with Crookie.
Do you?
Yeah, he was a good laugh.
You were slagging him off earlier.
Proper presenter, Crookie.
You were slagging him off.
He was a great presenter. Loved it. One of my favourites.
What are you on now? He's Darren Ambrose, I'm Jason Davis. The FA Cup final game day phone-in special.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. That's why they got me, Chris Rock, to tell you about BetMGM's golden offers. Sign up to BetMGM, bet £10, and get £40 in free bets. We're making every game an occasion. Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM. It's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Oh, not near the house, please. Come on, up the other end of the garden. It's mine, Mum! Oh, it's gone straight through the kitchen
We'll
window.
get someone out to replace that for you. Don't worry.
With Direct Line's accidental damage cover added to your home insurance, whether you've smashed your window or spilled wine on your carpet, we'll get you from problem to solution as quickly as possible. Direct Line, we're on it.
Excess applies. Home insurance underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on. When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear as a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to sprawl on once the garden's prepped for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's and C's apply. Oak Furniture Land is a credit broker, not a lender.
The Europa Conference League final, live on TalkSport 2.
We've got something special for you.
Last year's runners-up got what it takes to bring home the trophy. Wednesday night from 8, hear uninterrupted full-match commentary of Olympiacos versus Fiorentina, live from Athens.
This stadium is shaking!
Europa Conference League final, live. Olympiacos versus Fiorentina.
What a moment this could be.
Wednesday night from 8 on TalkSport 2.
There was a lot of talk about the manager's position in the build-up to the game. Do the players want to move forward with Erik ten Hag in charge? Does he deserve that after what happened today?
Honestly, it's something that we can control. Today we have to enjoy this amazing title because it was really important. Yeah, we have to celebrate. Then they're gonna talk maybe, but we don't know. It's something that we can control, mate.
As Manchester United defender Lisandro Martinez live on the show earlier, asked by TalkSport's Alex Crook about the future of his manager Erik ten Hag. It does seem a little unfair, doesn't it? He's just won an FA Cup. And there's so much speculation, not just today, but of course yesterday when that story broke in The Guardian, saying that no matter what the result today, Erik ten Hag will not be managing Manchester United next season. We shall see. It's going to speak to Nathaniel, who is a Man United fan. Nathaniel, good evening. Congratulations.
Hello, yeah, thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Thanks for coming on, Nathaniel. What would you like to say?
Well, do you know what? I feel like with Ten Hag now, you guys have been kind of bashing him. Not just yourselves, but the media and other outlets have just been going in since the moment he stepped into the club. And I just feel like you guys don't actually understand how much of a good manager we've got at this club at this present moment in time. That compared to the previous managers, I think other than Mourinho, come on, man.
When you say the media, look, there have been many Manchester United fans phoning up the sports bar and phoning this station and booing at Old Trafford. I don't think when you say the media want him out, the media don't want him out. It's nothing to do with us.
Come on. All right. If you think about it, look, we've already been talking about a new manager now. And I'm thinking, the man is still in the job. He's got a final. And we're talking about replacing him. We did this with Van Gaal. And even then, I didn't feel like that was right. We shouldn't be putting any person who see that kind of forming. You got to remember, this guy come from what? He's come from Ajax. Previously, come from Bayern. He knows his stuff. He's worked under Pep as well. So, in essence, he's got that X factor to him. Well, I don't know what.
You know what it is, Nathaniel? I think he's like Ten Hag's like Marmite for me, and I think I sit on the fence with him a little bit. When he first arrived at the club and his initial press conference, he shook everyone's hand. He was a disciplinarian. He handled the Ronaldo situation well. He handled other situations outside the club well.
I agree.
I think when it got to the Jadon Sancho situation was when it tried to kind of turned a little bit, and it looked like he was losing the dressing room, and then Rashford, whatever's happened this season.
You know why that is?
Go on.
That's because he's English. If Jadon Sancho was anyone else, I don't think he would have really kind of blinked an eye. We would have put our hands up, would have applauded him and said, look, that's another stern move from the manager. But I think as soon as we look at English players, we kind of change our attitude towards managers. And I don't know what it is. Even like with Rashford, look, Rashford's had a terrible season this season, and he'll say that himself. But like, I mean, he's not made the England squad, but all of a sudden, I'm seeing like posts up here, like, oh, will regret that not picking Rashford for the Euros. I'm like, what? Are you crazy? I'm a United fan. I'm thinking I wouldn't take him. Look, what is it? Palmer You've got the young lad at Newcastle. They deserve that's the one. Yeah. They deserve the space before Rashford. But look, I just feel like when it comes to English players and the media, we're too quick to kind of jump and save them. And I think with Jadon Sancho, let's look back. Because remember, he had that moment where he was off for almost half a season.
Yeah.
And he was that put into making sure that he was back in the right state of mind to make sure that he could come back and play football. It was Ten Hag. So again, it makes you kind of question, like, why all of a sudden now are we now trying to defend Jadon Sancho? We shouldn't be doing that at all. We should be look. He's doing well at Dortmund, and I hope he does well in the final, because all that means for us is that it gives us a better chance of moving him on in the summer. Because he's not a player that I want to keep at the club. He doesn't have that mentality. He's what we call a small fish in a big pond, if you ask me. That's the way I look at Jadon Sancho.
Nathaniel, how are you celebrating tonight?
Oh, mate, I've got the drinks out. I've got my drinks at home. I'm outside. I'm with the missus. I've got my chilling and relaxing. I'm having a good one tonight.
Good.
So.
Beautiful.
You deserve it.
Enjoy. Thanks for the call.
Love it, Nathaniel.
Cheers, mate.
Good call.
Cheers, man.
Thank
It's
you.
Nathaniel, the main
Good call, that.
Good call. Yeah, good call. It does seem very harsh on.
I think it's harsh on Ten Hag for that to come out before the cup final.
Brutal. And to react like that, well played, by the way. Let's go speak to Gary, who's a Manchester City fan. Commiserations, Gary.
Gaz.
No problem at all. Well done to Manchester United. And I have to say, Pep Guardiola, their fans should be thanking him as well for giving them some optimism for the future.
Go on, tell us why.
He got it wrong today.
What did you get wrong?
He got the team wrong completely. Why drop Diaz in the middle? What's he called? Kanji in the middle, playing two players. I mean, John Stones has hardly played a game.
Yeah.
He wasn't fit at all. He didn't put Doku on from the start. We could see it from the stands, and how he can't, I don't know.
Yeah, you need width.
The width just wasn't there. And what the United were found us out with the diagonal ball every time.
Yeah.
And we were seeing it. We were screaming, and we were seeing it, and he didn't. And he left it to the half time. And then at half time, I mean, we had all the possession, but we couldn't get through.
Yeah.
And they played well. Don't get me wrong, they played well. No problem. Their tactics weren't a treat. But I have to say, the optimism that's coming out of there now for one game, when you think about it, if we'd have been fined 30 points for 115 and all that, we'd have still finished above them in the league.
Might still happen. Look, Gary, it's been, yes, it's disappointing. The double-double would have been an incredible achievement. We had 4 Premier Leagues on the spin. What will, moving forward now, because you mentioned there about Pep getting a few things right, I cast my mind back to the 2021 Champions League final, where he got things wrong, that overthought it. Yeah, he did.
There are some games where he overthinks what he needs to do, and why he doesn't stick with a winning team, that team that played against West Ham and all the rest to win the league, were confident, they were winning, they knew each other's game, they could have worked it out, and then he put that first goal, it was just ridiculous. That would never have happened with the team that finished against West Ham. Would never have happened.
Yeah.
How long until you get home, Gaz?
Around about, we left early, obviously, Sorry, no, we didn't leave early before you all start.
No, I know, you left, I know what you mean, before the trophy lift, yeah, go on.
Yeah, before the trophy lift. So we're about 2.5 hours away.
2.5 hours away. All right, matey. You doing anything?
I've no doubt.
We certainly are not going to cry because we've lost.
But listen, safe journey home, Gaz. There he is, Gaz.
Oh, man.
You know when you get in the car and it comes up on the sat nav, like, you want to go to so-and-so, it's the gym for me, but...
Go to Well, look, congratulations to Manchester United. Commiseration to City. They've always got to be a losing there tonight from 10 p.m. Make sure you stay tuned. 9 p.m. What am I talking about? Let's stay tuned. For Adam Cattrall, Spencer Oliver, and George Groves bring you Fight Night. They'll be keeping you right up to date with a highly anticipated rematch between Josh Taylor and Jack Cattrall. That is straight after myself and Mr. Ambrose leave here. Keep those calls coming again. In around about 20 minutes' time, we'll be speaking to Francis Bernardi, former Southampton defender, looking ahead to the Championship playoff final tomorrow as Leeds take on Southampton. Again, you can hear live on TalkSport, 3 o'clock kickoff.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
Horse racing is the best sport on the planet. And they're on. The Derby on the Flat, the most famous race in the world. The atmosphere, the noise.
Zero strategy behind who I choose. I always pick the favourite.
I back the outsider. To be honest, my favourite, me.
However you pick your Derby horse, Betfred, for price boosts and extra places throughout the festival. Love the Derby, Betfred. Proud sponsors of the Betfred Derby Festival. Selected races only, 18 plus for gamblerware.org.
Want fitted bedroom furniture without the fitted furniture price tag?
Absolutely.
Want it made to measure, not the standard sizes?
Totally.
Want to buy directly, meaning you could save hugely?
Certainly.
Got the knack for DIY self-assembly?
Yes, definitely.
Are you a tradie who wants to fit furniture quickly and easily?
Obviously.
For made-to-measure, fitted bedroom furniture, fully installed, or DIY self-assembly with surprisingly big savings, visit fittingly.co.uk. It's totally fittingly yours.
Hi all. How are we doing?
Afternoon.
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 Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
Where's the tablet gone?
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear as a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
At Wix, get Dulux Standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 15. Be house proud with Wix. Ends Wednesday. Terms apply.
Heavy-duty, fully reinforced post-match analysis. Game day. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. FA Cup Game Day phone-in.
On TalkSport.
Up against Marlion. That's where they've had their joy. Manchester United play towards the edge of the penalty area. This time it is two. It's Bobby Bruno. United fans in dreamland. The double dreams. Really wobbly. City trail United by 2 goals to 0.
What a performance from Colin Maynard. That kid was absolutely brilliant today. He was class.
Had they not won today, you could have said Arsenal, but absolutely not. No, it's Man United season out of the two.
I can guarantee it is only 10 hours. If they sack him tomorrow, then it's a complete disgrace.
Yeah, how are you reacting here on the game day phone-in straight after Manchester United beat Manchester City to lift the FA Cup? 2-1 was the result, and that stopped a double-double for Manchester City. If you're going home from the game, 03717 2233 4. Let's go and speak to Adam, who's a Manchester City fan. Adam, good evening, commiserations.
How are you, mate?
All right, not bad at all, my friend. How are you? Where are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Just on way home now on M6, just come up past Birmingham down here. My lad Mikey we come down with today, so not the result we wanted, you know what I mean? But that's football at the end of the day, isn't it?
It is indeed. You had plenty of trips to Wembley and come back with silverware.
Yeah. What do you make before, with the caller before saying that Pep got the team selection wrong? Do you agree with that?
Besides the football, you know what I mean? What a day out here, my lad. I've had, you know, absolutely unbelievable atmosphere. And obviously all the pre-game activities and that, the fireworks and that, what a day, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, when the dust settles, Adam, on the season, what would you make of Man City's season? Obviously 4-4, disappointed today, but been a successful season?
Yeah, we enjoyed it. Me and my lad have been to quite a few games this season, you know what I mean? And, you know, there's not been many upsets like there has today, but all in all, we've enjoyed it, you know what I mean? We've had a few good away days, and it's ridden that, so can't complain, you know what I mean? It could have been a lot worse.
Well, then, listen, safe journey home. Catch up soon.
Nice.
Cheers, bud.
No,
Safe journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's disappointing for City, but like you said,
Must be nice though for like you've had it, I haven't, being the Spurs supporter, to lose the FA Cup final and still be like pleased with the season. Still, it's been a successful season.
The last 3 or 4 years as a Man City fan has been dreamland.
Tremendous.
It's been dreamland.
Tremendous.
I mean, look, they were looking for a double treble. That was never been done before.
Yeah.
The double double. They've lost. Look, they've still won the title.
Yeah.
It has been a successful season, but there will be maybe, especially today, maybe when Pep reflects on it, we'll look back and think, could I?
Yeah, I agree.
think he
But
may.
given the choice at the start of the season, if they said, would you rather win? You can only win one, the Prem or the FA Cup. It's Prem all day long.
Of course. That's maybe not for debate.
Yeah.
Let's go and speak to Bav, who's a Man United fan. All right, Bav? Is it right? It's Bav, right?
No, that's correct. So there's basically the two brothers who are here. It's Lav and Bav. Pleasure to speak to you both.
Lav and Bav. All right.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Bav.
Jason Kunde, I'm a big fan of yours. Can I just ask you, right, like, from my perspective, I know that, like, Ten Hag may be getting sacked, but I want to understand the philosophy which Pochettino, who is actually the favourite to come in, I want to understand the kind of football he plays, because at the moment, like, obviously I'm a die-hard United fan, my brother's a die-hard United fan, we've seen Chelsea, like, I still don't understand the kind of football he plays, and if he's going to come into United, what is he actually going to change? I'm really confused.
Are you sacking Ten Hag?
I'm not sacking Ten Hag. No, you know what? I don't think this is bad.
Is that Lav? Is this Lav or Bav?
No, this one's bad.
This is Bav.
Yeah, I don't think Ten Hag should be sacked. Look, he's had a tough season. Like, you know, I get it, like, you know, with injuries and stuff like that, but see his contract, at least, like, let him start his pre-season and go into the season and see how he gets on and stuff, you know, with the full squad, and hopefully they're fit and everything. You know, Martinez has been out for like 3/4 of the season, I would say. You've seen, like, Varane and Martinez came back today. Look how solid we're at back today. We want to be fair. Martinez, you know...
Is this Lav or Bav? Which one's this?
Okay, so this is Lav speaking now. So, Jason Kunde, by the way, big fan of yours. Can I just say, what do you... Obviously, you're a Chelsea fan, right? So, let me ask you, like, what kind of football does Pochettino play compared to Ten Hag?
Well, it's not been a great season for either club. I mean, there's not, you know, both sides have underperformed this season. I think Poch would probably also say that he hasn't had his best players. I mean, half of Chelsea's, in fact, most of Chelsea's back four. Reece James has been out. Fofana hasn't kicked the ball all season. Chilwell's, you know, there's been a lot of him to deal with as well. But you see where he likes to play an open, expensive game of football, 4-2-3.
Plus a young side as well. Recruits young players.
Yeah, it's been well, we've got the best out of Cole Palmer. But that's if he does go, is that the man you want? Bav and Lav?
Lav is it. I wouldn't say I'd go for Pochettino. I'd probably go for Tuchel, but I'm pretty sure my brother would have another opinion on that.
So who's that? That's Bav or Lav?
Bav.
No, this is Lav. This is Lav. No, it's Bav. So I think I don't really want Ten Hag to get sacked. You know, you can see what he did today, but if anyone, then probably, you know, Poch has always been in the frame, you know, when Fergie went and Mourinho and stuff, so, you know, he'll probably be the one to bring the youth through as well. You know, we go through academy and stuff like that, so that would be my preference for us.
Do you agree with one another?
No,
Lav wants Tuchel. Bav wants...
Lav, let me tell you something. Lav does not agree with Bav.
Lav doesn't agree with Bav?
No, because like he's like, yeah, Pochettino will be great, but I think Tuchel will be great because he's won the Champions League with Chelsea, but he's also won the...
Who's this? Is this Lav or Bav?
You know Lav.
It's Lav. Just sorry.
Maybe.
So Lav is Tuchel, Bav is Poch. But you're both Ten Hag in.
Yeah, Ten Hag. Yeah. After today's performance, I think obviously you've seen Martinez, but with the full with a full squad, right? And I'm not the biggest fan of Rashford, but
Is this Bav?
like.
Who's this? Is this Bav or Lav?
Lav.
It's Lav. You don't like Rashford.
Hello, especially speak to you.
Have you got any other siblings?
No, it's just the Silvers, mate. We're just coming back from Wembley Stadium, mate.
Where are Bav and Lav out tonight? I mean, you boys, sounds like you're going to have a big time now. Where are you out tonight, boys?
Back to Leicester, and then get the party going now. I'm driving back, and I've already started the pre-session, as they call it. I've already got the beer emergency.
You got some riches in the car?
Other beers are available. No, he's not drinking, I'm drinking.
Who's drinking, Bav or Lav?
Lav's
drinking.
That's harsh on Bav, that.
Oh, Bav. Is Bav driving?
Oh, well. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's driving. He's total.
So where are you going tonight then? What are you two boys up to? I mean, you're on the hunt? On the prowl?
I need to go, I need to go back to Leicester when I go see the kids, because they're probably waiting for me. And then after that, we're going on a night out, because guess what? I've got my United shirt on with Bruno Fernandes. You're damn right I'm going out, because we won the FA Cup. And guess what? It's just the FA Cup, but we should have won more. I'm just saying.
It's your left on it.
Just from one.
Lav's had a couple of beers, isn't he?
Yeah, he's lost it. I wouldn't even listen to it.
Listen, boys, appreciate the call. Have a safe journey home.
Have a good run.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
Cheers.
Brothers, Bav and Lav. Bav and Lav, out on a night out tonight.
Well, Lav is. Bav ain't.
You sure?
Yeah, not Bav might be. Bav. One of them was drinking. Where's Lav?
I think Lav was having a drink. Bav was driving. He's got the short end for straw there, wasn't he? Let's go and speak to another Man United fan. Let's go and speak to Carl. All right, Carl? Kyle, yes. Carl, very well. Congratulations, Kyle.
Thank you so much for taking the call. It's good to hear. Just one point I have to make, man, and fans from, if you're listening, it would be great if you could agree with this, right? So, we're talking about Eric Ten Hag, right? He's in for me. He's in. And he's been in from the very start, right? And everyone's looking for perfection when it comes to Ten Hag, right? Are they not? Right? This is it. In my opinion, it's like the media, maybe a media agenda towards it, but like, we proved that perfection is not great in that we beat Pep Guardiola today. We proved that he's not perfect. Because I've had the thought that City are perfect. United aren't perfect. Because in their 2 years, I absolutely love the guy. He's made a few. He's brought some boys in, like Anthony, let's not talk about it. Martinez, solid. Home, solid. He's got something, and I think of the 5 calls I listened to previous, like, we're all in agreement, right? We're all in agreement the guy needs to stay. And do you know what? It would be the most shameful thing if he gets sacked.
Well, we're only reflecting on the story that we heard. There's a bit of a buzz going on in your car, Kyle.
Oh, I'm sat stationary, I must say. Okay, anyway, mate, I just wanted to get that across. Can you hear me better a little bit better now?
Yeah,
I can hear you fine. It's just in the background there's like a buzz going on.
Like something like a lightsaber.
It does sound like a lightsaber.
We just beat City in the FA Cup final.
Oh, so you're buzzing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who are you with, Kyle?
I've been on home waiting for you guys.
But who are you with now?
Well, I was with my father and brother-in-law, but what I'm doing now is I'm making my way through London. I might go to Trafalgar Square. Hopefully there's a couple of United fans down there.
You're in Palmer.
You're in London, of course it will be.
Yeah, why not?
I'll get loads of them.
Do it.
Getting the fountain.
I'm going to do that.
I'm not sure you want to do that, Carl.
Spend a night in a cell, I don't know.
You don't want to do that, matey.
Alright, we'll see worse, right? But look, Ten Hag, he's our man. He's our man.
Good.
In Ten Hag you trust, yeah?
You have faith.
And always, yeah.
Good.
Carl, listen, appreciate the call, bud.
Thank you, no worries.
Tom man, safe journey home, squeezing Brendan.
You said the lightsaber, what's it like?
It's really, it does sound like it. Brendan Zaguna. All right, Brendan?
Brendan?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
What made you phone up?
Well, basically, I've watched the game and what have you, and I think that Man City are basically just given that cup, didn't they, really?
Give it to him. You didn't give it to him.
Well, because they've got the 4 in a row, haven't they? And, you know, and it was very
You think they just handed him the cup? think Pep just went, yeah, we've got 4 league titles.
Yeah. And as for Arsenal, well, Man United having a better season than Arsenal, no chance. We didn't bottle it, neither.
Right, yeah, so that's... Yeah, well, I mean, I agree.
Brendan, I think.
Is it bitter, Brendan?
Yeah, Brendan.
Yeah,
winner.
Bitter, higher. Bitter Brendan to hand you the league title.
I can still be buying the Arsenal merch next season. No, you worry about that.
So,
yeah, like I say, a lovely show anyway.
Oh,
thank you.
Cheers, Brendan.
You know, anyway, how was it playing for Chelsea anyway?
He don't know.
What are you doing? I mean, come on, who's that shit? You can't swear. Who's that?
Yeah.
He's ruined it for you, Brendan.
Who's that? Who's that shouting?
It's my mate, Stephen Crump.
Well, get Steve on the phone. He's got to apologise.
Crumpy, come on, where are you?
Get.
Sorry, mate.
You can't swear, Steve-o. It's national radio, matey. Have some manners.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was on the telephone.
What do you think he's talking to himself?
What do you think he was doing?
You've got a potty mouth, let's say. I mean,
yeah.
You know, you don't get that from a top dude, and I should be telling him off after the call.
Yes, make sure you do. Are you and your mate going out tonight?
My direction now, actually, especially now I've talked to you, like, you know, you've lifted my day.
No, I lifted your spirits. Well, there you go. Go out and have a good night, you and your mate. No swearing, though.
I'm definitely not bitter, because next season... Well, next season we're going to get a decent striker, and then... and then we're going to win the title.
Right, okay. Well, have a good night. Have a good night.
Yeah. God bless.
Good night, God bless.
Cheers, Brendan. Steve, potty mouth.
Potty mouth.
What's it like playing for Chelsea then?
Former Southampton defender Francis Benali previews tomorrow player final. That's coming up next. You are listening to the FA Cup final. Game day phone in. He's Darren Ambrose, I'm Jason. This is TalkSport.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search TalkSport Fan Network.
On the flat, the most famous race in the world. The atmosphere, the noise.
Zero strategy behind who I choose. I always pick favourite.
I back the outsider. To be honest, my favourite name. And whether you pick your derby horse, bet Fred. For price boosts and extra places throughout the festival. Love the derby,
Bet Fred.
proud sponsors of the Bet Fred Derby Festival. Selected races only, 18+ begamblerware.org.
Summer is short. Do it right with Co-op's juicy quarter pounders, sweet chili chicken kebabs, and tasty hot dogs. Now 2 for £5 for Co-op members. Yeah, juicy. Selected products subject to availability. Member price valid in store only. Co-op group food stores only. £1 joining PC. Co-op.co.uk/terms.
The future of eco-friendly gardening and landscaping is here. Introducing the Ego Pro X range of battery-powered outdoor power equipment. A super tough, super powerful range for the hard-working professionals, the landscapers, the groundsmen, and the gardeners who demand the best. Say goodbye to the noise, the fuss, and the fumes of petrol, and embrace a greener, cleaner solution. The Ego Power Plus Pro X range. Power beyond belief. Search Ego Pro X today.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers. Still now 100% British and Irish beef patties, so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
On 10.99 and 10.53 medium wave. Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker. TalkSport. Talk Sport.
Good evening, I'm Bart Tyler. Manchester United are celebrating a surprise FA Cup win tonight, but Erik ten Hag admits he doesn't know if it's enough to keep his job. Alejandro Garnacho and Kobe Mainoo both on target in the 2-1 win against City. despite rumours about his future, Ten Hag is remaining defiant.
When I started here, I said, I'm here to win. Also, I want to build a team. Hope I do it, but they don't want me anymore. But I said, I go anywhere else. And then I keep going what I do my whole managing career. Winning games, winning trophies.
Pep disappointed, but proud of the effort.
No, congratulations, ready. We gave away the first goal, and after the team, the reaction, the first half, we were maybe not in the right position for my decisions. But the second half, we proved who we are, and we had the chances, we wanted to score, and congratulations.
United's win, and with it, Europa League qualifications. Bad news for two others. Chelsea dropped down into the Europa Conference League, while Newcastle now miss out on Europe altogether. Celtic completed the double by beating old firm rivals Rangers 1-0 in the Scottish Cup final. Adam Idar's 90th minute goal sealed it for Brendan Rodgers' double winners.
The will of the players and the desire of the players was immense, really. So, and to get that winning goal was a great feeling.
Burnley manager Vincent Kompany will become the new head coach of Bayern Munich. Compensation has now been agreed. Wayne Rooney is confirmed as the new boss at Championship Plymouth. Barcelona have won the Women's Champions League final. They beat Lyon 2-0. England began preparations for their defence of the T20 Cricket World Cup with a 23-run victory over Pakistan. 2 wickets for the returning Jofra Archer. And Ferrari's Charles Leclerc will start tomorrow's Monaco Grand Prix from pole position. There's more at talksport.com.
TalkSport News.
More than 10,000 migrants have crossed the English Channel so far this year. The Royal Air Force has confirmed a pilot has died after a Spitfire crashed in Lincolnshire during a Battle of Britain flight. And Nicki Minaj's gig in Manchester night's being thrown into doubt after she was arrested in Amsterdam.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're here for every journey. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
A cloudy start on Sunday with some rain, sunny spells and showers in the afternoon, many of them heavy.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. Game day. Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards. FA Cup Game Day phone in.
On TalkSport.
Good evening, you are listening to Game Day phone in here on TalkSport. Me, Jason Cannon, alongside the former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose. Back to calls on Manchester United's FA Cup win shortly, but now it's time to turn our attention to another massive game live here on TalkSport tomorrow.
The cry from the crowd was, "You're not fit to wear the shirt." Leeds 3 years stay in Premier League is done and dusted.
It's a point to be ambitious, because my believing is that this club belongs to the Premier League.
Southampton are relegated.
We have an opportunity now to have a really exciting and brilliant season, and to do it on the back of some pain.
Got the goal! Oh, brilliant! That is majestic! What a strike from Brewer! Leeds United are in the playoff final.
The best team on the day, and the team who deserves to go up will go. It's all about bringing the best of yourself for that game.
I think the City of Leeds deserves it. History of the club, massive club.
Right-hand corner. Southampton move within 90 minutes of an instant return to the Premier League.
That'll be the proudest moment of my managerial career for sure, one of the proudest moments of my life, and we have to make it really worthwhile.
The riches and prestige of the Premier League are within touching distance.
Live on TalkSport, your home of live football.
Yes, live here on TalkSport, 3 o'clock, kick-off tomorrow. Southampton take on Leeds on White. So join us now to look ahead to that former Southampton defender. I know Franny very well. Let me tell you about Franny, right? What a horrible, horrible man to play against. Horrible, nasty piece of work. But I've got to tell you, one of the nicest guys you will ever
I've only met him
meet.
off the pitch.
It's good evening to Franny Benali. How are you, sir?
Hey Jace, hey Des, good evening guys, great to see you.
Franny, tell us about, just quickly on that, because you were horrible to play against, right? But you are one of the honestly, I'm just saying this here, you are one of the nicest guys to me. What happened there? What? I know everyone's different when you go over the white line. I mean, I was a different person playing as well, but you're so different, Franny.
Yeah, I guess I played in a certain way, Jace, as you can remember, and Daz is probably that bit younger not to remember me, which is maybe a good thing in some ways. But yeah, that little switch clicked when I went onto a pitch and clearly overstepped the mark on a few occasions and fell foul of the officials. But yeah, it was just through that desire to win and do well and want to sort of play and represent my hometown club. And represent everybody that was supporting the team. So as a local boy, a huge responsibility.
Fair enough. Well, like I said, you're a top man. Listen, let's look ahead to that game, Freddie. As you said, there, it was your team. He came through the youth ranks and played for them with distinction. It's an enormous game. I mean, I said they're the most lucrative game in world football. It's almost unfathomable. Whoever loses this, the devastation is going to be felt for weeks and months.
Yeah, I mean, it's one side of the coin or the other, isn't it, that you come out on, and both teams coming into tomorrow's game will be clearly wanting to be the team that goes up to the Premier League. I mean, it'll be a huge blow, as you say, to whoever doesn't win, and the repercussions of that for both managers and squads and clubs and the economy of cities as well. Not having a Premier League club, we've seen the effects of that even just one season in the Championship. So the responsibility, I think, that's on the players' shoulders for tomorrow is huge. It's a huge game personally for them, but every single player and member of staff and supporter knows the importance and how big the occasion is as well.
Fran, do you think with Southampton they did the double over Leeds during the season? Do you think they have a psychological edge, or do you think, as we've seen today in the FA Cup final, it's a one-off game, anything can happen? Do you think he'll be using this to spur his players on?
Yeah, I think clearly they'll probably look back at things that worked and went well against Leeds United in the two Championship games over the season, winning both of those, as you say. And interestingly enough, you probably looked at the stats of Salisbury's, but the two goal scorers in both games were Adam Armstrong and Will Smallbone, who scored all the goals in those two matches. So Leeds will be, I'm sure, keeping a close eye on those guys tomorrow if they're involved. But maybe a little bit of a psychological advantage, but as you just said, for me, this is who steps up, who handles the occasion, who's managed those emotions, and who can deliver their game on what is the biggest stage of football, and for prize money and what's at stake.
Che Adams and Ross Stewart are back in the squad for tomorrow, Friday. That's a massive inclusion.
Yeah, huge, isn't it? I think we've seen from the Leeds camp that Patrick Bamford is supposedly not fit, but again, you just never know until you see those team sheets. I think we've all learned that by now, haven't we? But yeah, as far as you've just said, Ross Stewart, Che Adams. Shea's missed the last few games, and it was managing that scenario of risk and reward in the semi-final playoffs. He didn't figure, but he's fit and ready for tomorrow. Ross Stewart, I've got something deep down in my gut that, given the injury that he's had, the fact that he's only made a handful of appearances as a sub, his record is in these kind of scenarios, both north of the border in England, he's scored goals in these games. I can see him coming on and scoring a winner. I certainly hope so anyway.
Both disappointed, Fran, obviously, to not get the top two spots in the Championship. Probably more so Leeds. Southampton fell away a little bit towards the back end of the season. Leeds were going for it toe-to-toe with Ipswich. Didn't get there. But the playoff victory, particularly the 4-0 that Leeds got at Ellen Road against Norwich, do you think they take the more momentum into this cup final, playoff final?
Possibly, but possibly from the semi-final legs, Daz. But the league results wasn't great towards the end of the Championship run, was it? And Saints beat them on the last day of the season at Ellen Road as well. So, I think, as I said earlier, the game goes out the window in many ways. Yes, they blew Norwich away. Norwich weren't great on the night of the second leg, and you probably saw the scenes if you followed the game. I'm sure you did. The game at St Mary's was just absolutely mind-blowing. I've never seen scenes like that, support like that ever. In my time at the Dell or at St Mary's. So, yeah, the supporters definitely helped to lift the side against West Brom on Friday night to reach Wembley, and I hope we see that again tomorrow.
Indeed. How do you think the lads will handle this occasion? What's the mentality of the squad? Look, it's enormous, right? And playing at Wembley, of course, it's enormous, but the magnitude of this game, do you think that there's any fears out there that they might freeze on the day or perhaps not adapt?
I think those negative thoughts, I mean, we've all played games and maybe not as important as this one in some ways, but, I think it's controlling those emotions, isn't it? It's having that mindset and that winning mentality, but also sort of like different what the game plan is and what you've worked on, not just for one game, but all season. Yeah. We've seen the Russell Martin, haven't we, playing a fantastic style of football. There's one or two that say, it's two heart in the mouth moments, but that's the way that it's done, and when they do it, and they're on their game, they are so hard to play against. But as we know, Leeds United are a real threat themselves. So it's going to be who delivers, who handles the occasion, who handles that pressure, the environment, the nerves. I'm just starting to get that little build-up of a little bit of nerves in my stomach. And I'm not even playing, you know, so goodness knows how the players are dealing with it. But they're going to have to handle that.
Tell us about Russell Martin, what he's done since he's been there. There were actually, Freddie, not that long ago, a few Southampton fans phoning up the sports bar, a little disgruntled with some of his performances.
Well, we didn't have a great start to the season, Jace, did we? And then, you know, we went on that club record 25-match unbeaten run, and you know, there's clearly an identity there and a way that we play football under Russell Martin. I love it. You know, it's great to see. I mean, it is hold your breath moments on occasions, but that is the bravery that he talks about, that he wants the players to play with, you know, right from the goalkeeper through to the forwards. And when it works, it's incredible. But we've got to obviously nullify a dangerous opponent tomorrow. But he's got that connection with the supporters, guys. You've seen that. You know, there's the support that we've seen at St Mary's, which hasn't been probably at its best in the last couple of seasons. Maybe because we've been struggling in the Premier League a little bit, but seeing the team winning, seeing that interaction that Russell and his staff and the players have with the supporters this season has been brilliant. And I know all those small details and things that he wants to work on with his philosophy has got well across and into the players at this stage of the season. Now, which maybe at the beginning of the season was a little bit difficult to grasp for the players, but they're doing it brilliantly now.
Yeah, they certainly are. You have to give them credit. You have to give Russell Martin credit for sticking with his philosophy when he was under pressure, as you said, and he has that connection, you rightly said, with the supporters. But does he have it with the club? Does his future at the club depend on Southampton winning tomorrow, do you think?
Oh God, you know, this is just a purely personal opinion, but I've seen and heard a few comments as you just said there, Gaz. I mean, I can't get into the minds of the owners and the sport public, but I just think that it'd be crazy. I mean, I can't even believe it's almost being talked about in a way. My bigger worry would be that he's done that well, and he's that promising a manager that he could go on to much bigger and better things, and I want it to be at Southampton, is that, as we've seen in the past with players and managers at Southampton, that someone will look at somebody like Russell Martin and think, we want him managing our club. So I'm worried about losing him as opposed to him sort of, you know, if this is a one-off game and his job's in jeopardy if he doesn't win the game tomorrow. I just think that's crazy and a little bit nonsense in a way.
In terms of tomorrow then, Fran, what do you expect him to do, Russ? Do you think he'll make a lot of changes or just stick with the players that he trusts?
I think he'll definitely clearly go with players that he feels that one can handle the occasion, two will deliver what he's looking for from the game plan. But I think when you look at the squad, that's been a big advantage for us in some of the other sides that we've seen at the top end of the table. It's the quality on the bench as well, isn't it? You know, when we've made substitutions, it's very much like for like, if not possibly sometimes finishing the team again with a slightly stronger lineup possibly on the pitch. So
Alexa,
yeah, he'll have
stop, please.
And all the players, I'm sure, everyone is well versed
Alexa,
on what they're all.
Stop, please.
Volume 1. Volume 8. Volume 10.
It's cloud chasing, isn't it? So, you're stream struggling, you've got to cloud chase off another person's name to make your name a little bit higher up. Why don't you just come up with something that's unique that no one else does and do that? And then people will be like, oh, that's that guy who did that. Who's this other person? What? Well, yeah. What do you think about LGBT? Even if the checkpoints against the way past any past the
Yeah, okay, Bob. Okay, Bob. Okay, Bob. Okay, Bob. Really must have a man's pressure. Really must have a man's pressure. Really must have.
Another one is coming out.
Really must do. Really must do.
You know what's going to happen. He's going to go out as normal. Can't get to the spot. I'm back. It wasn't as good as I thought, mate. It's a bit wet. I've watched it ages. Logan Paul versus. Oh, then there's that.
Me too, yeah. Comes right away. Everything's fucking rude. No, but you're fucking rude. I think it's a fucking lot. No, I think that. Everything's fucking rude. Yes, it's a fucking lot. No, but it's a fucking. Everything's fucking rude. No, but no, but
Oh no, bad perception of that.
Cody with the pen, 1, 2, 5 inside. Some people think it's a swear.
there isn't that one fucking shred of evidence out there that proves Earth is flat. Earth is not fucking flat.
In the quantum realm, there's an infinite number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117
Logan just on the crossroads. Oh, good.
So fucking no better stupid.
Same about the Helios.
Look at that though. Just like no better fucking stupid.
I'll see.
So no better cut that one's fucking reach out. So no better. Can't get things fucking reach out. Hmm?
I love looking at some of these
Can't get things fucking, can't get things fucking reach out. Nothing fucking reach out.
Hey, buddy.
Everything's not fucking fun. Like nowhere. Can't get things fucking reach out. For fucking thousands of people online. For fucking
They were late to the party.
everything's not. But nowhere can't get things fucking reach out. Can't fucking shut fucking up.
Oh, here comes the tail. So here we have dice. 3, 2, 1. That, my friend,
Nowhere. You know, but to be able to fucking up.
I get bored sometimes. I do have one of these, it's a camera that you can put it here.
You know, but you fucking believe. You know, but you fucking believe. You fucking believe.
another commentators.
You know, but you believe in.
They were also clearly from teaching
You believe in the fucking what? You know, you believe in the fucking what? Talking about fucking. In the fucking what? A bit of our fucking land. Yeah.
one thing that wasn't planned.
You know what No, stop fucking up. Stop fucking up. Yeah, but what fucking nice.
But there's also an STA2 and AC.
No, not necessarily.
Oh, your boss was there. But then there's
You fucking know what not be able. Tear it out. No, that's
Crossroads. Yeah, I saw the Supercharger North Station. Challenger. It blew up the net. But yeah, so I thought I didn't go back to the start.
I shall work hard, I shall get it done.
Hey, this one's great, this one's great. Right, so what we do is we Can you find out how many practice? Languages. So I've got languages. English is the official language. South Africa. Botswana, English. Zambia, English. This is South Africa. Everything in English. You. Australia. English. New Zealand. English. Let's get into some Fiji. English. English. Tonga, English.
little bit. £100. £2. Hey Google, how can you prove that the Earth is square? The Earth is a globe. Very fast. Well, you know what we're going to do now. Who wants to listen to Cookie Atkins?
Better on the top.
Oh, don't you get more movements for trouble?
Oh no, 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 I understand.
garbage player. Alexa, TalkSport, please.
TalkSport from News Broadcasting.
It's begun for Moses Exauma. I just want to keep striving for more. The sky's the limit. I'm only 19. How far can I go?
As he says, he's only 19, so how far can he go? Moses Exauma very kindly giving up a bit of time to come and join us in the studio on Fight Night here on TalkSport. I'm Adam Catterall, Spencer Oliver and George Groves alongside us. Listen, it's been picture perfect so far. 9 fights, 7 knockouts. How far can this man to my left-hand side go, Spencer Oliver, as you are watching his rise right now as a 19-year-old man in the heavyweight division? Where's this going?
Listen, the ability is definitely there, and you seem like talking to you off air as well, Moses. You know, you've got your head screwed on. You know, you're well focused. You're getting good advice. Having a team around you, especially for the heavyweights. We've seen history of heavyweights before and getting wrong teams around them and sort of like puts them off track and sends them down the wrong path, and you know, you maybe not achieving the potential that you have. But I think for yourself, yeah, you seem level-headed, and you've got the technical ability and the mindset to go all the way, without a doubt. You look at the generation that is coming through, you look at your progress and your development, and you go, you're the kid that everyone's talking about. And I think that is highly important, to keep your feet on the ground, and yeah, you'll become a world champion, without a doubt.
What are your immediate hopes and dreams? Is it a traditional route of area titles, English titles, British titles? Is that what you're thinking?
I have no idea. I was just like, me and my team, we come up with a fight, my next fight. That's the only one I'm focusing on, because if you don't win your next fight, there's no point talking about what's down the line. So I know, I believe that we have like a solid gauge of who my next opponent will be, and I'm focusing towards that. Like, there's no point of thinking about other stuff that's irrelevant at the minute.
So is activity then the thing in your head? Is it a case of the regularity? Let's get out. Let's try and get out at least every 3 months or something like that.
As much as possible. If I didn't have injuries, I'd love to be out every week. But it's just the fact that it's just, you know, you need a rest from the sparring. You need a rest from the training. Even if fights don't go too long, let's say if a fight goes 20 seconds, you still trained 8 weeks, sparring 10, 12 rounds to get on.
You need the mental switch up.
100%. 100%. And I just feel like, obviously at the minute, I had 2 fights back to back, and when I have like a week or 2 week period where I'll go off, let me recover from my injuries, and I'll be back into should be boxing on the George West v Derek Chisora on the card.
Fantastic. How are you enjoying, obviously, being involved in everything that's going on with the Riyadh season, Saudi Arabia, and all those types of things? Being out there and fighting on those big cards.
I love it. Just being, it's even outside of the ring. It's just like being like just so many celebrities. Even when we went to a dinner, it's just like everyone was there, like all footballer legends, rappers, singers, like, do you know what I mean? The old school boxers as well.
Who's the best one?
Who's the best?
Who's the best celebrity you've met so far in Saudi?
Martin Lawrence was sat next to him in a restaurant.
That's crazy, man. One of the original bad boys, you've got to get a little Martin Lawrence.
Do you know what you love about
outside of boxing?
What you love about Moses is how, like, down to earth and how real. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, like, you may not recognise it as much as we do, but like, you are the talk of town. As in, the heavyweights is what people talk about most of the time. Is the people that are going, yeah, this guy is going to be the youngest ever world heavyweight champion, etc. He's going to do the Mike Tyson thing. You're going to take that route. Everyone's talking about you. You're just like a down to earth geezer. It's like, you know what I mean?
But that from your point of view, George, that's important. What Moses was just touching upon a moment or two ago. He just wants to concentrate on his activity. That's it. Let him crack on with that. It's down now to the team, the promotional element, to all the people in and around him to navigate the right times of when to strike for those titles that I were mentioning, the English title, the British title, all those types of things, as we take this path to where this young man wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, different to me, I've got to be honest, I like to interfere my journey. I was looking at people, I was like, I want to fight for this title soon, I want this one, this one, I'll be looking at opponents, you know, just wanted to get there, and I feel like it helped me and it got me along the way quicker, but I don't think I had the same force that Moses got behind him, you know. So I think what's invaluable for you right now is just being exposed to these big events as well, because you don't realise if you're picking up experience, you know, you're just being part of the big show, wandering around, seeing how that pay-per-view machine works, for example. You know, like I was fortunate to be in the slipstream of David Haye, who was, you know, the heavyweight champion, fighting on the pay-per-view shows in Germany, you know, in the UK, and then I ended up being chief support on some of these shows. So, you know, I benefited from that, and then by the time it gets to your turn to be in the big fights, you're like, well, I know exactly what to expect.
Preparation, isn't it? And I think that is key when you get to that sort of level, because boxing has become so mainstream, so big now. And you, without even probably recognising, boxing on these undercards of the, you know, out there in Saudi and all the big shows, because they want you to be that kid, that one that's at the top. It's all preparation, man. It's development for that day, and that day will come.
What do you do away from boxing? You're 19 years of age. You're a young man. You know what I mean? You got pals all over the gaff. Come on, man. What do you get up to when you're not?
So I'm very boring. I don't really have a lot to do outside of boxing. So I just feel like, because I'm so young in this sport, I ain't really got time to kick my feet up. Okay. So it's just like, I'm just constantly thinking about boxing. When I'm not thinking about boxing, I'm on holiday thinking about boxing. Do you know what I mean? So.
What's your holiday?
Yeah, come on. Where'd you like to go?
There you go.
There you go.
Stuff. You know what? Last year I visited a few countries: Marrakesh, also went to Morocco, Paris, France, Belgium, Brussels.
There you go.
Just
So you like to travel? You like to travel? You like to get out and about and see a little bit of the world down south?
I guess so, but I don't know. I'm only there for like a couple of days. I'm not really like there for a whole week trying to enjoy the place. You know what I mean, I just feel like when I'm not training, I'm like, I don't know. I just get agitated. I'm not doing nothing productive. I just can't wait to get back in the gym.
Were you like this?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can't remember my hobbies were. Probably it's the same. Boxing does take over.
Yeah, it takes over massively.
You're all in.
No, listen, you're all in.
You're all in.
You're all in.
Even when you're on holiday, you lay on the beach for. I can't switch off, man, because I'm thinking of this next thing. Eat, sleep, repeat.
Yeah, see, do you know when you're on holiday, yeah, and you're enjoying yourself, you're like, my opponent's not enjoying himself. So it's like, I'll go get in the gym, I'll go run or something, so it's like, it does just take the happiness away for a minute, but it'll be all worth it one day.
But you've got no imminent rivals, there's no one who you're in competition with?
No, I'm always in competition, because like I said, I'm the young kid on the block, so even though like, I might not be as mature as other people, I can make it up in other ways, you know what I mean? So, I try to make it up in other ways, like I'll be more tough or more stronger or more fit or whatever, just because like, I won't have that man strength that they already got by age. And my S&C coach already said my biggest downfall is that I want my 29-year-old me now. And I said, that's not like, just because obviously I can't get my 29-year-old now, don't mean I can't get nothing close, you know what I mean? So let me just get as close as I possibly can. And obviously, like you said, I ain't got no rivals, but you never know. Tomorrow, like
but
today,
scouts you want.
No, today there might not be a rival, but tomorrow they might. So I'm always ready.
Regarding George was just touching upon it, the British scene in the heavyweight division is very strong, isn't it?
Very strong.
And as George was kind of alluding to there, at some point those people they will become rivals because you're going to face them. 100%. What do you make of it? Where's the talent for you as you look around that heavyweight division?
Obviously the Dakers, Adelaide.
That's a good matchup, by the way, on the
that's very good fight.
by the way.
Yeah. Obviously the Wardley Clark fight was very good as well. Fisher boxing bad bitch. I mean, we're all doing well. The British heavyweight scene. Obviously we're like on the British level at the minute. Yeah, we're all doing well, and I don't want to be part of them fights, but you gotta see it for them. Their perspective, they're gonna want to fight 19-year-olds. You know what I mean? Especially someone like me. I look at their position. I want to fight me either. Like, why would I give up my titles or something like that? If they lose to someone the same age as them or whatnot, they can come back from that. But if they lose to me, they can't really come back from that. So that's why it's kind of hard for me to make fights. But that's not my problem. I just, you know what I mean, like I said, nothing personal. Just want their rankings.
Did they all lose to you right now?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
But the rapid progress that you're making and the noise that you're making as well, and as I said to you, it's all about that development thing. It's going to be harder for them to hold you back and let you go. So what I'm saying is, the names you mentioned there when you're talking about your Wardleys, your Clarks, and you know the younger ones that are coming through, that's a 12-month thing, mate. Like when you've had like you can't bang out another 5 fights in the next 12 months because they're keeping you very active. You go there, all of a sudden you're like sort of 14-0. You're there, mate. You're there, and it's not a fact that he won't want to fight me. You'll be in that position.
100%.
You'll be, and so it's a case of money speaks.